Chapter 1946 Heaven's Music. The Buddha could not control heaven in its entirety. If someone traveled to the area that was not under the control of the Buddha, they had a chance of making it to the other end. Luoji thought the area that the Buddha did not control was under the sand sea. Once you enter the sand sea, you will see some white dunes. They're different from the ones of yellow sand. You won't find them if you don't look, either. Once you find them, though, head for them immediately. Then you can enter the region that the Buddha don't control. This is merely my theory, though. There's a chance I am incorrect, Luoji said. If it's not correct, then you know you will die with me. It is best you tell me everything, Han Sun said to Luoji as he continued running. There is no more for me to tell. That is all I know, Luoji said. Really? I don't think you're the sort of person that goes on an adventure with nothing but a guess, Han Sun coldly said. You can't say that. The whole reason I am here is because the place the Buddha control might have a treasure that the deified elite left behind. That is why I came here in the first place, Luoji answered. Han Sun kept running, looking all around. He was pivoting his head to look for the white dunes Luoji had mentioned. There were many dunes around, but there wasn't a single white one. After running for a while, Han Sun's eye gleamed brightly. Amidst the bumpy dunes of the desert, there was a smaller dune between them. It was only 2 meters tall. The dune was a little white, and if you did not peer at it closely, you might not have seen a difference at all. I found your dune. So, how do I get in? Han Sun asked Luoji as he ran for the dune. Some peoples have been known to accidentally run inside, usually when they were getting attacked. I don't know exactly how to get in, but I was planning to try digging, Luoji answered. Han Sun stopped hesitating. He pulled out Ghost Teeth knife and slashed a Fang attack towards it. The knife light struck the little dune and created a big hole inside it. Han Sun was very pleased with the result. His Ghost Teeth knife had created a big hole, and the knife light was still moving forward. The attack had punched through easily, as if it was hollow down below. But if you looked from above, you'd see a hole with sand at the bottom. Han Sun clenched his jaw and went inside the dune. Han Sun did not feel as if he was hitting sand. It felt more like water. It seemed like he was drifting down, like he was sinking. Seven Spirit, who had caught up by that point, hesitated for a moment. He still decided to jump in. Eventually, Han Sun's eyes brightened. What he saw shocked him. When he went through the dune, he didn't arrive in some cave. It was another world complete with its own sky. It was like he was traveling through the skies. It was different from the desert above, too. Here, he could see gold springs and giant gold trees. Every tree had a gold temple. Light glowed everywhere. There was a Buddha mist that covered a temple, splitting the light into many colors. It looked like a heaven of its own, but there was no pain and violence like in the heaven above. Is this the real heaven? Han Sun frowned, because the music was stronger there. Even he was starting to feel that pressure. His legs trembled, and it seemed as if he was about to start dancing. Han Sun used his will to regain control of his body. Before he could decide where to go, he heard a noise and Seven Spirit dropped down behind him. Han Sun tried to leap towards the gold forest that was visible in front of him, but he felt as if he was grounded and could no longer go airborne. So he kept running forward. Seven Spirit did not follow him. He looked at Han Sun and laughed grimly. Han Sun, this heaven is not a place you can freely access. Really? Because I just did. So what? Are you going to come and kill me? Han Sun didn't look back as he shouted. If you keep going, you'll be dead without me lifting a finger, Seven Spirit said simply. Han Sun wished to say something more, but Seven Spirit went on. It is almost time. And then a bell chimed. Han Sun's brain felt as if it had just exploded. He almost collapsed to the ground. The tolling of the bell was far more powerful than the music. Seven Spirit put his hands before him. Then a Buddha light shone. His forehead produced a cold sweat with the difficulty of what he was casting. Seven Spirit coldly looked at Han Sun, who was lying on the ground. He walked towards Han Sun with a Buddha light. He turned into his four-faced, eight-armed Buddha form and said, "Dying in the face of such music is your luck." Han Sun wished to say something, but he heard another bell chime. He did not know where it came from, but it echoed across the entire world. Han Sun was on the ground, and the chiming of the bell had him coughing up blood again. Seven Spirit, why do you want me dead? Han's son asked Seven Spirit, since he was having a hard time standing up underscore. It is because you deserve death. Seven Spirit spoke each word from all four mouths. They each had a different tone, and it was like four people telling him all at once. It looked very creepy. After that, the 3-meter-tall Seven Spirit came charging towards Han Senator. 8 of his arms had 8 different spirit marks, and they were all coming to attack Han Senator. Dragon, lion, sheep, horse, elephant, bug, and fish. All 7 Buddha lights were collected and sent rushing toward Han Senator. Han's son rolled across the golden floor to dodge the 7 mark attacks. Then he got up and ran towards the golden forest again. But the heavenly music was getting louder and louder. Han's son was starting to lose control of his body. He started dancing a little, a morbidly amusing thing to see. Seven Spirit, who was behind Han's son, could tell he was having trouble walking. Seven Spirit himself had already turned into a xenogeniac, but he was losing control. Han's son followed the music and kept running the same way, dancing as he went. Seven Spirit could not kill him, but Han's son had been attacked by those spirits, and he had incurred an injury. Seven Spirit used his lion spirit to attack Han's son, but the arm twitched. The lion landed on the golden ground and did not touch Han Sr. Seven Spirit, you finally cannot handle this music anymore. Hansen suddenly laughed. He brushed off the dirt on his front and stood up. He looked very lackadaisical, as if the music hadn't affected him at all. Impossible. Seven Spirit's face went slack. Chapter 1947 Sky God Possession. Ordinary people could not withstand the music, and the chiming of the bell was far more grueling. Even Seven Spirit himself, who had practiced the Buddha Geno art and acquired the 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha form, was having a hard time under the bell's oppression. He was losing control of his body. Han's son was a viscount, and yet he had escaped the music. Seven Spirit could barely believe it. The ordinary heavenly music and the bell were not physical attacks. They were more like a torturing of the mind. But this was a department where Han's son excelled. His will was as strong as a deified elite's, so he wasn't affected by the Buddha heaven's music. He pretended to be affected, so he could lure Seven Spirit forward and ensure that the Buddha wouldn't give up chasing him. Now Seven Spirit had fallen under the bell's influence, and that meant it was time for Han's son to strike back. Hansen's rabbit shoes were moving in a blur, flinging him forward like a shadow. The ghost teeth knife gave off a purple knife light as it came swinging at Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit wished to flee, but as soon as he started to do so, his arm and legs flailed in a dance. His legs weren't following his commands, and he couldn't move the way he wanted to. Pang! The knife light was broken by Seven Spirit's hands. The 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha body was quite scary. Hansen's face did not change. He kept swinging the ghost teeth knife and using teeth knife skills. His body continued to flash around Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit stumbled back, using his 8 arms to fight against Han Senator, but at various times, some parts of his body would lose all control. He began to make mistakes he wouldn't have otherwise. A moment was all that it took for him to make a big mistake. Even though Hansen's body was inferior to Seven Spirits, it was through all those mistakes that Han's son could discern his flaws. Ghost Teeth Knife's purple knife light slashed down on Seven Spirit. It created a spark and left a white mark on his golden body. Then it disappeared. What a powerful xenogeniac body. Han's son was shocked. He didn't cast Ghost Teeth Knife's power a lot, but it was still easy for him to kill an earl. The fact that he couldn't leave much of a mark on Seven Spirit's body spoke volumes about just how scary the Buddha's body was. Seven Spirit looked furious. His eyes shone gold, and his 8 arms tried to generate a spirit to attack Han Senator. Now his body was losing more and more control though. Too many of his flaws were being exposed. He couldn't suppress Han's son as he had earlier. Han's son depended entirely on his rabbit shoes for speed. The red mink gloves gave him increased power. With the 2 ghost teeth knife continued to hack at the 4-faced, 8-armed Buddha body. But his attacks could only leave white scrapes across the gold body. The teeth powers could not latch onto Seven Spirit. Seven Spirit wished to escape heaven now, but it was too late. He fell back quickly, but the tolling of the bell was rather frequent. It affected him more and more. Before Seven Spirit escaped from heaven, his body fell completely into the dance. He couldn't stop that strange dance, and he couldn't get out of heaven. Han Sun was so happy, and he kept slashing at Seven Spirit. Using jade skin and mutant blood, he began to leave shallow marks on the gold Buddha body. But that was enough. If he could leave marks, the teeth power would slowly start to tear Seven Spirit's body apart. Although it was slow over time, it'd be enough for him to kill Seven Spirit and his Buddha body. Seven Spirit kept roaring with his four faces. He wanted to take control of his body and escape the Buddha heaven. But his body had been hijacked by the music. Regaining control was a very difficult task. Why is he not affected? Impossible. Seven Spirit Buddha took another hit from Han Senator. His eyes gleamed gold, and he looked angry. Han Sun wanted to cut him a few more times before he left that place. When he exited, the marks would kill the felon slowly anyway. But before Han Sun could slash him again, Seven Spirit's eyes suddenly turned gold. Gold fire flared to life, and it burst out to wrap up Seven Spirit's body. The body that had been affected by the music suddenly became still, thanks to that gold flame. He had stopped dancing. Han Sun, I said we would meet again soon. The four-faced, eight-armed Buddha, which was enveloped in fire, opened its four mouths to speak. A scary voice boomed out. Qing Jun. Han Sun now knew who it was. The sky god had been behind everything this entire time. Seven Spirit's mind was completely under the control of Qing Jun. And in his true form, he was not affected by the bell. He cruelly laughed as he walked towards Han Senator. He said, Han Sun, I have waited a long time for this. But don't worry, I won't kill you. You are a big delicious meal for one such as one. One will feast on your fear, your tears, and your death. The voice of utter contempt echoed in Han Sen's ears. Han Sun felt terrible, but he brought out the red mist orb. He couldn't deal with Seven Spirit, and now it turned out that he was being possessed by sky god Qing Jun. There was no way Han Sun could triumph now. Han Sun planned on using Red Mist King for his final bid. Although Red Mist King had barely any juice left in the tank, he'd kill Seven Spirit if he could land a hit on him. Qing Yung looked so mad as he flared with gold fire. His demonic presence was insufferably strong, and it made the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha body look even scarier. It was like he was going to eat people. Boom! Qing Jun lifted his finger and gathered up a swirl of hot flame atop it. The fire gathered up Seven Spirits' Buddha light and flame powers. He used it only for a second, and Han Sun felt himself burn. The four faces looked to be filled with vile hatred. Qing Jun controlled Seven Spirits' body. His fingers fired a gold flame towards Han Senator, but suddenly, a bag was hanging around Seven Spirits' neck. The bag was incinerated by the gold fire. There was a yellow spell paper inside, and it was scorched. When it burned, a weird light came out of the ash and went to Seven Spirits' forehead. Arg! Han Sun heard a scream. The scream came from Qing Jun. Chapter 1948 Soul Armor. Han Sun stopped in his tracks. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. The light spell was stuck to Seven Spirits' forehead. It shone brightly, and Qing Jun started to scream as it gleamed. Who dares to trick me in such a fashion? Sky God Qing Jun screamed. The gold fire began to lessen, and Han Sun saw a gold shadow writhing around Seven Spirits' body. It twisted as if it was in agony, which was extremely creepy to watch. Although he did not know what had happened, Han Sun knew his chance to act had come. Rather than continuing to watch the spectacle, he moved forward to swing his ghost teeth knife. As the knife light slashed across Seven Spirits' body, Qing Jun and Seven Spirit lost control of the four-faced, eight-armed gold Buddha body form. He screamed in rage as Han Sun hit him, but it was useless. Qing Jun's will was suppressed by the light spell. His scream turned to pain. He had possessed Seven Spirit, yes, but he could no longer exit the body. Seven Spirits' will was not strong enough to withstand the rhythm of the music. He could only watch as Han Sun continued to strike his hardy body. No matter how strong his body was, though, it could not withstand 1,000 hits. Lacerations began to appear across the gold Buddha body. Blood seeped out of the wounds, looking like liquid gold. Han Sun was cruel. He paid no mind to Qing Jun or Seven Spirits' cries. I will kill you. This has nothing to do with me. Kill you. It controlled me. You are killing a Buddha. The four mouths spoke different words. Qing Jun and Seven Spirit were talking in tandem. Han Sun ignored them though. He continued his rage of slashes. If Seven Spirit had been controlled by Qing Jun, then the Buddha hadn't meant to kill Han Senator. But given how long Seven Spirit had been chasing Han Sun, why hadn't the Buddha tried to fight off Qing Jun's control? Without a doubt, the Buddha had some reason to hope for Han Sen's death. It did not matter if Qing Jun had possessed Seven Spirit or not. Seven Spirit's roaring echoed across the heavenscape, but his struggles were futile. Han Sun delivered 1,000 blows, striking Seven Spirit's neck over and over. Eventually, he was able to lop the head of Four Faces off. The gold blood squirted everywhere. Marquise-class Xenogeniac hunted. Four-faced eight-armed Buddha. Four-faced eight-armed Buddha beast soul obtained. Xenogeniac gene found. That voice sounded inside Han Sen's head. He was glad he had managed to obtain some sort of reward. Following the trial he had just been put through, Seven Spirit's Xenogeniac body crumpled. The gold flames were not extinguished though. The light spell was still sticking out of the fiery shadow's forehead. Pang! The light spell suddenly exploded. The gold flames shattered, and Qing Jun's roaring disappeared along with it. Nothing more remained. As this was occurring, a ship departed the Buddha kingdom. A man, dressed in rich clothes, was resting upon a seat. His mouth spoke words only meant for himself. I can't believe Qing Jun possessed someone. He had it coming. This damage will put him off for some time. What an asshole, to think of touching one of the Han family. Han Sun pulled out a bottle. He collected the blood of the four-faced eight-armed Buddha. Its blood was the xenogeniac part of its body. After everything was done, he took a look at the beast's soul. Viscount-class four-faced eight-armed Buddha. Soul armor. Han Sun was shocked. He had seen armor beast souls before, and those were simply titled armor. Han Sun was unsure what soul armor meant. Without hesitation, Han Sun summoned the beast's soul. A gold armor suddenly wrapped him up, and he could feel how powerful it was. It resembled the gold armor for Geminis, but it looked like ordinary beast soul armor. It didn't look like anything special. Han Sun tried to generate power to punch with it, but as soon as he moved, the gold armor began to shine. A four-faced eight-armed Buddha appeared directly behind him, and when he punched, he did so with the Buddha's gold light. It had the same power that Seven Spirit had possessed. Damn! This soul armor is strong. Han Sun was so happy, as he had never possessed armor like this before. Wearing the armor granted him the power of a marquise. And since it was from Seven Spirit, it was even stronger than normal. I don't know if other people can see the four-faced eight-armed gold Buddha that appears behind me. If they can, that might be bad. Han Sun thought to himself as he put the beast's soul away. Then he looked over the heaven. In a hall of the Buddha, a candle went out. Burning Lamp Alpha's eyes widened, and many of the nobles around him seemed stunned. Burning Lamp Alpha had not shown surprise in more than 1,000 years. Seven Spirit is dead. Burning Lamp Alpha spoke slowly, with his face all twisted. With Seven Spirit's power, there is no way Han Sun was able to. The Buddha were in shock. How? Wasn't Seven Spirit going to get the knife child? He knew he had misspoken when the Buddha King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. Whoever killed him must pay. Burning Lamp Alpha was calm, but his calm was frightening. Seven Spirit was his first student in 1,000 years. Burning Lamp Alpha believed he had what it took to become deified. Now that he had simply died, Burning Lamp Alpha was furious. Han Sun. He. A Buddha Duke that was watching over heaven screamed. What happened? Clear Sea Buddha frowned at the Duke. Han Sun has reached the end. The Buddha Duke looked strange. What? He did? I thought he wasn't on the list. Clear Sea King did not believe it. I don't know, but he has. Come take a look. The Duke was having trouble explaining, so he waved at the Buddha mirror and instructed it to reveal Han Sen's body. All the Buddha Kings could clearly see that Han Sun had reached the other end. He entered heaven with Seven Spirit. Now he is making it out, and Seven Spirit is dead. He must have killed him. Burning Lamp Alpha stood up from his lotus seat. He walked towards the door of heaven. Burning Lamp had suffered thousands of years of pain, but he refused to die. He wanted to remain long enough to see a new deified amongst the Buddha. Seven Spirit was his greatest hope of achieving this. But now that hope had been stolen from him, and it was difficult to fathom just how angry Burning Lamp really was. The Buddha commoners were in shock. It had been years since Burning Lamp had been seen in person outside the palace, but now he stood in the city beside the western door. Many kings were following him. Also, the citizens of the city wondered what had happened. Han Sen had traveled through heaven until he came to the shore of a seemingly endless sea. A ship had been waiting beside the waters, a ship made of golden leaves. He embarked and used it to reach the other side. On the other side, Han Sen found Speechless and others. There were 10 of them. A few of them were the people that had seen following Speechless. The music in heaven had no effect on Han Senator. He had reached the other end, and when he did, a Buddha light landed on him. It energized Han Sen's cells and reinforced his body. That reinforcement was not enough for Han Sen to level up, but he knew his body had gotten a lot stronger. It was quite effective, whatever it was. Speechless, seeing Han Sen reach the other end, was flabbergasted. The others with her were surprised too. They didn't expect anyone who wasn't in their group to survive the trip. Speechless Lady saw Han Sen approach, as if to speak with her, but just before he did, a door appeared. The group traveled through the door, and they ended up outside the western door in Buddha City. After they exited, they all took a step back in shock. Burning Lamp Alpha and the other kings were all there. Speechless immediately bowed before him, as did the others. They were all shaking and trembling in fear. You may be excused, Clear Sea King told the others. Burning Lamp Alpha didn't say anything though. All he did was look at Han Senator. The others sighed in relief. They staggered away. The feeling of pressure hadn't been directed at them, but they still felt an overwhelming sense of danger, and that was enough to scare them. Han Sen frowned when he saw this. He knew the Buddha wouldn't be very forgiving, but he didn't expect Burning Lamp Alpha himself to appear. Clear Sea King, seeing Han Sen, asked coldly, Han Sen, why did you kill Seven Spirit? After hearing that, everyone looked at each other in shock. Everyone knew of Seven Spirit and his incredible talent. Why are you saying that? When did I kill him? Han Sen responded without an ounce of fear. You're denying it? The Buddha shouted. They were very angry. There was such a frightening pressure being thrown about, and the people nearby were having difficulty keeping their breathing steady. But Han Sen, the one under the force of those questions, was wholly calm. He said, You say I killed Seven Spirit? Okay, and where's the evidence of that? We will have evidence. You cannot deny this wrongdoing. Clear Sea King didn't want to let Han Sen talk. He flapped his sleeves, and they became large pieces of cloth that tried to cover Han Senator in the comber of a pavilion. Isha's eyes looked cold. The white chess piece in her hand snapped in half. She stood up, her back as straight as a knife. The old man across from her was shocked. He placed a black chess piece down on the board. The pavilion was in a strange dimension, separate from reality and the rest of the world. Buddha Mark, our friendship ends here, Isha said, her voice cold. She slashed through the air and broke through the dimensional fabric. Then she leaped into the sky. In front of the western door, Clear Sea King's sleeve was going to wrap around Han Senator, but just as it was about to snare him, a purple knife light ripped through the sleeve. Isha appeared directly in front of Han Sen, her posture as straight and regal as a queen's. She looked emotionlessly at the Buddhas before her, and when she spoke, there was no fear in her voice. Burning Lamp, you are deified. But if you do not give me an explanation for this transgression today, I will see to the destruction of the Buddha kingdom myself. I will destroy everything here without remorse. Isha spoke slowly, staring directly at Burning Lamp Alpha. How dare you, Knife Queen? Just because the Buddha have a fond relationship with the rebate, it does not mean you can be disrespectful towards Alpha. The Buddha kings all started to yell. Burning Lamp raised his head and said coldly, Your student killed my student. Isn't that enough for you to know? Evidence, Isha responded simply. Burning Lamp looked at Isha, and he moved his hand. It was not clear how he moved it, and it did not seem to be aimed at anyone in particular. But somehow, Han Sen had been grabbed from behind her. Isha looked cold, and she slashed towards Burning Lamp Alpha. Burning Lamp Alpha did not look at Isha. Yet he moved his palm perfectly in time with her attack. Isha's strike tore through the air, but it was like it needed to travel countless miles before it could hope to reach that hand. It was close, and yet so far. Burning Lamp's other hand, which had grabbed hold of Han Sen, was shining. It covered Han Sen's body. And then all of a sudden, Han Sen was turned into an ant. After Han Sen was transformed into an ant, Burning Lamp Alpha threw him back to Isha. He coldly said, "For all our sakes, I will allow him to live. But you better watch it." After that, the kings walked away with their light. As Isha held Han Sen's ant body carefully, she kept clutching her knife. She didn't try another attack, though, because she knew it would be pointless. "I'll be useless until I become deified. Being half deified is just a joke." Isha gritted her teeth, gripped the ant more firmly and flew away. The other races had seen what Burning Lamp did, and they were shocked. Even a half-deified elite like Isha could not do anything to oppose him. She could not protect her student from being turned into an ant either. It was scary to think about. Han Sen had been shocked too. His power had been too weak for him to even consider fighting back. And then Burning Lamp had simply turned him into an ant. He really did feel like he had been turned into an ant too. It didn't appear to be some sort of illusion. Chapter 1950 Consume Skill. Han Sen, I've brought harm down on you. I cannot believe the Buddha had an ulterior motive for inviting me there. Back on the ship, Isha placed the ant down on the table inside. Han Sen wished to speak, but he could not. He had become an ant, and he could no longer use any Geno arts. He really was like a normal ant. Han Sen was not frightened by his new state though. He started skittering across the table, writing something out by the way he was moving. "The few items I had were stolen by Burning Lamp. He took my deified knife blank." When Isha saw Han Sen writing this out, she looked overjoyed. She said, "You still have a will of your own?" "I am aware, yes. What's wrong?" Han Sen wrote, "Burning Lamp's Geno art can change the genes of a being. He can turn a member of the higher races into a primal creature. Even their brains are reduced to the level of an animal. He didn't kill you because turning into an ant is a worse fate. It would make you feel hopeless. There is no way he'd go easy on you though. So it is strange to see that you still possess your own will. Are you sure you are okay?" Han Sen considered his body, aside from being an ant, and being unable to use Geno arts with a human body. He had not been affected. Han Sen explained the situation to her and asked, "How do we break the spell of this Geno art, so I can have my proper body back?" Isha's expression looked sickened and she said, "You can't. You really are an ant now. Unless there is a deified elite with the same talent, you are stuck like this. There must be another deified elite with his Geno art around. What about Kong Fei?" Han Sen asked. He didn't want to be stuck as an ant. Isha gave a wry smile, and she said, "Every deified elite has a skill of their own. Kong Fei is strong, yes, but he is not talented with loop Geno arts. He cannot help you get your body back." After a while Isha spoke again. She said, "From what I know, there is a deified elite that can do this, but I don't know where he is. Even if I wanted to ask him, I wouldn't know where to find him." Han Sen gave a wry smile, but he wasn't going to give up. He said, "Don't worry, my queen. If this is just a Geno art, then there is surely a way it can be broken. I will be fine sooner or later." Isha shook her head and said, "If I become deified, I will destroy that Buddha kingdom." "Yes, destroy it." Han Sen was so angry. It was the Buddha that commanded Seven Spirit to kill Han Sen, and they almost succeeded. But now they had been bold enough to do this. The Buddha were clearly impossible to reason with. "I need power. That's my focus now. And I need that power if I am to level the Buddha kingdom," Han Sen thought. He was furious over what had happened. The news about Han Sen being turned into an ant by Burning Lamp had traveled to every corner of the universe. Many of them felt sorry for what had occurred, whereas others mocked him. Most people were just curious though. They didn't care what he did next. Han Sen obviously had no future now that he had been turned into an ant. He had a body that belonged to one of the most primal creatures, so his intelligence would be extremely low. It was unlikely he could practice anything. He wouldn't even be able to generate a Geno armor. But Han Sen had been able to kill Seven Spirit. It was a shame that someone of such strength had met such an ignoble end. Han's son rested on board the ship. Little invisible and ghost teeth knife were next to him. Isha had retrieved them for him. Han's son had felt something was wrong, just before burning lamp struck him. He had tossed little invisible and ghost teeth knife to Isha. But the moment he threw them, burning lamp had snatched him off the ground. He couldn't give his other items to her, and so burning lamp had taken them all. He hadn't minded losing most of his things, but the half-deified knife blank was a wonderful item. He felt very bitter over that being lost. Han's son tried to use his powers while he was an ant. The Dongxian Sutra, the Blood Pulse Sutra, and Jade Skin had become completely useless for him. They were Geno Art's purpose for the human body. They did not work while he was an ant. But when he ran the story of genes, it ran as smoothly as always. Because it functioned without a hitch, there was nothing to impede his continued study of the Geno Art. He could even make use of spell. Han's son felt very relieved when he discovered this. If he was able to use some of his power, then he could be fixed. There was hope. Han's son wanted to try using his super god spirit mode to escape the ant form. But Isha was on the ship, and she would surely notice if he used it. Even if he successfully turned back into a human, it would be a poor situation. Han's son remained patient, and he followed Isha back to Narrow Moon. Isha did not take him back to Planet Eclipse. He was put in the palace on Planet Blade. Han's son requested to go back to Planet Eclipse, but he wasn't permitted. So, he performed The Story of Genes in front of Isha and summoned spell. Isha saw it, and she was shocked. It looks like you haven't turned into a primitive creature at all. Maybe it is because of this The Story of Genes. This strange Geno Art is special. It can even disrupt deified powers. If you make it up to king class, I cannot begin to imagine what it might do. My queen, do you see? I have turned into an ant, but I still have the powers of a viscount. You should send me to Planet Eclipse, because I have stuff to do there. Han's son was now using spell to communicate with Isha. Okay, and I will focus on finding you a way to get your body back. Isha seemed to have a thought, and she began searching through her records. She returned with a Geno Art. You've turned into an ant, so you cannot make use of most Geno Arts. This skill, called Consume, is a Geno Art that belonged to a consuming ant. They are an old higher race, so perhaps it can help you in the time being. Han's son did not know why Isha had given him the skill of Consume to learn, but it did suggest that she feared for Han's son's possible recovery. If he practiced as an ant, there might be hope. It wouldn't be over. Han's son let spell accept Consume, and then he went to Planet Eclipse. He wanted to find out if Super God Spirit could turn him back into a human. Super God Spirit gave him a certain amount of immunity to certain types of attacks, so it should have worked. Planet Eclipse. Wang Yuhang was riding his bike across the mountains. He was wearing a pair of eye-catching sunglasses. Little Angel and the others were ready to level up, but they had to prepare before becoming viscounts. So they hadn't come hunting with him. Wang Yuhang had also eaten enough xenogenic genes to become a viscount, but he lacked proper fighting experience, so it would be difficult. He didn't like sitting around, either, so he had gone out hunting. Not long after, Wang Yuhang saw a young Kate girl on the trail. She was walking towards the mountains. Wang Yuhang frowned. The little girl had a tiger pattern of stripes, cat ears, and a cat tail. She was rather cute, but she looked like she was only 10 or so. She shouldn't have been able to fight, so it was strange to see her out there all alone. Wang Yuhang turned toward her. "What are you doing out here?" he asked the little girl. The little girl, seeing him, looked at him queerly. She answered, "I am looking for my mother." "Looking for her?" Wang Yuhang was shocked. The little girl explained, "My mom has been out hunting for the past 2 days, and she has yet to return. So, I am out here looking for her. It has only been 2 days. She'll be fine." Wang Yuhang offered her some comfort. Many of the mothers in the base had become barons. They wanted better lives for their children, and so they hunted to supply them with easy points. The little girl looked worried, and she shook her head. Mom said she would return each and every day to check in. She has always come back on time, except for this time when she hasn't. She must have stumbled into some sort of danger, and so that is why I have come out here to save her. You're just a kid though. What can you do? You should let the good folks at the base help you, Wang Yuhang said. I did tell them, but no one believed me. They told me to wait a few more days. I'm sorry, I have to keep going. The little girl started walking again, headed deeper into the mountains. Wang Yuhang rode the bike up next to her, smiled, and said, Are you willing to take a risky ride with me? I can take you on this, if that's okay with you. Really? The little girl's eyes shone brightly. Yes, but it depends on whether that's what you want. Wang Yuhang smiled. Before Wang Yuhang finished talking, the girl had already jumped onto the back of his bike. She held onto Wang Yuhang's back and said, Please find my mother. I have no father, so I cannot lose my mom. Wang Yuhang smiled and rose into the mountains. He asked, Do you know where your mom usually hunts? My mother never hunts too far from home. She stays in the region so she doesn't have to spend too much time traveling each night. The little girl quickly said. It shouldn't be hard to find her then. Wang Yuhang accelerated along the trail. As soon as Wang Yuhang entered the mountains, a Xenogeniac began running behind him, digging into the ground with its claws. It chased his bike like a hungry wolf. More and more soon gathered up, until there was a whole group of Xenogeniacs trailing them. They were all barons too. The little girl looked frightened, and so she held on to Wang Yuhang. She shivered in fear, and she couldn't bring herself to look back. If you are afraid, I can take you back now, Wang Yuhang said as he rode. No, please take me to my mother. She is in danger. Please. The little girl was trembling, but she never stopped begging Wang Yuhang to find her mother. Okay then. Wang Yuhang began working methodically to scour the mountainsides. There were many Xenogeniacs coming after him, but they were all slower than his bike. They couldn't hurt him or the little girl. Sometimes Xenogeniacs appeared in front of them, but in such instances, Wang Yuhang was able to evade them. The little girl would hold his waist tightly when this occurred, and she almost fell off multiple times. Still, she asked him to keep going in search of her mother. A few hours later, Wang Yuhang heard the cry of another Xenogeniac. He frowned and decided to take a look. He found a group of Xenogeniacs surrounding a Kate woman. She was fighting one of them. It looked like the group was just crowding around her to taunt her. The Xenogeniacs were enjoying it like some sort of sporting event. Many of them were Viscount class, too, and so they were much stronger than the Kate woman. If they wanted the Kate woman dead, she'd have been a pile of bones by now. The woman instead was still engaged in battle. She was bleeding a lot, but she wasn't ready to give up the ghost. As Wang Yuhang rode toward her, he could see the will and drive it must have taken for her to keep going. Some of the wounds she had incurred were deep enough to reveal her bones. She should have passed out by now, considering the amount of blood she must have lost. Mom! The little girl squealed, trying to jump off the bike. But Wang Yuhang caught her and pulled her back on. There were many Viscount Xenogeniacs there. He didn't have the Marquis's armor, so he couldn't move too rashly. We need backup, but it appears to be too late for us to call on others. Wang Yuhang stroked the little beard on his chin as he thought. The woman, seeing the little girl, looked towards them. Her face paled and she screamed, Run, little Rain! Get out of here! The Xenogeniacs then noticed Wang Yuhang. They became extremely alert, and their interest in playing with the woman seemed to vanish. One of the Xenogeniacs moved over to cut the woman's neck and be done with it. No! The little girl's eyes opened wide as she screamed. Wang Yuhang's expression looked strange, but he accelerated towards the woman, swinging his sword as he went. Just as the creature swung its claws toward the woman's neck, the sword slashed the Xenogeniac's back and made it squeal. Wang Yuhang used the time he had bought to swoop into the crowd. He picked up the woman in one motion as he passed by. Wang Yuhang turned the bike to leave the mountain, but the Xenogeniacs had already reacted, running towards Wang Yuhang. The Viscount Xenogeniacs started to glow as they surged forward. Wang Yuhang, still riding the bike, evaded them. The mother and daughter held on to him tightly, but they looked like they were losing hope. The crowd behind was approaching fast, and the gang that had chased Wang Yuhang earlier was still waiting just outside the valley. They were like hungry wolves, adamantly blocking his attempt to depart. This is why I hate women and kids. Wang Yuhang sighed. He spun his bike and stopped. The scary xenogeniacs from both sides were coming quickly. The mother and daughter held each other, sitting on the bike. They shivered in each other's arms, with their eyes closed. If you can, could you please not treat me like a monster? Wang Yuhang ignored the xenogeniacs. He spoke to the mother and daughter, but his voice was so quiet, they could barely hear him. Boom. A noise like a generator sounded. Wang Yuhang's body brimmed with an unspeakable power. The noise came from his body, but there was no light, smoke, or shadow to see. But the power inside him exploded like a volcano. Even his bike seemed to react, releasing clouds of smoke out of the exhaust. Suddenly the world quietened down. The xenogeniacs that wished to attack Wang Yuhang stopped. They all froze and looked at him strangely. The next second, they ran at Wang Yuhang again. But just before they touched him, the two groups collided to kill each other. Blood and limbs were strewn about everywhere, all across that trail. As the generator noise ran, the two groups fought each other until they all died. Some of them lost their arms, but still they fought on. The way they looked at Wang Yuhang was strange. It was like he was the most precious person in the world. Some looked at him like a treasured lover, for whom they would do anything. More likely, Wang Yuhang had become their queen. They had to kill their opponents to make themselves the strongest. Also they could make with the queen. Blood. Blood was everywhere. A few hundred xenogeniacs were forced to kill each other. They did, and they all died. The sole survivor was a viscount. It was extremely injured, and it ended up crawling towards Wang Yuhang. Cha! Wang Yuhang thrust his hand into its wound and tore out its heart. It was dying, but the look it gave Wang Yuhang was not a look of hate. It was one of pleasure. The Kate family held each other. They looked at Wang Yuhang with shock. They had been chilled to the bone. At that moment, he was scarier than the xenogeniacs. That's why I like sticking with Han Senator. It is because those monsters make me look like a person. If no one is afraid of me, I feel like a person. Wang Yuhang spoke quietly to himself, and he looked rather sad. Cool. You became an ant. How did you do that? Teach me. If I learn it, I can sneak into any women's locker rooms that I want to. Wang Yuhang's eyes opened wide. He looked at Han's son, who was being held by spell, and smiled. Little Silver, Little Angel, and Dragon Lady looked at Han Sen's ant body curiously. Han Sen felt depressed. He sent his words to be spoken through spell. So spell spoke for him by saying, "Cool my ass. Go and find a way to turn me back to normal." How did this happen? Wang Yuhang used his finger to poke Han Sen, and he laughed. Stop. Poke me again and I'll be mad. Han Sen felt even sadder now. Being pressed by a finger felt as if he was being bullied. Planet Eclipse's news channels were blocked. The others had not heard about what had happened to Han Sen during his time with the Buddha. So, Han Sen took the time to explain what had transpired. A deified elite's power? Even if we could suppress his ability, he'd still be too powerful. It won't work, and none of us have the same element as him. Gu Qingqing stopped to thought, and then proceeded to say, what about the power you used to transform? Even purgatory heaven did not work on you. Could you not try that? Han Sen said, if there is no other option, I will have to do that. But I am afraid that if I recover too quickly from this state, Isha might become suspicious. So I will wait like this for a few days. It won't be suspicious after a few days? Wang Yuhang did not understand. When I become an ant, I cannot use Geno arts. I can only use the story of genes. If I can recover, I plan to use the story of genes as an excuse. Nobody else has ever practiced it before, so no one will know if I'm telling the truth or not, Han Sen said through spell. In that case, let's see if we can help you. Dragon Lady gathered up her power, and then put her finger on Han's senator. She wanted to send her power to him. It was useless though. Little Angel and Xie King gave it a try as well. But the results were the same, and it did not work. You guys did that on purpose. Han Sen watched them all come to press a finger against him. When he looked at their faces, he didn't feel quite right. Little Angel and Dragon Lady were not viscounts yet, but Gu Qingqing and Xie King were. So there was no need for them to use a finger to touch Han's senator. Even so, that was what they did. No, I promise we did not plan on squashing you to death. Wang Yuhang laughed. I promise it really isn't like that. Xiaqing King spoke with a tone of sincerity, but it was obvious that he was trying to suppress his urge to laugh. You assholes! Han Sun felt so mad, and so he jumped atop Spell's shoulder. Spell then started to fire shiny bullets at them. After chasing them away, Han Sun took a break. He felt bored, so he decided to read the consume skill that Isha had given him. The consuming ants were a famous higher race of the universe. They could consume everything, so they were far scarier than humans. Humans were omnivores, and they could eat both plants and animals. But the consuming ants were even better. They could eat metal or any and all sorts of materials. There was nothing they were not able to digest. The stronger the ant was, the more digesting power they had. The Geno art they learned was called consume. Practicing the skill required a body that was similar to the consuming ants, though. Burning Lamp Alpha could turn others into ants. But he hadn't given Han Sun the body of an actual consuming ant. Han Sun was just a common ant without any intelligence. He could not generate a Geno armor, so there was no way he could learn consume. Han Sun decided to give it a try anyway. After all, there was nothing else he could do while he was in the form of an ant. After Han Sun read through the Geno art, he learned that consume was able to fortify one's stomach. It made the digestion capabilities of a person's stomach quite scary. He could digest something like steel in a short amount of time, and turn all types of materials into energy. They would be absorbed by the body. This would be good for people who love to eat. If they could learn this Geno art, people could eat a lot more than usual in the sanctuary, Han Sun thought. When Han Sun had been in the sanctuaries, he had wanted a Geno art that could digest stuff quickly. He had never been able to find a good one though. Consume appeared to satisfy all of his needs, but only consuming ants could practice it. Han Sun wanted to try it, so he started practicing. He thought it'd be difficult, but after a few whirls, he felt a chill inside his stomach. It was an odd sensation. I can practice this? Han Sun was shocked. Since the skill was having an effect, that meant he could practice it. Since Han Sun had nothing to do, he kept practicing with consume. He learned quickly, and he achieved beginner status in a few short days. I wonder if Metal Eater can practice something like this? I can take it back to the sanctuary for him. But Han Sun was just practicing for the time being. He didn't mean to practice it all that much, as he didn't want to be an ant forever. After a few days, Han Sun could not wait anymore. He wanted to see Ji Yanran. So after 4 or 5 days, he tried using his Super God Spirit mode. A holy light captured Han Sun's body. Wherever it went, he became a human again. He became a transparent Super God Spirit. It works. Hopefully, I won't turn back into an ant when I deactivate the skill. Han Sun was worried, so he quickly stopped Super God Spirit mode. The light disappeared from Han Sun's body, and he returned to his ordinary human form. He did not go back to the shape of an ant. Good. Being human is better than being an ant. Han Sun sighed. He could not wait to use the Blood Pulse Sutra to open a portal to the sanctuaries. So, he went back to his home in the Alliance. Han Sun planned to stay there for a while. He wanted to delay revealing the fact that he had healed to Isha. But after chilling at home for a while, he felt uncomfortable being away from his usual life as an adventurer. Since Han Sun had nothing better to do, he tried using consume. He did not know if he could use it now that he was in human form. It surprised him that he was actually able to activate the Geno art. When he used consume, something changed in his stomach. It was like a Xenogenix, but not as strong. His stomach became much stronger than usual though. As he practiced consume more and more, the power of his stomach increased. It wasn't long before Han Sun was able to digest steel. Whenever he swallowed a hunk of steel, it'd be converted to energy. The digestion capabilities were scary. Han Sun was afraid that consume might affect his body, but after a few tests his worries were eased. There were no negative side effects, and so he continued to practice the skill. Han Sun let Xiaqing King and the others practice consume as well. Aside from Metal Eater, though, none of the others were able to make any headway with it. Han Sun did not know why he could practice it. Maybe it was because of the story of genes, or maybe it was because of his time spent as an ant. He couldn't be sure. Han's son was surprised Metal Eater could practice it though. It would be good for the creature's evolution. And he was developing at a much faster rate than before. Hansen thought about whether or not he should bring Metal Eater over to the Geno universe. He was strong, and he had a broad comprehension of consume. But Hansen thought that would be a negative. He was afraid that Metal Eater would draw trouble when he crossed over. So for the time being he decided against it. When will I have the power to challenge deified sorts? If I had that power, I could bring people and creatures over from the sanctuaries without worry. I could build a strong army and bring ruin to the Buddha. Hansen thought to himself. Dad! Bauer came back from school and gave Hansen a firm hug. You have grown up a lot, Bauer. You are heavier and taller, Hansen said, stroking her head as he held her. Bauer squinted her eyes and said, Can I go to the Geno universe with you now? Not yet. You still need to grow a bit bigger. But soon, okay? Hansen smiled. Humph. Bauer pouted and acted all angry. Okay, I promise you. And I'll visit you more often, even though I'm there in the Geno universe. Hansen rubbed her cheeks and smiled. 9 months later, it was time for Ji Yinran to give birth. Hansen, Han Yufei, Luolan, Han Yen, and Ji Yinran's parents were all waiting outside the delivery room. Ji Yinran gave birth in their own private hospital, where no outsider could reach them. They were so nervous waiting outside. They couldn't hear a peep of what might have been happening inside. They didn't hear a baby crying, but suddenly the doctor screamed, Arg! Ghost! Everyone was shocked, not knowing what had just happened. Ji Yinran hadn't screamed, but the doctor sure had. Hansen ran inside, and he was shocked at the scene before him. A half-transparent baby hung in the air, her hands moving. Super God Spirit mode. Hansen's eyes opened wide, looking at the child in surprise. Hansen's daughter was in Super God Spirit mode. She was scarier than Little Flower, who had Super King Spirit mode. This was like a new and improved version. Fortunately, the baby did not keep Super God Spirit mode activated. After a while, she returned to looking like a normal baby, and it brought Hansen much relief. If it remained in Super God Spirit mode forever, that would have been bad. Normal sustenance could not reach her, and she could not be fed milk. The Han family daughter was BOM without issue. Hansen had learned his lesson the last time, and he knew better than to suggest that Ji Ruojian come up with names. Acknowledging this, Ji Ruojian felt terrible. Hansen was also bad at naming things though. After a long time of thinking, he decided to name the baby Han Linger. She was the Han family's sacred daughter. Everyone was very careful as they took care of Linger. Little Flower had been prone to blowing buildings up as if it was nothing after all. They could never risk getting Little Flower mad. Han Linger had Super God Spirit mode, so that was an even scarier prospect. God only knew what would happen if she became displeased. But the family was fortunate in that both babies were surprisingly well behaved. They were very quiet and people loved them. Linger's birth also helped to wash away the pervasive sadness that had haunted them since Little Flower had been taken. Ji Yinran looked far happier, but she always made sure to mention a wish for Little Flower to return. She'd frequently mention how much Little Flower would love his little sister. Hansen stayed at home with Ji Yinran. He was not in a rush to return to Planet Eclipse. He could practice anywhere, and he practiced a lot in the hopes he could become an earl soon. Becoming an earl was much harder than becoming a viscount. For the next half a year, Hansen made very little progress. No Geno art had yet to reach earl class. But that did not mean the 6 months were wasted. He spent time researching the Red Mist Orb's Copper Palace. And he was able to learn that the throne was a teleporter. It did not just teleport him to planet Mecha. Any Mecha xenogenic space had a teleporter, and could be accessed via that throne. Hansen tried using it a few times. Whenever he visited a planet, no mecha attacked him. He was able to figure out that he was now going to a business planet that belonged to the mecha. They allowed other races to visit freely. He was attacked the first time because he had entered a private planet of the mecha. Any intruder, even another mecha, would still be attacked. When Hansen had nothing better to do, he used his beast soul armor to walk around one of the mecha planets. He wanted to take a look at their culture. The 7 little minks had been fed xenogenic genes by Han's senator. They had been able to generate xenogenic gene materials, which then allowed them to generate a xenogenic gene battle body. Han Sen walked down a street belonging to the mecha, and a few spherical heads caught his attention. One of them was Clear Sea King. There were a few other Buddhas there too. Speechless was amongst them. What are they doing with the mecha? Han Sen wondered looking at them. The mecha were good at making xenogenic gene battle bodies, but aside from the mecha themselves, not many creatures could use them. It didn't seem likely that Clear Sea King and the others were on the planet to buy battle bodies. Clear Sea King and the others walked past Han Sen, and none of them recognized him with his beast soul armor on. No one could see the four-faced, eight-armed gold Buddha armor. Only the user could. Outsiders wouldn't notice a thing. Han Sen planned to see what they were up to, but after walking a couple blocks down the street, Clear Sea King and the others dipped into a giant building with mecha guards. The place was private, so Han Sen couldn't just wander in. He asked around, and came to know that it was a house belonging to a king-class mecha. Han Sen couldn't find out any more than that, as there was no reliable source of information. Han Sen waited outside for a while, but they still hadn't emerged after some time, so he surmised that they had to be staying there. Han Sen couldn't do anything reckless on a planet belonging to the mecha, so he decided to leave. As he turned around, a naughty little mink leaped out of his pocket and started to scuttle down the street. Han Sen immediately grabbed the other six while chasing after the escapee. He called out its name. "Little Seven, don't run. Come back." Han Sen was bad at naming names, so he named them sequentially from 1 to 7. They went by their numbers. Little Seven was the naughtiest and grumpiest of the bunch. Not even Han Sen could bring him to heel. Even so, all 7 little minks regarded Han Sen as their master. And even if they did run off, they'd always come scurrying back when they got bored. Han Sen kept shouting after it as he ran. Han Sen did not want to force the mink back, though. He let it run and followed it. The place belonged to the mecha, so no one would care too much if a mecha was found poking about. Little Seven was interested in something. That much was certain. He wasn't running around aimlessly. He ducked into a building and hurried upstairs. Han Sen followed, and he noticed it was a large mall. The shopkeepers were all outsiders too. He followed Little Seven to the second floor, then into a particular shop. He heard some noises coming from the back. When Han Sen approached, the little mink was wearing his xenogenic gene battle body. The red armor wrapped up the little creature's body. The little mink was still just a baron, so it was very small. Due to this, it couldn't generate much juice. The battle body was simple, and when the mink generated more materials, the battle body would improve. Little Seven was running around the shop, munching on a mouthful of chestnuts. The shopkeeper kept trying to chase Little Seven away, but the mink was small and nimble. It could run around and quickly grab items from the shelves. Little Seven was eating everything it could reach. The other 6 smelled the food and wanted to come out. Han Sen managed to push them down and seal his pockets, though. He didn't need them adding to the trouble. The cage shopkeeper soon looked ready to cry. Soon, 2 mecha guards jumped at Little Seven, but because of how fast and nimble he was able to dodge them. By doing so, he managed to steal another 2 pieces of food. The mecha guards were Viscount class, but not even they could catch Little Seven, who was merely a baron. Han Sen moved and grabbed Little Seven, then pulled the mink away from their attacks. He quickly said, "I am so sorry. I will reimburse you for the losses incurred." "No. If you misbehave here, you must be investigated," one of the mechas said. "I am sorry, but he is just a child. Please give him another chance, and I will pay twice the amount owed," Han Sen said quickly. He presented Little Seven and said to it, "Come on now and apologize." Little Seven had done wrong, though. Han Sen wasn't going to needlessly spoil the thing. Little Seven bowed and lowered its head. Then it made some tsee-tsee noises, as if it was apologizing. "We can talk about the payment later, but you have to follow us. Otherwise, we cannot report to the shopkeeper," the mecha security guard said. As Han Sen wondered what he should do, someone shouted from the shop, "Hang on." Han Sen looked to where the call came from, and he saw a feather emerging from the back of the store. He ran in front of the mecha guard and spoke with him. Then the guard left the shop. Thanks. I will be reimbursing you for the losses incurred, Hansen said, as he saw the feather approach. Not too much inventory was lost. Do not worry. If you are able to though, could we talk inside? The feather said, while looking at little Seven in Hansen's hand. Hansen was confused, but he still nodded and followed the feather to the back of the shop. He was behaving like an officer. The feather closed the door, and then looked at Hansen and little Seven, and said, My name is Mach. What is your name? My name is Dollar from the race of humans, Hansen answered. Mach repeated Hansen's name, then thought of something. He asked, What is your association with this mecha? I am its guardian, sort of, Hansen answered. After hearing Hansen, Mach's eyes gleamed brightly. He said, Does that mean you can command it? What does that mean? Hansen frowned. Mach worried that Hansen might misunderstand his intentions, so he quickly explained, If you can command it, I would like to invite it to endorse my shop. An endorsement? Hansen never thought something like would happen. It's like this. Mach explained. Mach's store sold xenogenic fruit. For the mecha, the fruit could replace gathering actual xenogenic genes. After the mecha ate them, they could release materials for the xenogenic gene battle bodies. But the fruits weren't popular. Not many of the mecha knew about them, so the sales have been quite slow. Mach was not a rich fellow, and he couldn't afford big advertisements, so he hadn't found a way to market his wares. Little Seven's performance surprised Mach. He thought this could be his chance. Little Seven could endorse the food for him by participating in the mecha's battle body races. If Little Seven was able to get a good score in the Baron tier, and did so by advertising the goods he had just eaten, the xenogenic gene battle body would be better than any other advertisement. Little Seven would need to get a very good score, but after Mach saw Little Seven's performance, he thought the little mink could achieve first place. Hansen initially didn't want Little Seven to participate in the battle body races, but when he heard what they could win if Little Seven achieved first place, he changed his mind. It was a battle body fluid synthesized by the mecha themselves. Battle body fluid could level Little Seven up. It could turn Baron battle bodies into Viscounts. For the mecha, this was great. Mach offered Hansen a very good deal, and Little Seven showed interest in giving it a shot. So Hansen agreed to participate. He signed a contract with Mach. If Little Seven achieved a good result, he could even gain shares in Mach's company. The better Little Seven did, the more shares Hansen would receive. If he earned first place in the Baron team, they could gain a 40% share of the business. Mach helped Little Seven sign up. He got the permit to join very quickly, and Hansen took Little Seven to take part in a few of the early matches. The other young mecha barons could not compete with Little Seven. He kept winning over and over, which made him ecstatic. He began to draw the attention of important members of the audience. Inside a Mecha King's palace, Clear Sea King and a Mecha King were watching the Baron battle body races. Amipa, making this trade will require a lot of effort on your part, Clear Sea King said to the Mecha King. That king looked like a giant bear, and while it munched on food it responded, It's fine. If you have enough galaxy sand, we can give you as many babies as you want. Clear Sea King watched the match without expression. Galaxy sand is not a problem, but I need some good mecha children. There are a few babies here I really like, so please help me acquire them. Some of the young ones who have joined the matches are from big families. I can try to get some of the other ones, but the prices? Battle King stopped talking, but his meaning was obvious. I will give you 10 times as much galaxy sand as we discussed. What do you think? Clear Sea King said calmly, pointing out the competitors that he wanted. The ones you have chosen are very talented mecha babies. If you are not famous, you can't. Battle King looked glum. I will give you 20 times the galaxy sand. This is a serious offer, Clear Sea King said simply. Okay, good. Then it is a deal. Battle King agreed. Hopefully we can conclude this trade quickly and take those babies back to the Buddha, Clear Sea King said. He looked at the mecha babies in the match, paying particular focus to Little Seven, who was ravenously chowing down on some fruit. Little Seven was doing very well in the Baron tier. He had managed to reach the top 10. Other Baron mechas didn't stand a chance against him. Little Seven kept winning and winning, and his renown soon started to spread. He quickly became a mecha superstar. He ate a Geno fruit every time he competed, which was something others soon came to notice as well. Shortly after, the sales in Mock's shop started to rise. It delighted him. But many people came to Mock's store to simply ask about Little Seven too. He was worried about this, and so he told Han Sun about it. But even without Mock mentioning it, Han Sun could feel things going that way. There were eyes all over him and Little Seven. It seemed reasonable given the fame that Little Seven had gained. But Han Sun still felt that something was amiss. There were people watching him 24/7, and their methods of observation were too secretive. They were not low-class nobles either. They had to be earls at least. If Han Sun did not have his powerful Dongxian Sutra, he'd have never noticed that they were observing him. Who are these guys? Han Sun wondered, but then an idea crossed his mind. At night, Han Sun took to the streets. He disappeared in the mall. After a while, a mecha walked around and around in the mall. He looked terrible. Weird. I thought he was here. How did he just disappear? The mecha said to himself. He then reported what had happened through a communicator. He walked around the mall again, to confirm that Han Sun and Little Seven were nowhere to be found. Then he left the mall. Han Sun came out from a corner, wearing his Dongxian armor. Even his energy had changed. He followed the mecha to a giant building, then watched the mecha enter. Isn't that the building that Clear Sea King went into? Are they involved? Have they discovered my true identity? Han Sun thought to himself. But that would have been impossible. If Clear Sea King had discovered that Little Seven's owner was Han Sun, he would have attacked already. There would have been no need for him to wait. It seemed obvious to Han Sun that their target was Little Seven. Han Sun couldn't go in, but he could sneakily send in Little Invisible. If Little Invisible could snoop around inside, he would work like an invisible camera. The only downside was his inability to record voices. Han Sun spoke to Little Invisible and placed him on the floor. The colors on its body changed to mimic the ground underfoot. Then it vanished. Little Invisible's camouflage was strong. Not even king-class people would notice he was around. Han Sun still worried, of course, so he waited outside the building. If something happened, Han Sun would use Red Mist King to go save him. Luckily, these fears didn't come to fruition. After a few hours of waiting, something landed on his shoulder. It was Little Invisible. Han Sun brought Little Invisible back to Mock's shop. He went to his room and sat down with Little Invisible. Little Invisible, what did you see? Han Sun asked. Little Invisible's color started to change. It was like watching a show. It displayed the palace. After Han Sun watched was revealed, his face got all gloomy. Now he knew why they had their eyes on Little Seven. Little Invisible had shown Han Sun many imprisoned mecha babies. Some of them had done quite well in the races. Mecha have a complicated blood lineage. Sometimes they sell out their own. But I cannot believe a king-class elite would merely sell off their own kind like that. Clear Sea King is here to buy them. But for what purpose? Han Sun wondered. Clearly, the Mecha Battle King and Clear Sea King had their sights on Little Seven. Han Sun was wondering if he should back out now. But as he was considering his options, a few people came out of the house. It was Speechless and the other Buddhas. Han Sun did not see Clear Sea King. It was just the young Buddha men and women. Han Sun's heart jumped. Han Sun followed them and turned on his Dongxian aura. He didn't put a lot of effort into hiding himself, as Speechless and the others didn't seem to be too paranoid. They were just walking around and chatting casually amongst each other, not suspecting they were being followed. But Han Sun followed them for half a day, without learning a single useful nugget of information. Their chatter was standard fare. Just as he was going to give it up though, a Buddha man said, "What is the master thinking? Why would he swap galaxy sand for those mecha babies?" Han Sun was surprised by this. He had heard of galaxy sand before. It was a famous treasure belonging to the Buddha primarily. Galaxy sand was not really sand. They were the tears of a king-class xenogeniac called Galaxy Dragon. Each teardrop would become galaxy sand, and it was a rare treasure. Galaxy sand possessed an impressive amount of energy. King-class creatures that refine galaxy sand received many benefits. Low-level creatures that used it would level straight immediately. Clear Sea King was swapping it for mecha babies. It was a lot to give up, so he must have been doing it for something even bigger. Shush. Another of the Buddhists stopped him from talking. He then lowered his voice and said, "Don't talk about it. This is where the mecha live. We cannot let them know about the trade. What are we afraid of? This is the Battle King's territory, and he is the one selling us the goods. What can they say about it?" The Buddha lifted his lips, but he didn't look like he was going to push the topic too much further. Speechless Lady frowned and said, "Just be careful. Let's stop talking." Speechless and the others walked around, and then they headed back to Battle King's house. Hansen thought he wouldn't learn anything more useful than that, but Speechless received a message. Then she told the other Buddhas, "Buddha King has asked me to return. You guys go ahead, and I'll go find out what's going on." "Why don't we go with you?" a Buddha said. "It's fine." Speechless shook her head and then left. Hansen followed her. He could not fight Clear Sea King, but Speechless was just a viscount. If he had to, he could take her. Hansen planned to capture her and ask her why Clear Sea King was snapping up the mecha babies. Speechless walked alone as she headed towards Battle King's house. When she turned one particular corner, however, she frowned. A man that looked like a Buddha, wearing gold armor, appeared in front of her. Something seemed odd about him, but she couldn't quite tell what. "I am Speechless, the Buddha Lady of the Buddha. Who are you? And why are you blocking my way?" Speechless Buddha Lady was being careful, and she watched the man closely as she spoke. She recognized Hansen's armor. It was the man who owned Little Seven. Hansen didn't say a word, and he simply threw his hand forward to grab her. Speechless Lady saw the hand get bigger in her vision. It was like it was consuming the entirety of space. It felt as if she had nowhere to run, and it was now she realized she had bumped into an elite. Speechless Buddha light burst out. She summoned a Buddha sword. When it came to strike Hansen, she spoke the Buddha catchphrase. The distance to the Battle King's house was 2 kilometers, so her cries would reach Clear Sea King. With his power, he could definitely come and save her. But when she opened her mouth, she unleashed a power minus its sound. It was like an empty sonic blast. Speechless face changed. Before she could react, Hansen had grabbed her Buddha sword. Then he used his finger to fire a coin. It landed on her chest. Speechless suddenly felt so heavy. She ended up dropping to her knees on the ground. She braced herself with her hands, though, so she wasn't completely flattened out. Hansen laid the Buddha sword across Speechless' neck, coldly telling her, "I will ask, and you will answer. If you don't, I will cut your head off." Speechless was putting all her strength into keeping herself from collapsing. The scary power from the coin made it feel as if her chest was going to explode. Pain radiated across her torso. "Who are you? Don't you know my Clear Sea King and the Mechas Battle King are nearby? If you kill me, you'll be joining me soon," Speechless said, as if she was holding the ground at bay. "I don't know if I'll be dead, but you will be for sure. That is, if you refuse to answer my questions. Why are you buying up the mecha?" Hansen asked. Speechless didn't answer, and it seemed as if it was a secret she willing to take to the grave. Hansen swung the Buddha sword and cut open her armor. Her skin was revealed. "What are you doing?" Speechless face changed. "Don't worry. I'm not interested in women like you. If you don't answer me though, I will strip you completely, and you can prance on down the street naked, so everyone can see you clearly. Only after will I cut your head off." Hansen then went on to say, "I am an impatient man though, so I will ask you one more time. Why are you buying the mecha?" Speechless face remained unchanged. When she didn't say, Hansen cut the lower part of her armor off. He grabbed her by the scalp and started to drag her. "We are buying the mecha to fix a deified weapon." Speechless was shocked. She couldn't think anymore. "What deified weapon? And how does it get fixed?" Hansen asked. "I don't know. I have only heard a bit about it, but I know it's a knife. Only Clear Sea King knows the specifics," Speechless quickly said. "Ugh, you don't know anything. Why would I need you?" Hansen looked at Speechless without sympathy. "If you let me go, I will tell you anything you wish to know. If you let me go and gather the information, I will surely not disappoint you. Speechless said, I am giving you one last chance. If you still can't answer for me right here, enjoy performing on the streets, Han Sen answered, ignoring her plea. Where is the galaxy sand you have stored to purchase the mecha? Don't tell me it's in Clear Sea King's pockets. But it really is with him. Before Speechless finished, Han Sen grabbed her head again and dragged her across the street. Speechless' asterisk face changed and she shouted, It really is on him. But I have a way to get it for you. What way? Tell me. Han Sen looked at Speechless with interest for the first time. Galaxy sand needs to be showered with starlight to be kept alive. Otherwise, it turns to simple stone in only a few days. I know when Clear Sea King will bring the sand out, and where he takes it to be replenished with starlight. Before Speechless finished, Han Sen summoned a green tower and sucked her inside. Entering a king-class house and stealing their items was something Han Sen would do only if he was crazy. Speechless was only stalling for time. Han Sen hid all the evidence he might have left at the scene, but Speechless was supposed to meet with Clear Sea King. If she didn't show up, Clear Sea King would notice something was amiss. He didn't want to waste any more time than he had to. So he scrawled a few words on the ground where he was, and then left. Han Sen walked around the mall, and eventually, Battle King's subordinates saw him. On his way back to Mok's shop, all the subordinates that belonged to Battle King began to move. News of Speechless' kidnapping had already spread. When Clear Sea King saw the words Han Sen had left on the ground, his face looked extremely sour. Clear Sea King, do not worry. I will take responsibility for this. I will return the Buddha lady to you alive. But I want to find out who is messing around in my territory. Battle King looked horribly angry too. The enemy had kidnapped a Buddha in his own territory, and had asked for galaxy sand in exchange for her return. It was humiliating Battle King. If Battle King hadn't taken responsibility, Clear Sea King might have believed he was the one who started all this, to steal the galaxy sand. Amipa, I will let you handle this. Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase. His face did not change, but he looked worried. Battle King might have said he was going to help, but Clear Sea King was still suspicious of his possible involvement in the kidnapping. On Battle King's planet, someone had kidnapped Speechless in secret. And furthermore, she was there under Clear Sea King and Battle King's protection. Clear Sea King believed that Battle King must have been the kidnapper. Give me one day. Battle King knew Clear Sea King was suspicious of him, and so he looked fairly gloomy. The entire planet started to search for Speechless, all following a command issued by Battle King himself. But after a whole lot of time, Speechless went undiscovered. The kidnapper's identity was still unknown. When the investigation concluded, the most suspicious person they found was Han Sen, who happened to disappear from the watch of the spies. But Han Sen was just a viscount, and it seemed impossible for someone such as that to kidnap someone like Speechless without making a ruckus. At a time like this, though, Battle King wasn't willing to let the slightest possibility by. When Han Sen took Little Seven to participate in the next contest, Battle King's best subordinate, Bloodkill Duke, took control of Mok's store with further subordinates. Mok was just a businessman with no money. He wouldn't risk cooperating with Han Sen. But he informed them of how he and Han Sen met, and did not hide a single thing. After Han Sen returned from the contest, Mok invited him in. But when he entered, Bloodkill Duke and his people quickly surrounded Han Sr. What are you doing? Han Sen frowned. Bloodkill Duke brought out a red chain and tied up Han Senator, he said. Take him back for interrogation. Quickly, Han Sen was brought into Battle King's house. Little Seven was taken away. In a lonely room, Bloodkill Duke looked at Han Sen and coldly said, Dollar, if you hand her over now, all will be fine. Don't make me do this. You should tell me what you want me to hand over first, Han Sen replied. Where is Speechless Buddha? Bloodkill Duke asked Han Sr., in a safe place. Han Sen laughed. Bloodkill Duke was shocked. He did not expect Han Sen to admit he was responsible, so that was quite unexpected. After pausing, Bloodkill Duke looked murderous once more. He shouted, Hand Speechless over and I will let you live. Han Sen laughed and said, If you dare touch me, I can assure you that you'll never see Speechless again. Why don't you give your method a try and see what Clear Sea King and the Buddha will have to say about it? This is Mecca, Bloodkill Duke growled. He shone with the red light, which then flew SWDFTLY down on Han. Senator Han Sun didn't even blink. He just looked at Bloodkill Duke. He made no effort to dodge, and he just sat there quietly. Bloodkill Duke was annoyed, but he knew he couldn't do anything. This was something that involved the Buddha. Things would go badly for him if he messed this up. What do you want? Bloodkill Duke asked after he regained his calm. Galaxy Sand. You are too low level to talk to me though. Give Clear Sea King a ring and tell him to come over, Han Sun said. Don't forget that your life is still in my hands here. I can make you suffer. Bloodkill Duke hummed. Kill me or give Clear Sea King a shout. It's your decision, Han Sun said as calm as ever. In the control room, Clear Sea King and Battle King witnessed everything. They were surprised to hear he was the one who kidnapped Speechless Lady. Ba. Let me talk to him, Clear Sea King said. Battle King nodded. Dollar had put him in a pretty bad situation. He couldn't kill him either. It would be best if Clear Sea King went and talked with him. Bloodkill Duke was given an order by Battle King, which prompted him to leave. Then Clear Sea King came in. Clear Sea King sat next to Han Senator. He did not say anything to Han Sun, and merely looked at him. Han Sun's energy was not outstanding. It didn't seem too powerful. But Han Sun didn't appear to be trying to hide anything either. It was like he didn't care about his own presence, even when a king was sitting right in front of him. Han Sun wore armor, so Clear Sea King couldn't recognize his face. After a while, Clear Sea King said, How much did they give you? I can give you 10 times more. Han Sun laughed and said, Don't even think about it. No one else is behind this. You either kill me and Speechless dies with me, or you give me Galaxy Sand. Those are your two choices. Why should I believe you? If I give you Galaxy Sand, what guarantee do I have that you'll let Speechless go? Clear Sea King was not mad, and he spoke in a level voice. Give me Galaxy Sand, and I will take you to her, Han Sun said implacably. Until I see her, you're not getting anything, Clear Sea King said. Han Sun laughed and said, Then you should just kill me. I can tell you that Speechless is somewhere on this planet. Give me Galaxy Sand, and I will take you to her. Otherwise, I won't make any deals. Clear Sea King asked Han Sun, Speechless is really still somewhere on this planet? Han Sun did not speak. He merely smiled. Clear Sea King asked him a few more questions, but all Han Sun did was smile. He eventually realized Han Sun was not willing to say anything more. Clear Sea King stopped his questioning and returned to Battle King's lobby. Han Sun was not in a rush, and he continued waiting where he was. He knew Battle King was going to resume a search across the whole planet, a search that would conclude with no results. Clear Sea King would come back and talk to him again. Seven Spirit was dead now, so Speechless was the Buddha's next hope for a deified elite. Burning Lamp Alpha greatly supported her now, so he couldn't allow anything to happen to her. A day later, Clear Sea King came back to Han Sun and asked him, Speechless is still on this planet, you say? Yes. Give me the Galaxy Sand, and I will take you to her. The trip will take less than half an hour, Han Sun said matter-of-factly. Clear Sea King looked at Han Sun and felt strange. A normal Viscount shouldn't have been able to keep such calm composure in front of a hostile king. Why even take Speechless? Clear Sea King asked. Because you have put little Seven in your sights, Han Sun said. Ba. That is Battle King's business. This is none of our business, Clear Sea King said. Speechless told me that you are snapping up mecha babies for the restoration of some deified weapon, Han Sun said. Clear Sea King frowned. This confirmed to him that Dollar had indeed taken Speechless. Aside from Clear Sea King himself, only Speechless knew about the need to fix up a deified item. Not even Battle King knew when he was buying the mecha for. While Clear Sea King sat in silence, Battle King's voice rang in his ear. If Speechless is indeed on this planet, you can agree to his demands. I will make sure he doesn't earn a single grain of sand. Otherwise, I take full responsibility. Battle King knew Clear Sea King had yet to make a decision, because he still suspected that Battle King had something to do with the kidnapping. So Battle King had to show that he was innocent in all this. He was also confident that Dollar couldn't escape with the galaxy sand that had been reserved for him. After hearing Battle King, Clear Sea King did not hesitate to say to Han Sun, "Take me to Speechless, and we will conduct this trade." Han Sun looked at Clear Sea King and smiled. He didn't speak, but it was obvious what he wanted. "I will give you galaxy sand, but you have to promise me that Speechless is on this planet." Clear Sea King stared at Han Sr. "Yes, I told you. It'll be a half-hour walk. Do you think I can walk off this planet in 30 minutes? Han Sun smiled. Clear Sea King looked at Han Sun for a while. He eventually placed a box on the table and opened it. There were many shining crystals inside. Each sparkled with the radiance of a diamond. They were so shiny that they were difficult to look at. The energy surrounding the items was immediately discernible. Anyone could tell they were some good stuff. Clear Sea King cast a gold light and broke the red chains around Han Senator then. The gold light surrounded Han Senator. Han Sun could move, but the power in his body had been somewhat restricted by that gold light. Han Sun picked up the box and counted the contents. Then he placed it in his pocket. "The amount is correct. Let's go. I will take you to Speechless." "Oh, and yeah, give me back little 7. After that, Han Sun stood up and walked to the door. Clear Sea King was next to him, and the guard did not stop Han Sun from leaving. Someone sent little 7 over. Han Sun took little 7 back and walked out of Battle King's house. No one stopped him, but Battle King's people were everywhere in the surrounding radius of 100 miles. Not even a mosquito could escape their watch. "Let's see how this plays out. Once you reveal the Buddha lady, I will make you suffer." Battle King's expression was cruel as he stared at the camera. He couldn't tolerate anyone committing such a misdeed on his planet. To him, Han Sun was a very dead man. Clear Sea King walked next to Han Senator. He believed Han Sun could not escape with the box of galaxy sand. Han Sun walked slowly, and he looked at the mecha all around. The shops and streets were all roadblocked, so there was no chance of him running. "You sure you don't want to go faster? If I don't see Speechless in half an hour, the deal is off. Then I will attack you." Clear Sea King looked at Han Senator. Han Sun's calm demeanor was starting to worry him. Clear Sea King did not detect any significant power from him, so he did not believe Dollar could escape. "Half an hour is enough." Han Sun smiled and kept walking. Han Sun was more popular than a superstar. All the cameras, weapons, and nobles were trained on him. Even if Han Sun could fly, it was unlikely he'd escape from the planet. The allotted time had almost passed. It had almost been half an hour. Han Sun had not even gone down a single street in that time. Battle King frowned and looked at the whole planet. There was no other powerful king on the planet, so even Battle King wondered why Han Sun was so calm. Half an hour went by, and Clear Sea King stopped Han Sr. "Time is up. Where is she?" "Here." Han Sun looked at all the mecha warriors, then back at Clear Sea King. He clicked his fingers. Han Sun's fingers flashed with gold. The sky suddenly lit up, as the golden lights became coins that rained down. They covered an area of a dozen miles. Ordinary Viscounts would not have power such as that. At best, they could only encompass an area of a few hundred meters. But Han Sun had his soul armor boost right now. The shadow of the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha lurked behind him unseen. The Buddha light was inside Han Sun's body, imbuing him with the power of a marquise. That was how he was able to summon the big coin rain. All the gold lights became coins, which landed across the mecha's xenogenic gene battle bodies. It was like the mecha had been hit with big chunks of metal, making them heavier. The lower-level xenogenic gene battle bodies crashed to the ground. The bodies belonging to those of a higher level began to move slower. "Amitba." Clear Sea King spoke the Buddha catchphrase, but he didn't do anything. He went through the coin fall and came before Han Senator. He waved his sleeve like a cloud, trying to capture Han Sun inside it. Han Sun didn't dodge though. His left hand possessed a red mist, and it shone. A strong red metal body came out of it. It threw a punch towards Clear Sea King. Boom! A scary red mist light punched into Clear Sea King's sleeve. The sleeve deflated and tore. The red light went through the sleeve, up and into his chest. Clear Sea King started to bleed as his body was sent flying away. He went barreling down the street like a meteor, crashing into Battle King's ornate house. He broke the palace-like construct in half. Everyone watching was stunned. No one could believe that a king had been sent flying like that. Han Sen was shocked too. He used Clear Sea King's mistake to give himself an advantage and opportunity. He didn't expect that a less than 1% release of energy could be so powerful that it'd knock a king class into the distance. Han Sen didn't spare much time thinking though. Red Mist King picked up Han Sen and sprinted towards the teleporter. There was a boom noise. All the buildings and xenogenic gene battle bodies in front of Red Mist King were pushed away. The mecha were still frozen, and not a single one of them moved. With Clear Sea King having been punched away, none dared step in Han Sen's path. A roar came out of Battle King's house. Battle King was riding a giant bear-shaped xenogenic gene battle body forward, wanting to stop Han Sen and Red Mist King. Battle King hadn't expected something of this sort could happen. He thought that since Clear Sea King was right next to Han Sen, Battle King himself would only have to make sure his subordinates were in order. He hadn't expected Han Sen to pose such a threat. Now it was too late, and Red Mist King was jumping into a teleporter alongside Han Sen to disappear amidst the depths of space. Battle King roared. His battle body broke the teleporter, but his anger was futile. Clear Sea King came out of the rubble with lips caked in blood. He looked awful. He was injured, but most of all he was angry. Han Sen went back to the Copper Palace. He got out of Red Mist King's hand, and Little Seven came out of Red Mist King's heart. That punch had consumed all of Red Mist King's energy. There was only 0.1% of energy left now, and it hurt Han Sen to see. Luckily, he had managed to obtain 100 Galaxy Sand crystals. If he hadn't gotten those, it would have been a grand loss. Back on Planet Eclipse, Han Sen researched the mecha. He noticed that news concerning Dollar and Clear Sea King had spread far across the universe. The Buddha and the mecha had put out an APB on Red Mist King and Dollar. If anyone could provide a lead that led to either of their capture, they would be handsomely rewarded. Han Sen saw the rewards up for grabs, and fancied taking off his own head for Red Mist King to deliver. The entire Geno universe was talking about it, but they were mostly talking about Red Mist King. People began talking about the last time Red Mist King had made an appearance. It became known that he was a rare mecha xenogenic gene battle body, and that he must be king class. But before that, no one had ever seen Red Mist King. Not even the mecha knew about him, which was fairly scary. A mysterious xenogenic gene battle body, and a human named Dollar, had managed to scam a king-class Buddha and escape from Mecha. It just didn't sound possible. Many creatures now hoped to find them, in the hopes of obtaining the rewards put up by the factions slighted. The Buddha were in a major rush to find him, in particular. They had just lost Seven Spirit, and Speechless herself had been kidnapped. It was a divine insult. But after a long time of searching, no one was able to find out anything concerning Dollar and Red Mist King. When Isha heard that Dollar had appeared on Mecha, she herself assembled a group to find out more. But they didn't uncover anything either. Han Sen took the 100 grains of Galaxy Sand to the Alliance. He planned on refining them while he practiced the story of genes. Other Geno arts could advance and achieve breakthroughs by simple practice, but the story of genes required some sort of external force. Han Sen brought out the Galaxy Sand grains, but before he started refining them, he saw a blue shadow travel through the wall. It appeared like a phantom. "Little Star, why are you here?" Han Sen was surprised as he looked at Little Star. Little Star had eaten many xenogenic genes, and he was very talented. So he had now reached the Alliance. Little Star was very tame, and he was able to travel through materials. He had never entered a room without permission before though. Little Star's sudden appearance in Han Sen's room was very weird. Little Star cancelled its Starsea travel, and it brought its shiny body right up to Han Senator. It was staring at Han Sen's Galaxy Sand. "You want this?" Han Sen then thought to himself. Little Star's original name was Starsea Beast. Galaxy Sand came from the Galaxy Dragon. Are they connected? Little Star nodded, and started licking Han Sen's face. "Bringing this back here cost me a fortune." Han Sun looked at the box of galaxy sand with regret. But seeing the look on Little Star's face, he didn't want to reject its request. So he took one out and coughed. "I'll let you try one." Little Star was so happy, and it wagged its tail. It stuck out its tongue and consumed one whole piece of galaxy sand. It didn't even chew the thing before gulping it down. "People might think you were a pig. You should at least try to taste it." Han Sun looked depressed. Little Star did not listen to Han Sun though. It started to shine, until a strange aura burst out from it. "Don't generate Geno armor here. Stop." Han Sun did not expect that a single grain of galaxy sand would force Little Star to produce its Geno armor. So he shouted loudly in surprise. But Little Star could not control the process. So Han Sun brought it to the space tunnel and took it to planet Eclipse. Little Star shone with starlight. And then, it generated a starry set of armor. Without stopping, the star armor melted into a Geno fluid that was absorbed by its body. The generation was heading into a second cycle. Little Star's second evolution was xenogenic. Its starlight grew brighter, and it looked like a beast shrouded amid a countless number of stars. Little Star finished its evolution, and then put its head next to Han Senator. It was staring at the box that contained the galaxy sand. Han Sun hid the box behind him, but Little Star was still looking at Han Sun with its eyes wide open. It looked as if the creature was begging, "I can only give you one more then. But no more after this." Han Sun felt pretty bad about it, but he gave in under Little Star's gaze. Little Star licked Han Sun and swallowed the grain of galaxy sand. The most shocking thing was that after eating it, Little Star leveled up once again. It generated starlight power and became a Viscount. "Damn, these things are that good." Han Sun gritted his teeth and decided to give another one to Little Star. He wanted to see how much he could level it up. If one level really did equate to one grain of galaxy sand, then that would be wonderful. But Han Sun's wishes were not fulfilled this time. After Little Star swallowed the third piece of galaxy sand, it did not level up. The stars around it grew brighter, but that was it. Little Star looked at Han Sun, but Han Sun did not provide it with any more. He called Little Angel, Zero, Han Minger and Dragon Lady. He gave them each a grain of galaxy sand, with the hopes of bringing them up to become Viscounts. But after they used the galaxy sand, none of them became a Viscount. That surprised Han Senator. Dragon Lady said, "Galaxy sand is powerful, but we have different elements. We have to refine it well for full digestion, otherwise it will be hard to level up." The other three nodded and agreed with Dragon Lady. They were in a similar predicament as her too. Han Sun ate one himself then. The galaxy sand dissolved into a liquid inside his body. The power streamed through this body like a river. Han Sun quickly cast the story of genes to absorb the power of the galaxy sand. The story of genes was really compatible. Han Sun had no trouble connecting with different elements, so he was able to use the energy quite effectively. Galaxy sand was powerful, and it took Han Sun a few hours to completely refine the energy he was bestowed. It was difficult to refine it all. Han Sun gave Little Silver a grain of galaxy sand next, but he was already a Viscount. It didn't work well on him, but it did provide him a lot of power to refine slowly. Luckily, Little Star was a xenogenic. If anybody asked where it came from, Han Sun could just say it was from planet Eclipse. The tale might seem unlikely, but there were enough xenogenics on planet Eclipse that it would be difficult to prove if the tale was true or false. Han Sun took the grains of galaxy sand back with him to the Alliance, and he began refining it one piece per day. He spent his leftover time learning Geno arts and staying with his family. Han Sun thought that due to the fact that there were so many grains of galaxy sand, with each one packing so much energy, the bounty would eventually bring his The Story of Genes up to Earl class. After refining half of the load, though, there had yet to be a single sign of him leveling up again. Han Sun was depressed, so he decided to feed Little Star a few more. Little Star ate 10 of them, and eventually it became an Earl. That is a staggering difference. Han Sun felt depressed. He knew Little Star's element was highly compatible with the galaxy sand, But it really was so much easier for little Star to level up compared to him and the story of genes. Han's son refined the rest of the galaxy sand himself. And when he was done, he felt himself teetering on the brink of leveling up. But even so, he couldn't get that last push to nudge him into Earl class. So many pieces of galaxy sand. If I had given them all to little Star, it might have become a marquise. Han's son felt bad about his decision, but it was not as if he had anything better to do. The days he spent holding his daughter and kissing his wife were great, and Han's son didn't worry too much about things he couldn't change. Isha sent a message to his base, asking for Han's son to meet her on Planet Blade. When Han's son was standing in front of Isha, she saw that Han's son had recovered his human form. She looked startled. "Since when have you been a human again?" Isha asked Han Sr. "I practiced the story of genes every day. Within 2 months, I was back in a human state. Unfortunately, I feared there might be some side effects. So, I planned to practice for a while longer to make sure I wouldn't turn back into an ant or something before telling you." Han's son had already prepped this speech beforehand. Isha nodded and said, "I hatched a plan for fixing this, but since you are already healed, I guess there is no need for it. Don't go around telling everybody you are healed, though. And don't go drawing any unnecessary attention." "Yes," Han's son said quickly. After a moment of silence, Isha went on to say, "There are too many spies on Planet Eclipse. Don't go back just yet. I will send you to Sky Palace for the time being, and you can study there." Sky Palace? Han's son was surprised. Han's son had heard this name before. When the crazy crystallizer opened the gate of the sanctuaries, Han's son met a man who said he owned the throne of Sky Palace. And Little Flower was almost taken by that man. Luckily, Han's son was able to get away in time. Isha said, "Sky Palace's leader is a deified elite. He has a deep connection with my elder. I used to practice in Sky Palace as well. In essence, half of what I was taught came from him. I have already informed him of your arrival, and so he will assuredly take care of you. But Queen, I want to study where you are near." Han's son looked sincere as he stared at Isha. The leader of Sky Palace had seen Han's son before. If he was recognized, things could go bad very quickly. "You are going there tomorrow." Isha obviously wasn't interested in a debate. Han's son had to go to Sky Palace, so he told Xiaqing King and the others. They were to take care of Planet Eclipse for him in the meantime, and they discussed plans for the future. Han's son was not worried about how Planet Eclipse would fare, nor Xiaqing King. As long as Han Sen's identity was not exposed, Isha would also be there to safeguard the planet. No harm should come to Xiaqing King and the others while he was gone. Han's son was scared of people recognizing him in Sky Palace. If he was found out, all sorts of trouble could come. The next morning, Xiaqing King called for a ship and had Han's son shuttled off to Sky Palace in secret. Sky Palace had many requirements for entry, so only proper students were allowed to enter the place. Han's son was allowed in only because of his association with Isha. None of his companions were, however. On the way there, Han's son found himself stricken with boredom. He watched Bubble jump up and down for a while. The creature was an optimistic thing, and it never appeared worried. Aside from Bubble, Han's son even had to leave behind Little Invisible. Without explicit permission, you were not allowed to bring anything else. If he was found out to have smuggled something in, he'd be a dead man. With a deified elite there, Han's son wouldn't make the smallest move out of line. Sky Palace was far away from Narrow Moon. It took him an entire month to reach his destination, despite taking multiple hyperspace jumps. Sky Palace was a massive xenogenic space. The ship Isha sent had no permission to land, so it came to a stop at a planet nearby. After they confirmed Han's son's identity, they sent another ship for Han's son to travel in on. When Han's son entered Sky Palace, he found many islands floating in the air. It was just sky everywhere he looked. The islands went on and on, both above and below him. How many there were in total he could not guess. Sky Palace must have been notified of his arrival. When Han's son entered, a man rode towards him atop a big white bird. "Are you Han's son?" the man asked, bowing. He was very clean, and he looked like someone in their early 20s. The image, however, was marred by a wound on his forehead. Or at least, Hansen thought it was a small wound. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a third eye. "My name is Hansen. What is your name?" Hansen replied with a bow. "My name is Thousand Feather Crane, and I am a student of one of the elders here. I have been sent here by my master to guide you along the Sky Road." "Sky Road? I thought we were going to Sky Palace," Hansen asked, confused. Thousand Feather Crane did not appear to be in a rush, and so he said, "The first master made a rule. Any non-student that comes here must traverse the Sky Road alone. If you cannot travel through it, then that means you are not the heir of a deified. In that case, you will be shut out. Please forgive me." "I see. Please lead the way then." Hansen was happy. Hansen did not want to enter Sky Palace. If there was a rule like this, in which he had to traverse the Sky Road, he could deliberately fail the test. Then he could go home. "Please." Thousand Feather Crane performed a gesture, and the white bird lowered its head. Hansen climbed on its back, and then Thousand Feather Crane commanded that it fly. It rose towards the closest floating isle they could see. As the bird took them there, Hansen asked Thousand Feather Crane for more information concerning the Sky Road. Sky Palace had many floating islands, and not even a student such as himself could guess the sheer number of them. The most famous one wasn't the one where the leaders resided though. It was actually the one beginners visited. It was called Sky Door Island. Sky Door Island was not very big. It was only 1 kilometer in length, and about a dozen meters wide. There were only a door and a stone path. Anyone who came to this xenogenic space, deified elites included, had to go to that island. They had to take the stone steps, unless they wished to be treated as an enemy. Sky Door Island did not have anything special. The door and the stairs were ordinary. It was something that possessed a meaning under the hood, more than anything. But when you walked past all the stairs, you would reach the Sky Road. The Sky Door Island steps were right across the main island. Between the two islands, there was a giant gourd vine, which made up the road. If you wanted to enter Sky Palace, you had to go past the vine and reach the island. If you fell, it meant you weren't qualified. "Brother Thousand Feathers, what is so special about this gourd vine?" Hansen asked with curiosity when he saw Sky Door Island. Thousand Feather Crane smiled and said, "Don't worry. The Sky Road is not dependent on your strength. If it is your destiny to do so, an ordinary person or creature that has not yet generated a Geno armor can reach that island. You are a student of Knife Queen, so you must have some sort of destiny. You must be able to reach the main island." Hansen wished to ask more, but the bird was directly in front of Sky Door Island now. It landed in front of a door that had been built from stone. "Brother Han, please." Thousand Feather Crane gestured towards the door. Hansen got off the bird and went atop the stone platform. When he looked up, there were 1,000 steps trailing off into the sky. At the end of the stairs was the green vines looked like a dragon perched amidst the clouds. Many green gourds were hanging on the vine. Some were as big as buildings, whereas others were as small as a fingertip. They were all green. After Hansen said his thanks to Thousand Feather Crane, he went through the door and began his ascent of the steps. He was headed for the gourd vine. And just as he was told, the stone stairs presented nothing special. It wasn't much later when Hansen reached the end. The big gourd vine was in front of him. It was wide enough to allow a carriage to go along it. How can you fall off of this vine? There must be some other force at work here. But whatever it is, Thousand Feather Crane didn't think to tell me, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to take a look. The gourd vine had the constancy of a machine. It somehow seemed more substantial than Clear Sea King, who was a king. Hansen was shocked. Is this gourd, that's scarier than a real dragon, greater than a king-class elite? Who cares? I'm not making it all the way across anyway. If something goes wrong, I'll just jump down. Hansen went towards the gourd vine, planning to lose the contest. On an island in Sky Palace, a middle-aged man in gray clothing watched the gourd vine. "Father, what are you looking at?" A young lady walked up the middle-aged man in gray clothing and looked in the same direction. Knife Queen's student is in Sky Palace. He is on the Sky Road now. The middle-aged man in gray clothing said. The lady lifted her lips and said, "What's the big deal? Many heirs of kings come to Sky Palace for practice. Having him here should have no bearing. Besides, he is just her student. It's not as if he is her son." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Knife Queen is the old man's favorite student. She asked the old man for permission to allow her own student to come here for practice." The old man agreed without a moment of hesitation. If he can cross the Sky Road, the old man is going to give him a placement in the White Jade building, no matter what. The lady's eyes opened wide. The old man has shown too much favoritism. We are the true students of Sky Palace, and we have to be in the top 10 to attain a spot in the White Jade building. He hasn't done anything, and yet he earns a spot? That is not fair. The middle-aged man in gray clothing laughed. There is no such thing as fair. The old man owns Sky Palace, so he is free to do that which makes him the happiest. Lady Sue, keep in mind that everyone shares a different opinion on that which defines fairness. If you do not understand this, things may turn out poorly for you. The lady nodded. She seemed to understand, but not completely. The lady quickly looked away. She smiled and said, "It does not matter how much the old man likes him. If he cannot cross Sky Road, it is useless to debate. Not everyone can cross the Sky Road after all. He will soon see how difficult that crossing can be." The middle-aged man in gray clothing smiled. "Lady Sue, you are too naive. If Knife Queen sent him here, he has the confidence to make it through. Now we have to find out if he can trigger the holy presence from the holy gourd." Lady Sue felt glum, and she said, "The gourd rarely releases a holy aura for our proper students. What makes him think he can trigger it?" Back in the day, Knife Queen triggered the holy gourd's holy aura. She was an outsider at the time too. She got a holy gourd knife heir. If she hadn't, she wouldn't have achieved king class at such an early age, and then proceed to become half-deified so soon after. That gourd helped a lot. The middle-aged man in gray clothing said, "Knife Queen is a real genius. Even the old man has said she may well become a deified being. I don't know about her student though. I have heard he is a crystallizer, mind you. Kong Fei gave him a deified feather, and still no one dared to accept him. You can see how talented he is from that," Lady Sue said, with a blinking of her eyes. The middle-aged man in gray clothing shook his head. They didn't refuse him because of a lack of talent. They refused him because of the instability of his genes. It is difficult to predict the future of a man like that. Whatever the case, it would be risking a grand investment. "Let's see how talented he is then," Lady Sue said. Han Sen glanced over the giant gourd vine that looked like a dragon. He stepped onto it to reach the main green vine. But when he stepped onto it, he was shocked. The gourd vine was fine, but the gourd started to shake. Each and every one of them. They were like vibrating dolls as they hung across the vines. It was quite spooky, but aside from shaking, they did nothing else. "No way. It looks very powerful. But that is surely just a bluff. If I fall down now, Isha will kill me." Hansen thought about that, and decided to keep walking. Everywhere he went, the gourds vibrated. If they were not connected to the vine, they would surely have flown away. When Hansen saw that they were doing nothing but shaking, he relaxed and kept walking across the vine. He thought to himself, "The Sky Road cannot be this simple surely. There must be some special trick to it. Let's walk forward and have a look-see." Han's son kept walking across the gourd vine, while the people across Sky Palace were in shock. Thousand Feather Crane looked towards Han Sen's feet, and saw the gourds vibrating like mad. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had been in Sky Palace for 20 years, and he had watched many creatures make the trip across the Sky Road. Some had passed over the vine without incident, some had been knocked off by an angered vine, and a select few had received approval by a holy gourd and been given a holy aura. When Thousand Feather Crane crossed the Sky Road, he received a holy aura from a holy gourd. That in itself was a rare thing, but he had never seen something like this transpire before. The gourds all looked scared of Han's son, and they were shaking as if they wished to escape from him. What is it with this guy? Thousand Feather Crane watched Han's son cross over the holy gourds. Lady Sue and the middle-aged man in gray clothing saw this as well. It prompted Lady Sue to ask with much shock, "Father, what are these gourds doing? It doesn't look as if they're giving out a holy aura. But I've never heard of the gourds reacting like this to the approach of someone." The middle-aged man in gray clothing looked at the vine and said, "This is strange. The gourds have not approved his talent, but they are scared of him." "The gourds are scared of him? That is impossible. He is just a viscount. The holy gourd is a deified plant. Even if a deified elite was making the crossing, it shouldn't be scared. He is just a viscount," Lady Sue said again, dripping with disbelief. "This shouldn't happen, but the gourds do look scared." The middle-aged man in gray clothing stroked his jaw and looked at Han Sun atop the gourd vine with interest. In Sky Palace, many people were now focusing on Han Senator each, and every person there had a strange expression. Wherever he went, the gourds would shake with fear in a 10-meter radius around him. When Han Sun went by, and they fell out of that radius, the gourds would revert to their still selves again. While Han Sun was walking, nothing else happened aside from the shivering of the gourds. It actually made Han Sun depressed. "Damn it! Something please happen. I can't just jump off. If I go back now, Isha will kill me." Han Sen's mind was racing for a solution, but his minutes of furious thinking were futile. Before he knew it, he had walked to the other end of the gourd vine. He reached the stone steps on the main island, and the gourd had yet to have a response. Strange. All the gourds showed a reaction, but they didn't give out a holy aura. This is really strange. Inside a building, a man of the sky race frowned as he looked upon Han Sun traversing the sky road. He was in deep thought. Everyone in Sky Palace showed a similar expression. They had never seen a holy gourd react that way, and so no one knew what it meant. If Han Sun was talented, the holy gourd would provide him with a holy aura. His potential was yet to be determined. Wherever he went, the gourds did have a reaction, but it was one that yielded nothing. It was very peculiar. Han Sun felt depressed. He thought he could go home by failing under spectacular circumstances, but the sky road was nothing special. It was like an ordinary bridge, really, except longer. It also went upwards. Han Sun stepped onto the main island, and then Thousand Feather Crane rode his bird over towards him. Han Sun said to him, "That gourd vine only shakes. Is it supposed to spook people into falling off?" Thousand Feather Crane looked at him strangely and said, "Brother Han is talented. You have nothing to be afraid of. It is getting late, and the leader awaits you. Let us be off." Han Sun followed him via the steps. They went between a vast array of clouds, many of which had buildings situated upon them. It was like he was in heaven. The jade stone steps were going up high. When Han Sun finally saw the end, he found himself looking at a grand palace. Ahead was a large plaque that said, "Sky Palace." Han Sun walked up the stairs one step at a time. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. It was not that the stairs had some trick to them. It was just that the Sky Palace looked so intimidating. People below it would feel pressure going up. It wasn't just a feeling either. There was an increased weight upon his shoulders. The closer he got, the stronger it grew. Thousand Feather Crane kept watch over Han Senator. The staircase to Sky Palace was called the Road to the Sky. Those of the Sky race felt no particular sensation when they climbed the stairs, but the outsiders that traversed those stairs would feel a massive amount of pressure from Sky Palace. The pressure came from the plaque that said Sky Palace. The plaque was crafted by the first leader of Sky Palace. It had the powers of Sky Palace Outer Sky. It suppressed all people. People with a poor will would be greatly suppressed, and they would not be able to reach Sky Palace. Even people with strong wills would feel as if they were marching through hell when they walked that road. Most of them would feel exhausted as they climbed. Thousand Feather Crane kept watching Han Sun, just in case he fell. If he did, Thousand Feather Crane would carry Han Sun to Sky Palace. It was his job to guide him there. Han Sun had been invited by the Sky Palace leader. He had crossed the Sky Road, and so Thousand Feather Crane could not allow him to be crushed by the road to the sky, and it would look poorly if he ended up crawling in. Not much later, he saw Han Sun frown. He paid more attention to Han Sun, ready to help him if he collapsed. The first leader of Sky Palace was powerful. A mere 2 words were enough to buckle most people's knees. Normally, only dukes could withstand the pressure and enter. Han's son was just a viscount, so it would not be embarrassing for him to be unable to keep his feet. But only people who went through it the first time would suffer this pressure. They wouldn't feel it once they were past it. And that was what was most amazing about the road to the sky. Han's son frowned and kept ascending the stairs. His pace was ordinary, and there was no sign of him struggling. He looked at the plaque that read Sky Palace. Han's son could discern the feelings elicited by the words, and he understood how intimidating they were. It made him admire whoever had left the words there. Han's son did not fight back with his will. He had come there to practice, so he wasn't there to cause issues. And the leader was Isha's teacher. He didn't want to embarrass himself, so he didn't fight it. He accepted the feelings the two words gave him. Sky Palace feelings were strange. Han's son felt as if he was getting crushed. It was getting harder and harder to walk, and his forehead eventually started to sweat. Han's son refused to fight against the feelings the words gave him, but it was still very difficult to bear with them. If Han's son did not possess a great will of his own, he'd have been brought down to the ground and made immobile. Thousand Feather Crane observed the beads of sweat on Han's son, and noted how it looked as if the man had just stepped out of the water. He frowned. They had only gone up 100 steps, and yet, Han's son sheened in sweat. It was pretty extreme. He was a viscount, so there was no way he'd last 1,000 steps. But if Han's son's situation continued like that, he might not even make it to the 200th step. Sky Palace is strong. Han's son was shocked. Han's son did not use his own will to try to break Sky Palace's will, but it was obviously very powerful for it to suppress him like so. Han's son did not know what to do. Since Han's son had decided not to fight back, he didn't plan on releasing the feeling. He accepted the pressure and just kept going. It was so heavy, it was like he was carrying a mountain. Every step he took left the stair behind him wet with sweat. Han's son kept feeling that pressure as he walked, and as he pushed on, he learned something. It was a pure feeling, and it did not come from Han's senator. The intensity of the suppression began to give Han's son some manner of inspiration. The Dongxian aura's power could only mask his senses. It didn't affect his body. If Dongxian aura could be suppressed like so, the power would reach another level. As Han's son kept walking, he loosened himself up. He allowed the pressure to fall on him fully. He hoped to learn something from those words. It was getting harder and harder for Han's son to walk. By the time he reached the 200th step, he had to spend a lot of power to take every step forward. "Let me carry you." Thousand Feather Crane saw Han's son on the verge of collapse, and so he resolved to help him. Han's son was suffering beneath the Sky Palace text. He could not focus on anything else, and he did not hear what Thousand Feather Crane had said to him. Thousand Feather Crane could see Han's son suffering though, and without thinking, he moved to grab hold of him. "Relax, it is okay." Thousand Feather Crane smiled as he helped Han's senator. The feelings around Sky Palace were strong, but Thousand Feather Crane possessed the blood of the sky. He was born there, and he was immune to that power. He held Han's son with ease, because he felt nothing. It'd be so light, even if Han's son was getting crushed. Thousand Feather Crane saw that Han's son was continuing to walk forward, and so gave him his own arm to hold and support him. If he fell, Thousand Feather Crane would use his own strength. Although Han's son looked to be weary and in pain, he still managed to cross the 500-step milestone. But after that, his body could no longer endure the force. It bent his back. Thousand Feather Crane pulled his arm upwards to help Han's son stand straighten, but when he used strength to lift Han's son, he felt as if the man's weight was like that of a large boulder. He had to use a great deal of force to get Han's son to stand straight. "Relax, don't use strength. This is an illusion, and there is no actual pressure coming down on you." Thousand Feather Crane thought Han's son was using strength because he was holding him. Han's son did not hear what he said. The scary feelings continued to pound down into his body, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain. He had to focus. Thousand Feather Crane held onto Han's son as he ascended. The weight on Thousand Feather Crane's arms felt heavier and heavier, and he thought, "This guy's will is so weak. He is getting crushed, and he is using too much strength." After a while, Han's son seemed too heavy for Thousand Feather Crane to keep him upright. He looked at Han Sen's body and noticed he wasn't running any energy, and he wasn't using up any of his own strength. Weird, he hasn't cast anything. Why is he so heavy? Sky Palace should just apply mental pressure, and nothing physical. Thousand Feather Crane thought about it, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. So, he continued helping Han Senator Han Sen's body was getting heavier and heavier. Thousand Feather Crane had only used one arm to begin with, but now he was forced to use two. On top of that, it was getting extremely difficult. Hey, are you okay? Thousand Feather Crane looked at Han Sen and frowned. Han Sen was looking very red, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. His breathing had become very hoarse, as if he was beginning to suffocate. Han Sen's eyeballs were bulging in their sockets, with blood vessels popping. It was like his entire body was really going to be crushed. Han Sen hadn't expected that when he let the feelings imbued by the text enter his body, it would be this scary. Now, he could only use his will to prevent himself from being crushed. Walking on his own really was impossible at this point. After 1,000 steps, he was being carried by Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane had no clue what was going on. The feelings of Sky Palace were powerful, but they should not have been that strong. He didn't realize that Han Sen had asked for this. Instead of fighting the feelings, he practically invited them into his body. No one had ever done something that crazy before, so it was an entirely unexpected event. When Thousand Feather Crane realized what had happened, he didn't know how things would progress from there. Han Sen had slowed to a stop, and he didn't seem to be awake. Thousand Feather Crane carried Han Senator, lifting Han Sen, put an enormous strain on his arms, requiring all of his strength. Quickly, his arms became completely exhausted. He couldn't hold Han Sen off the ground. Thousand Feather Crane gritted his teeth and set Han Sen down. He moved in front of Han Sen, then used Han Sen's arm to pull the young man onto his back. After Thousand Feather Crane lifted Han Sen onto his back, he continued walking towards Sky Palace. Knife Queen's student is strange. He had reached such a dire state just walking on the road to the sky. Thousand Feather Crane felt depressed, but he still carried Han Senator. The old man in Sky Palace was waiting for Han Sen, so he couldn't just leave him behind and keep going by himself. Thousand Feather Crane hurried up the pace at which he was carrying Han Sen, but after a while he slowed down again. It was not like he wanted to be slow. It was just because Han Sen was as heavy as a small mountain. He couldn't walk fast. The higher he went, the heavier Han Sen became. Thousand Feather Crane's forehead was beading with sweat. Is this his road to the sky? Or is it my road to the sky? Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying Han Sen, and before long, he was sweating all over. After 9,000 steps, Thousand Feather Crane was all red. The sweat had soaked his clothing, and the prettiness of his face had vanished. He was gasping roughly for air. I can't believe he is this heavy. No way he can unleash this sort of power. If he is indeed just a Viscount. He doesn't even have an energy flow. Where is this magic coming from? Is it because of the feelings issued by the Sky Palace text? Thousand Feather Crane pondered as he walked on. Thousand Feather Crane was an earl. He could have carried a dragon and walked up each and every step without so much as getting out of breath. But now veins were bulging across his arms and legs. He was exhausting all his strength in this walk. He was breathing so heavily, it looked as if he was going to breathe fire. Boom! A white cloud poured out of Thousand Feather Crane, like steam stemming from his pores. The white smoke then condensed, swirling closely around Thousand Feather Crane's body. Thousand Feather Crane could no longer keep going with physical strength alone, so he was using his cloud powers. Han Sen's situation was worse than Thousand Feather Crane's though. Something inside his body had been crushed. His bones and flesh were collapsing, making him look like an anorexic patient. The parts of him that had meat were caved in, and his bones groaned amidst it. They were going to break. One step, one stare. 10 steps brought blood and sweat. Thousand Feather Crane, seeing things were almost over, felt his legs shaking violently. He tried his hardest, but the final few steps were taking up all his strength. He almost fell down right in front of the gate. He used all his strength to push through it and carry Han Sen through the gates. After entering, Thousand Feather Crane felt light again. He almost moaned in pleasure. He felt relieved and he said, "Finally, we are here." On the steps between the clouds, no one had seen what was going on. But when Thousand Feather Crane walked in, the people saw he had carried Han's senator, and they were all given a shock. For as long as Sky Palace had existed, no one had been carried like that before. Han's son had walked the Sky Jade steps, and everyone knew Thousand Feather Crane had to carry him into Sky Palace. This was far too weird though. Han's son had almost passed out when he was brought inside. Thousand Feather Crane continued carrying him until they reached the leader of Sky Palace. Han's son was drifting in and out of consciousness. He couldn't see what the leader of Sky Palace looked like, but he was brought back out by Thousand Feather Crane. Something this strange had never happened before, so there was much discussion surrounding the event. This must be the first time the old man has met with someone that was carried in. I heard his own beard bent in surprise. How could he walk the road to the sky like that? That guy's unique. Or more like creepy. Haha. No matter how creepy he is, the old man still accepted him. He still managed to obtain a placement in White Jade Building. He is lucky to be Knife Queen's student. Yeah, the old man respects Knife Queen, and she is really good. The old man really does treat her like a proper student. It does seem weird that she would take on a student as strange as the one she did. Han's son slept for 24 hours straight. After that he was fully recovered. The feelings of suppression had finally faded. After waking, he found himself lying on a jade bed. The room had nothing, in terms of decor. It was a stone house with a jade bed, a stone table and 4 stone stools. Han's son stretched and felt pretty good. Letting those harsh feelings into his body had been an excruciating thing to suffer, but it hadn't been in vain. Han's son hadn't been able to figure out how to make his Dongxian aura into something solid, but he still learned something important from accepting that feeling. When Han's son was suppressed by the Jade Turtle spell, the Dongxian aura had simulated the workings of the technique. That was how he was able to tear the spell off. Since then, Han's son had frequently played with the spell. He used Dongxian aura to study it, but the spell's power was very complicated. It was difficult for him to learn its workings, and he made little progress. But when Sky Palace entered his body while he was on the stairs, he felt there was something in common with Jade Turtle spell. Sky Palace only imbued a feeling without applying anything solid, and Jade Turtle spell's energy flow was too hard to understand completely. When they were both compared, however, the comparison opened Han's son's mind. He felt happy. As he learned more, he noticed it had things in common with Coin too. By continuing to examine the skills, he was able to learn a lot more. While he could still feel the wisps of that suppression, Han's son pulled out Jade Turtle's spell and used Dongxian aura to dive in. He tried to learn something from the spell, so he could confirm his theories. Han's son sat on the jade bed as he looked over the Jade Turtle spell. But he quickly found that the Jade Turtle spell behaved as if it had grown weaker. It used to be like jade, but now it was like rock. 2 days later, the Jade Turtle spell suddenly cracked and became dust. It had become useless. Han's son was shocked, but he was happy about this. He had learned a lot. Han's son had disappeared for a few days, and rumors were floating around the palace. People believed Han's son had been in a mini coma for days, and that he had incurred serious injuries. He had only been there for a few days, and he hadn't met many people at all. Yet despite that, he had become quite famous. Many of the students in Sky Palace were curious. They wanted to know what sort of person Han's son was. Han's son exited his stone house, and noticed that he was standing on a floating island. It was more like a large rock than an island though. Outside of the house, the ground around him was only about half the size of a baseball field. On that small island, there was a crooked tree. Han's son did not know what type of tree it was, but it looked half dead, and it was covered in scorch marks. Its leaves were all yellow, and it looked ready to fall down at any given moment. Han's son looked around. The island was small, but it was very close to the primary isle. It was one of the closest islands to the main island, actually. Han's son looked around, and then he heard a bird. An elegant man riding a big white bird flew down and landed on the island. "Thank you for carrying me into Sky Palace. Han-sun said with genuine gratitude. Han-sun was focused on the feelings of oppression, but he still remembered being carried into Sky Palace. If he hadn't received that aid, he would have been crushed on the stairs. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head and said, "Bringing you to Sky Palace was my duty. There is no need to thank me." After that, Thousand Feather Crane brought out a tablet for Han-sun and said, "This is a Sky Palace identity tablet. It will show others the level of authority and access you have within Sky Palace. Make sure you don't lose it. If you lose it, you will have to go to Clear Hall. If you don't, you will be punished. Sky Torture Peak has a tablet with rules inscribed upon it. You should go and take a look, just so you don't end up unknowingly breaking the rules," Thousand Feather Crane said. "Thanks, Thousand Feather. Can I meet the palace leader now?" Han-sun put away the tablet. "The leader has already seen you. There is no need for you to see him. He has given you permission to go to the White Jade Jing. Your identity tablet will allow you to practice there. It will help you." "Where is White Jade Jing?" Han-sun asked. Thousand Feather Crane pointed at Han-sun's identity tablet. "White Jade Jing has 12 floors and 5 cities. If the angels there touch my head, my hair will grow. White Jade Jing is a place for practicing. Simply being given permission to go there is a high honor. You will have to practice hard there, and not waste this glorious opportunity." Thousand Feather Crane hopped onto his white bird to leave. "Thousand Feather, where are you going?" Han-sun quickly asked. "I am going to practice in White Jade Jing," Thousand Feather Crane answered. "Great. I don't know the way there. Could you please take me?" Han-sun said, as he quickly hopped onto the bird. Thousand Feather Crane looked depressed, but he did not say anything. He flew the big white bird to one of the floating islands. Sky Palace is great. If this was in the Alliance, this would make a grand place for tourists. Han-sun saw so many strange scenes and heavenly-looking buildings. Open air extended as far as Han-sun could see both above and below Sky Palace. The islands floated together in the midst of a seemingly endless sea of sky. Han-sun sat on Thousand Feather Crane's bird and admired the view. After 1 hour of travel, the snow-white bird descended on one island in particular. The island was situated between the clouds, so their vision was a little hindered. What could be seen clearly, however, were the 12 jade towers rising amidst the clouds. The snow-white bird landed on the island, and Thousand Feather Crane and Han-sun dismounted. He noticed the whole island was composed of jade, but it didn't look man-made. Thousand Feather Crane headed towards the White Jade Building. When Han-sun looked over there, he saw it glisten. He had barely been able to see the 12 white jade buildings from the air. When he was standing on the island, all he could see was one of them in front of him. The other 11 were nowhere to be seen. Each white jade building consisted of 7 floors. From where he was standing, he could see that the crystal constructs were protected by light. Just like the island, the jade did not look man-made. It was as if it had been born like that. Thousand Feather, who created the White Jade Building? Han-sun asked as he walked. Thousand Feather Crane answered. White Jade Jing has 12 buildings in 5 cities. It existed long before the xenogenic space was first discovered. They grew here naturally, instead of being built by people like you and me. This is amazing. Han-sun was interested in White Jade Jing. They both came before the building. There were no guards around. Thousand Feather Crane pushed the door open and walked inside. Han-sun was disappointed, and he said, I thought that White Jade Jing is a place not many are allowed access to. Why are there no guards? Anyone could walk right in. Thousand Feather Crane coldly said, Didn't you see the 2 jade beasts outside the door? You can come in because you have a tablet. If you didn't have it, you'd have already been eaten alive by now. If you don't have the tablet, you cannot access this place. I see. Now Han-sun remembered the pair of 3-meter-tall jade beasts. They looked like Kirin, with one standing at each side of the building. He thought they were dead, but they were actually alive. Thousand Feather Crane did not say anything more, and just kept on walking. Han-sun was checking out the building, but there was nothing to see on the inside. There were just a few steps leading up to the 2nd floor. Han-sun, seeing Thousand Feather Crane ascend the flight of stairs, followed. The 2nd floor was the same as the last. It was empty. There was only another staircase that led up to the third floor. Hansen thought this was strange, and so he asked, "Why is there nothing inside this building? What are the benefits to practicing here?" Thousand Feather Crane approached the next flight of stairs and said, "It is not time for White Jade Jing to open yet. That is why there is nothing here. White Jade Tower has 7 floors. The higher you go, the more jade air you can receive. You are a Viscount, so practicing on the 3rd floor should be good. If you can take the jade air here, you can go up higher." After that, Thousand Feather Crane went up to the 3rd floor. Hansen followed. On the 3rd floor, there was finally something to see. A few young sky people were sitting. No one spoke and no one talked. The few young ones, when seeing Thousand Feather Crane, stood up and said, "Greetings, Uncle Crane." Thousand Feather Crane nodded and proceeded up to the 4th floor. The young ones looked at Hansen curiously, as if he was a stranger. They did not know if he was the student of Knife Queen that had just entered. One of them did know Hansen, however. It was Lady Su with the middle-aged man in gray clothing. Her full name was Yun Suyi. Lady Su was what her family called her. Yun Suyi's eyes smiled like a moon. She sat in the corner, looked at Hansen and thought, "How dare he come here? He must be the first person who had to be carried into Sky Palace." The other skies were interested in Hansen, as not many outsiders were allowed to enter White Jade Jing, and they hadn't heard of any that had received permission after being carried in. A young man walked in front of Hansen and said, "My name is Yin Fei. I am a student of one of the 9 seats. Which are you from?" "I am not a student of Sky Palace. My teacher is Knife Queen," Hansen said. "You are Hansen? The one who got dragged here?" Yin Fei shouted in shock. The other people stared at Hansen, as if he was an animal from the zoo. "Yes, I am that same Han Senior," Hansen shrugged. He didn't really care what they thought of him. "Bro, you are awesome. Ever since the sky claimed this place, you are the first person to get carried in. How did you do that?" Yin Fei laughed as he patted Hansen on the shoulder. "That was an accident, I'm afraid. There is no need to be jealous." Hansen laughed. Yin Fei and the other sky could see Hansen had a mild temper and was willing to joke around, so they chatted for a while. Only the elites of the sky were permitted access to White Jade Jing. There was no conflict amongst them, so they chatted happily with each other. Yin Suyi merely watched, however. She did not participate. Seeing Hansen talk with them, she thought to herself, "He seems nice, but his will is weak. Why would Knife Queen be willing to accept a student such as this? He is not even one of the rebate." After talking for a while, Yin Fei suddenly said, "Time's up. Talk later." After that, everyone found themselves a place to sit down. Hansen knew White Jade Jing was going to open, so he found a place to sit down as well. The Jade Tower had no dust. The floor that was made from jade was smooth and cool. Hansen felt a cool air enter his body as he sat. As the cold air curled around Hansen, the jade stone in the center of the floor began to emit white smoke. That white smoke expanded through the room, glittering as it went. It filled every inch of the air. Everyone cast their powers to absorb the smoke from the jade, creating small vortexes around them. Hansen had asked them about White Jade Tower while they were chatting, so he knew that he was supposed to use his Geno art to absorb the jade air. Suddenly, Hansen felt a chill energy penetrate his body. The feeling was amazing. It was like many small ice cubes were melting around him. They melted when they touched his skin, and were then absorbed. As the jade air was absorbed into his cells, Hansen noticed some changes that were happening across his body. His skin was developing a jade-like color. Under the influence of the jade air, Yun Fei and the others were all shining like crystals. They were like statues built from jade. This powerful jade air can change the genes of the body? This jade air must come from a xenogenic gene, yes? Hansen thought to himself. Left Crazy did say that rocks possess sentience, but their lives are different from ours. White Jade Jing must be a creature, and the jade air must be a xenogenic gene. That being said, I can't determine the level of White Jade Jing. Hansen made a number of guesses while he absorbed the jade air. But guessing was all he could do since his theories stemmed from what Left Crazy had once told him. No one could prove if what he was thinking was the truth. Han Sen used the story of genes to absorb the jade air, transforming the jade air's energy. The story of genes was very compatible when it came to other elements. After absorbing jade air, there was a noticeable improvement. But it still wasn't enough to break through, and there was obviously something missing. Didn't Thousand Feather Crane say that the higher you get, the stronger the jade air is? Maybe I can use a stronger jade air to break through, Han Sen thought, standing up. He walked towards the 4th floor, with the jade air all around. The 3rd floor, with its jade air, offered too little for him. Everyone there was a Viscount, but Han Sen had used many xenogenic genes to improve his body. He was much stronger than the average Viscount. Han Sen could compete with Earls if he maxed out his genes as a Viscount. When he stepped onto the 4th floor, he felt very cold. The 3rd floor felt cool, but the 4th felt cold. After going in, he felt as if he had stumbled into an ice cave. But that cold could not affect Han Sen's body. He looked around the 4th floor and saw some people sitting amidst swirls of jade air. Aside from the sky, there were 2 outsider races. Thousand Feather Crane was not on this floor, however. Han Sen absorbed the jade air to help break through with the story of genes, but it wasn't working. So he decided to walk to the 5th floor. When he reached the 5th floor, he felt as if he had been frozen. He stopped at the entrance and became like a real statue. The jade skin melted from ice to water, and with Han Sen's strength, he could not refine that jade air. The jade air started to fill his body. Han Sen felt his body go cold. It was not his temperature decreasing, either. It was his life that was weakening. Han Sen could feel his body turning into jade, growing weaker. He cast the story of genes, but he could not withstand the jade. The jade air's gene power was far stronger than Han Sen's gene power. So the genes in his body were being changed by the jade air. Han Sen was surprised. In the space of 1 floor, there had been a massive difference. His power was sufficient to counter the jade air, but that would nullify the point of practicing there. Han Sen cast Petrify and turned himself to stone. When the jade air tried to invade the stone, it could not invade the genes of Han Sen's body. It moisturized Han Sen's petrified body, making itself much easier for him to absorb. When using Petrify, the only other skill Han Sen could activate was the story of genes. So without hesitating, he activated the story of genes to absorb the jade air around him. The jade air was absorbed by his petrified body. He continued running the story of genes, and as he did so, his petrified body turned to jade. The powerful jade air kept trying to break through and send him up to Earl class. But again and again, something held him back and made the process fail. The air was very powerful, but for some reason, it couldn't carry him through to the last stage. After 2 hours, the jade air disappeared, and when it was gone, Han Sen stopped using Petrify. He felt awful. Such powerful jade air. And it still isn't enough to break through with the story of genes? What do I have to do to become an Earl? Han Sen felt depressed. The people on the 5th floor saw a stranger. They were looking at Han Senator. They noticed he was not of the sky. And that was even weirder. Those people did not know who Han Sen was, and they did not expect a Viscount could accompany them on the 5th floor when the jade air erupted. So they guessed Han Sen was an Earl. Han Sen did not stay and talk to them, and he went straight up to the 6th floor. He had Petrify, so the jade air could not damage him. If the 5th floor's jade air cannot help me break through, I will have to keep going. Han Sen walked to the 6th floor. More people were practicing there. It was not the time for jade air to erupt there, but no one noticed Han Senator. Han Sen looked around the 6th floor, and again he could not see Thousand Feather Crane. So he went ahead to the 7th floor. Han Sen found him there on the 7th floor. And on the 7th floor, aside from Han Sen himself, there were 3 people in total. 2 of them were of the sky, and 1 of them was bald. He had 9 moles on his head, so he was from the Buddha. He looked young, like speechless. So it must have been hard to reach this point at the age he was. He was the best of the Earls, as most Earls could go no further than the 5th floor. Of the 2 sky, 1 of them was Thousand Feather Crane. The other sky was a young woman that Han Sen did not know. Han Sen looked at them, and they looked at Han Sr., Brother Han. Why are you not practicing down there? Why have you come here? Thousand Feather Crane asked. Before Han Sun could answer, the young sky woman looked at Han Sun and said, "You are Knife Queen's student." Han Sun saw how scared she looked, and he knew what she would soon say. He smiled and told her, "Yes, I am Han Sun, who was brought in by Thousand Feather Crane." The woman heard him and smiled. "You are very funny. My name is Yin Susang. I am a student of the 10th Elder. You can call me Senior." "Greetings, Senior Yin," Han Sun said, suddenly feeling like he was back in school. It was actually a nice feeling. Yin Susang pointed at the Buddha man and said, "His name is First Day. The Buddha sent him here to study in Sky Palace, just like you." "Ba." "Greetings, Mr. Han." First Day bowed before Han. Senator Han Sun did not like the Buddha, but he didn't think that every single one of them was a bad person. He didn't know First Day though, so he had no immediate reason to hate the man. That being said, he still wanted to avoid being First Day's friend. After the introductions, Han Sun turned to Thousand Feather Crane. "Thousand Feather, I thought you said there were 12 white jade buildings. But I have only seen this one." If Han Sun couldn't achieve a breakthrough on the 7th floor, he thought that he might need a place with an even stronger jade air. There are 12 buildings in 5 cities in White Jade Jing. Most people only see the 12 white jade buildings, not the 5 cities. Consequently, they can only enter this one place. If you wish to enter the others, you must first understand the other towers, Thousand Feather Crane said. "What is there to learn?" Han Sun asked. "I don't know. It's just something you have to learn. It's hard for me to explain, but I think you should practice on the 3rd or 4th floor. You can start thinking about moving on when you reach the 5th or 6th floor," Thousand Feather Crane said. Han Sun wished to say something, but someone suddenly entered the 7th floor. It was Yin Suyi. They had met on the 3rd floor. Yin Suyi, upon seeing Han Sun, was shocked. When the jade air passed, Han Sun had vanished. She had believed that he had been unable to withstand it, and so he decided to leave. She didn't expect that Han Sun had already gone to the top, looking for Thousand Feather Crane. "Suyi, let me introduce you. This is Knife Queen's student Han Senior." Yin Susang pulled Yin Suyi near and smiled. "I met him already down below," Yin Suyi answered. Yin Suyi and Yin Susang were sisters. They were the heirs of the 10th Elder. Yin Suyi had blood, while Yin Susang was a stepdaughter. Yin Susang was the 7th Elder's daughter, but he had died. Yin Susang was taken in by Yin Suyi's father while she was still young. Thousand Feather Crane was also a student of the 10th Elder, so he was close with the Yin sisters. The sisters had a good relationship, as fine as any real siblings. Since they had a little while before White Jade Jing opened again, Yin Suyi had come to talk to Yin Susang and kill some time. Han Sun asked Thousand Feather Crane, "Thousand Feather, I'm curious about the jade air of the other 12 buildings. Are they stronger?" Before he could answer, Yin Suyi said, "They're not just stronger. They have spirit. If you're not an earl at least, you'll die there. Don't even think about going elsewhere. Just stay here and practice." "So if I become an earl, I can go to the other 12 buildings?" Han Sun asked. "You have to understand the knowledge of the White Jade buildings. Only then can you see the other buildings behind this one," Yin Suyi said. Thousand Feather Crane, Yin Susang, and First Day are the best of the earls. Can they not understand this knowledge? Han Sun thought to himself. He knew it was something he shouldn't say out loud. Yin Suyi knew what Han Sun was thinking, however. She smiled. "Brother Crane and my sister already understand. Many people on the 6th floor already understand too. But of the 12 buildings, this first one is the most tamed. The jade air here is the easiest to refine, so it is best to stay here until you are a marquise." Upon hearing this, Han Sun frowned in thought. If the jade air here is considered mild, how scary must the jade air be in the other buildings? If I can't break through here, maybe I can go to the other white jade buildings. I just don't know what I need to understand about these constructs. After talking for a while, Yin Susang suddenly noticed the time. Then she spoke to Yin Suyi. "The jade air is going to erupt. Go back now. We will speak later when this is done." Yin Suyi nodded and headed for the stairs. Han Sun was still talking to Thousand Feather Crane, so she said, You should come. When the jade air arrives, you will become a jade statue before you have a chance to return to the 3rd floor. Brother Han, head on down. We will talk later, Thousand Feather Crane said. I'm not going back. I want to practice here, Han Sun said. Yin Suyi and the others all looked at Han. Senator Yin Suyi found herself both angry and amused. Even most earls do not dare come to the 7th floor. Only my sister and brother Crane, who are both so talented and stronger than the average earl, dare to practice here. Did you not see the swathe of earls down on the 6th floor? They don't dare come up. What do you think a viscount can do here? Do you want to become a statue? Brother Han, you should go downstairs. You have to do this floor by floor, Thousand Feather Crane said. Han Sun laughed and said, my skills have maxed out. I need the 7th floor's jade air to break through. Don't worry, I can fight against the jade air here. I'll be fine. Yin Suyi started to say something else, but Yin Susang cut her off. Suyi, go now. The jade air will soon erupt, and it'll be too late for you to leave when it does. Yin Suyi left the 7th floor and paced quickly down the stairs. She kept looking back, but she did not see Han Sun following after her. This guy isn't strong, but he is ambitious. Brother Crane will have to carry him down again, Yin Suyi thought to herself. Thousand Feather Crane and Yin Susang tried to convince Han Sun, but they were not really friends. If Han Sun wanted to stay that much, they weren't going to plead against the idea. Thousand Feather Crane smiled wryly and shook his head. If Han Sun could not withstand the force, then he would carry him down. He could not allow the jade air to turn Han Sun into a statue and kill him. Han Sun found a spot that was closer to Thousand Feather Crane. First Day looked at Han Sun curiously, and Han Sun shot him a smile. First Day looked shy, and then turned away. This First Day Buddha is interesting. He is so young and so strong. He might be as good as Seven Spirit. His mind is still like a kid's though, Han Sun thought. Then the jade walls began to emit a jade air. The 7th floor's jade air flowed out like a liquid. It hung visibly in the air. Han Sun used petrify to turn his flesh into stone, so he didn't feel it very much when the jade air connected with his body. He used the story of genes to absorb the jade air. Thousand Feather Crane, Yin Susang, and First Day all turned to look at Han. Senator the average earl couldn't withstand the 7th floor's jade air, and Han Sun was just a viscount. It was likely he would turn into a jade statue. Thousand Feather Crane prepared to carry Han Sun out the moment. He looked like he was in trouble. But the 3 of them were shocked when Han Sun petrified himself. The jade air didn't affect Han Sun's body much, and as they watched, Han Sun began to absorb it. That was surprising. What is that Geno art? It can allow a viscount to withstand the jade air on the 7th floor? Yin Susang was in shock. Thousand Feather Crane stumbled slightly as he answered. It looks like some sort of petrifying Geno art, but no matter how strong it is, it shouldn't be this effective on a viscount. That Geno art cannot be a simple petrification. It must be a Geno art knife Queen gave him. The 3 did not observe Han Sun for long. They were still curious, but they needed to focus on their own practice. The 7th floor's jade air could not harm Han Sun while he was petrified. After he used petrify, his body had great compatibility with jade air, so it was easy to absorb. The jade air rushed into Han Sun's body like water. He cast the story of genes in the hopes he would break through with it. Spell armor automatically appeared around Han Sun's body and wrapped him up. The armor shone with a weird light, and mysterious symbols appeared across it. It was scary. The other 3 saw the movement around Han Sun, and when they looked at him, their shock deepened. He's going to become an earl here? Han Sun had eaten a lot of grains of galaxy sand. He had already been on the precipice of becoming an earl, but he had lacked a trigger. The jade air would finish what the galaxy sand had started. Galaxy sand was a concentrated xenogenic gene essence, and it could be absorbed right away. Jade air was like ore though. It had to be worked and refined before absorption. When ordinary nobles absorbed jade air, most of it would be wasted and released back into the room. Only small amounts of the jade air would actually be absorbed and processed by their bodies. The galaxy sand could be used by low-tier nobles without side effects. so it was okay for him to have used as much as he had. But receiving too much jade air at once could damage a person's body. Luckily, Han Sun did not want to absorb the jade air. He just wanted to use the power of the jade air to break through. It did not matter if it was refined or not. He just needed the strength of it. The jade air on the 7th floor was strong enough. Waves battered across the threshold of his body, activating the power spell possessed. It had managed to kickstart the evolution process of him becoming an Earl. The mysterious spell armor began to shift and change constantly. Thousand Feather Crane observed the armor's behavior, but he was unsure what it signified. When the symbols of spell became brighter, it was as if the light was coming to life. It came out of the armor, surrounding Han Sun like a group of fairies. This is a text spirit. It is like the spirit of our textless book. It is a very rare spirit. Yun Suzhang exclaimed, looking at spell. It's rare, but the rebate don't have a Geno art like that. What Geno art has he been practicing? Thousand Feather Crane said with a frown. No matter what it is, this guy is not as simple as what meets the eye. It is very interesting. Yun Suzhang looked at Han Sun with interest. First Day looked at Han Sun with curiosity. Brother Crane, the Geno art Han Sun is practicing. How is it when compared to that of the textless book? Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. I have not practiced with the textless book, and I do not know what Han Sun's Geno art is. It is difficult to tell, but the textless book is a skill belonging to Sky Palace. It would not be weaker than any other Geno art. You have practiced Truth Spell, and that comes from the textless book. And it is a spirit that creates text, so you should know more about it than I do. Yes, First Day. Do you think your spirit is weaker or stronger than his? Yun Suzhang asked First Day. First Day looked very shy, and he said the Buddha catchphrase. I don't understand his text, but it feels like it is deeper than my own spirit. Yun Suzhang and Thousand Feather Crane were shocked to hear this. The textless book was a skill not every one of the sky could use. It had many requirements for its practice. So while Yun Suzhang and Thousand Feather Crane were smart, they were still unable to practice with it. Although only a few could use the textless book in its original form, there was a senior inside Sky Palace that had extracted a part out of it that everyone could practice. It was called Truth Spell, and even the ordinary sky could use it. While Truth Spell was just a small part of the textless book, it was strong enough to be on par with other famous Geno arts. First Day was very good with it, and his talent was plain to see. If he felt this way, then it meant Han Sun's Geno art had to be very strong. When Han Sun evolved, Spell's spirit became stronger. While the symbols spun around, a vortex was created. It absorbed the jade air ravenously, draining the power into Han Sun's body. Pang! A symbol shattered, and the others that were flying around him blew up like a load of firecrackers. They were all broken. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They thought Han Sun had failed, but then, a giant spell body appeared behind him. It was protecting him. Pang! That spell broke too. The fragments became a number of smaller spells, which landed on the armor. Then they disappeared. Thousand Feather Crane was shocked, and Han Sun didn't know whether he had succeeded or failed. But quickly, an impressive power started to radiate from Han Senator when the others saw it. They knew for certain that Han Sun had succeeded in becoming an Earl. Spell Battle Body has become an Earl. The voice echoed through Han Sun's mind, filling him with joy. After much hard work, the story of genes had been brought up to Earl. Yun Sui stopped practicing and opened her eyes. The jade air was no longer coming from the walls, so she looked around to see if Han Sun was around. He wasn't. Why hasn't Brother Crane brought Han Sun down? Are they on the 4th floor maybe? Yun Sui wondered as she made her way up to the 4th floor. There was no sign of Han Sun on the 4th floor. Yun Sui frowned and turned back toward the stairs, intending to search the 5th floor next. But Han Sun, Thousand Feather Crane, Yun Suzhang, and First Day were coming down from there. Yun Sui quickly moved towards them, glaring at Han Sun. I told you to come down when I left, but you were too stubborn. Great. Now Brother Crane and First Day have had to waste their time bringing you down. The jade air is only released once a week. You'll have to wait another 7 days now. Yun Suseng tugged at Yun Suyi and said, Suyi, it's not like that. What is not like that? Yun Suyi asked with obvious confusion. First day said, Mr. Han leveled up to Earl on the 7th floor. We have come down together, now that the Jade Heir has come to an end. When Yu Suyi heard that, her eyes widened. She looked at Han Sun with utter disbelief. You really stayed on the 7th floor, and became an Earl? Han Sun nodded. He wasn't going to hide his power. Yun Suyi sensed Han Sun's energy. She was at a loss, and while she opened her mouth, she didn't say anything. It was unheard of for a Viscount to withstand the Jade Heir of the 7th floor, and become an Earl. It beggared belief. Let's go. We can talk more later. Thousand Feather Crane led the way out of the White Jade Building. White Jade Building would erupt twice in a day, and then it would go dormant for another 6 days. Han Sun broke through with the story of genes on the first day, so he didn't care about anything else. He hadn't discovered the secret of the White Jade Building, but he would find to wait until the following week. Han Sun was just happy that he had gotten Spell to Earl class. When they said goodbye, Yin Suseng stopped Han Sun and said, Han Sun, Brother Crane and I are going to Xianyuan Cave in 2 days. If you have the time, you can come along. If you don't oppose my participation, I would like to come, Han Sun said. They set up a time to meet, and then Thousand Feather Crane gave Han Sun a ride back to his floating island. In Sky Palace, it would be ideal to obtain a flying mount. It would be much more convenient for you, even if you cannot fly yourself, Thousand Feather Crane said as he took Han Sun back. Where do I find a flying mount? Can I buy one outside Sky Palace? Han Sun thought that if they would let him bring in a Xenogeneic, he could summon Little Star. Thousand Feather Crane shook his head. No creature from the outside can enter here, but we have a Xenogeneic island to grow them. You can buy a flying mount from there. If it is merely for traveling, even a Baron class will do. It won't cost much, but it would be better if you invested in one that was Viscount. Han Sun asked for the location of that Xenogeneic island, and then Thousand Feather Crane left. Han Sun returned to his room and summoned Spell, who had just leveled up. He wanted to see how she had changed. Spell appeared in her womanly form. She flew into Han Sun's hand, and became a white sniper rifle. When Han Sun used his mind, the white sniper changed. It became a white metal weapon that looked like a rocket launcher. Damn! It has a 4th stage. Each one is better than the last. Han Sun was so happy, but Han Sun could not test out its power in the stone house, so he put it away. He cast a spirit light, and created a spell that had power in it. I'll find a place to try the rocket launcher later. What does the spell power do? Han Sun thought. After resting for some time, Han Sun planned on going to review the rules of Sky Palace. He didn't want to unwittingly break a rule. He had no flying mount, so he used his own power to soar. Fortunately, he was Earl class. Spell's power was very strong as a result, and it was enough to carry Han Sun to the floating island that possessed the tablet. Han Sun read the rules and tried to memorize them. Wherever he went, knowing the rules was always important to him. Knowing the rules meant he could behave. And when he met new people, he wouldn't be seen as an enemy. Knowing the rules sometimes meant he could receive unexpected help. There were many rules in Sky Palace. Although Han Sun could remember them all, he still took his time to memorize each one. He looked around a little, and then, a Xenogeneic that looked like a tiger landed in front of Han. Senator Yun Suyi was on its back, and she jumped down before him. Suyi, are you here to read the rules? Han Sun asked her. Yun Suyi smiled and said, I was born in Sky Palace, and I have read the rules many times. Still I get punished. I could recite each one with my eyes closed, so there's no need for me to read this thing. That means you have come looking for me? Han Sun looked around. There was no one else there except for him. Yun Suyi nodded and said, My sister knows you do not have a flying mount, so I am taking you to buy one. The Yun family is good at growing Xenogeneics, and so we have a shop on the Xenogeneic island. I can give you a discount. Thanks, Han Sun answered. Let's go. Yun Suyi seemed to be rather excited. Please wait a little while. I haven't finished the rules yet. Han Sun went back to reading the rules scrawled upon the tablet. Yun Suyi waited. noticing how carefully Han's son was reading them. Is he for real? I am waiting right here. And he's still concentrating entirely on reading the tablet? Yin Sui waited for a while, and Han's son continued to read. She felt depressed. She was the daughter of the 10th elder. Many men wished to get close to her. But Han's son was ignoring her and paying attention to stupid rules instead. He was so focused, it was like he was reading through a powerful Geno art. If Yin Susang hadn't asked her to be nice, Yin Sui would have left already. A while later, Han's son finished reading. Then, Yin Sui jumped atop the flying tiger. She smiled at Han Sr. I am taking you to the Xenogenic island now. You should follow. After that, Yin Sui patted the tiger. Then, the tiger spread its wings and flew into the clouds. It was very fast. I waited so long for you, so now you can suffer a little, Yin Sui thought with a grin. She'd purposefully left before Han's son could get on the mount. Yin Sui let the flying tiger soar at full speed. It raced into the clouds in less than a second. When she turned around, no one was behind her. Oomph! You made me wait so long. You deserve it. Yin Sui did not allow her tiger to slow down. She flew straight to the Xenogenic island. Yin Sui planned to reach the Xenogenic island and wait for Han's son there. She was curious to see how long it would take for him to get there. Her jade-winged tiger was a Marquise-class Xenogenic. It was one of the fastest Marquise-rank creatures. So it wasn't surprising that she had lost Han's son so easily. Yin Sui felt cocky, but when the other students of Sky Palace flew past, they all looked at Yin Sui strangely. I know I'm pretty, but you don't have to stare like that, Yin Sui thought. After a while though, she felt that something must be amiss. She knew many of the people she was passing, and although she rarely went to the Xenogenic island, she never attracted this much attention on her way there. Did something happen to my appearance? Yin Sui touched her cheek and looked at her clothes. There was nothing wrong with her. She flew for a while longer, and people were still looking at her. She frowned and pulled out a mirror to look at herself. Strange. There's nothing wrong with me. Everything is as it should be. I'm just as pretty, argh. As Yin Sui moved the mirror to check her face from different angles, a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared in the mirror. A smiling person was sitting behind. It was Han Sr. When did you get here? Yin Sui turned back to take a look. Han's son was sitting casually behind her on the tiger, and it was now no wonder why people had been looking at her. Those people were not really watching her though. They were looking at Han Sr. When you took the tiger into the sky, I was already sitting atop it. Aren't you supposed to be taking me to the Xenogenic island? Is there something wrong with me being here? Have I misunderstood your intent? Han's son looked at her with a smile. Nothing's wrong. Yin Sui blushed. Refusing to look at Han's senator, it weirded her out that Han's son had managed to catch up. Not even Thousand Feather Crane or Yin Susang could match the Jade Wing Tiger's speed. Han's son had just become an earl, so there was no way he could move that fast. In truth, Han's son did not have that speed, but he did have his rabbit shoes. They were faster than the Jade Wing Tiger, even if they lacked the ability of flight. When Jade Wing Tiger took off, Han's son used the rabbit shoes to leap onto the tiger's back. He then hid his presence, so Yin Sui wouldn't notice him. Yin Sui was confused, not understanding what had happened. Jade Wing Tiger was quite fast, and they arrived at the Xenogenic island shortly after. The Xenogenic island was comprised of many gardens, with each one containing a multitude of Xenogenic creatures. They didn't look bloodthirsty, so it was like they were all tamed. Fitting with the theme of Sky Palace, most of them were of the flying variety. Yin Sui took Han's son to her garden, and someone there welcomed them. Yin Sui told them to get back to work, then brought Han's son into the garden alone. What class of Xenogenic mount do you want? Available mounts run from Baron class all the way up to Marquise. They are already tamed, so they listen to people. She was actually asking Han's son how much he was willing to cough up for a Xenogenic. Han's son thought and said, the cheaper the better. Anything to substitute for walking. Han's son was still new in the Geno universe. There were many creatures in the sanctuary that had yet to evolve. Han's son did not need to waste his resources. Han Sun was going to kill Xenogenix himself soon, anyway, and there was always the chance he could nab a beast soul mount. Those mounts would be far better than a tamed Xenogenix. Yin Sui smiled and said, "Don't worry, my sister said I can give you the lowest possible price. You won't get prices like this anywhere else." Han Sun shook his head. "I just want one that can help me fly. I don't need one that is strong." When Yin Sui saw that Han Sun wasn't kidding, she thought for a minute. The cheapest flying mount is a Xenogenix called a Jade Knight Crane. They are in every shop, but ours are different. You saw Brother Crane's Jade Knight Crane, yes? Normally, they are barren and hard to level up. But that one was Earl, and it came from us. Sure. Give me one of those then. Han Sun was not picky. It was just a riding mount, so it wouldn't be anything too special regardless of how much he paid. You should go and pick one yourself. We have thousands of them. They are all the same price, and they are all just as good. Yin Sui took Han Sun to the area for the Jade Knight cranes. Han Sun was remarkably surprised when he saw the birds swarming in flocks that looked like clouds. Sky Palace was a big faction. There weren't many places where you could see this many tamed Xenogenix in one place. Taming a Xenogenix was far harder than killing one. It would be easier to kill an Earl or Marquis Xenogenix than to tame a Baron Xenogenix. It was amazing that the sky had successfully done so this many times. Where did these Xenogenix come from? Han Sun asked, looking at all the Jade Knight cranes. Some were caught, some were raised. We will take you to Xianyuan Cave. There is an Earl there that you can tame. If you can catch it alive, it will fetch a far loftier price than selling the Xenogenix gene material. Yin Sui said. Han Sun nodded. He used his Dongxian aura to scan the Jade Knight cranes. If she was going to let him choose, then he might as well make the best choice that he could. He was going to pick the one with the brightest life force. Han Sun scanned them, and he found one among them that appeared to be extra strong. When he saw it, the creature was just lying down in the grass. It didn't appear to be as active as the others. Yin Sui, seeing Han Sun look at that Jade Knight crane, said, "That one is a Viscount." It was a Baron Xenogenix that was bought by a Viscount. It was later raised to become a Viscount itself, but after a grueling fight, its legs were cut off, and its wings were damaged. It recovered from its wounds, but it is still disabled. Now its flying speed is only Baron class. Also, it still doesn't have legs. Yin Sui stopped talking, but it was obvious what had happened. Can it fly while carrying heavy items? Han Sun asked, examining the bird. Yes. It is much stronger than Baron-class Jade Knight cranes, but it has no legs and its wings are damaged, Yin Sui repeated. It can't fly any faster than an average Baron, and its fighting abilities cannot compare with a Viscount mount. I'll take him. Han Sun did not plan on letting the mount do any fighting, so it'd be suitable for simple travel. A damaged Jade Knight crane was not expensive, and it was just a little more pricey than basic Xenogenix gene material. Yin Sui gave Han Sun a very good deal. The Jade Knight crane was very tame, and Han Sun was quickly able to learn how to command it. He could control it in flight easily. Because it had no legs, it always landed on its belly. And because the wings were partially disabled, it never could fly completely straight. Its speed left much to be desired as well. Fortunately, Han Sun did not have high expectations. So after he made the purchase, he rode the crane back to his island. Jade Knight crane was flying again, and it looked excited to be doing so. It kept squawking, and with amusing dedication, it diligently took Han Sun to his desired destination. Poor thing. It got hurt because of its master, and then it was abandoned. And now he is okay and can obey commands. Many creatures with high intelligence can't do that. Han Sun sighed. Back on his island, Han Sun let the crane land. But before it touched down, Han Sun jumped off. The crane's belly hit the ground as it frantically flapped its wings. The creature had tried to keep itself level when it landed, but the attempt didn't go very well. Han Sun gave it some food and let it stay on the stone. Then, Han Sun returned to the house. Before he went to Xianyuan Cave, he wanted to come to grips with his powers. He took stock of his possessions. Earl-class spell Geno armament, Duke Beast Soul rabbit shoes, Earl Beast Soul Red Mist Mink Glove, and King Weapon Ghost Teeth Knife. With Ghost Teeth Knife there, his teeth knife skills would still be the best to use. Teeth Knife wouldn't have any breakthroughs though, so he planned to focus on a different Geno art. Using the energy flow from the Jade Turtle spell, the feelings of Sky Palace, and some parts of Coin, he planned to make up a brand new Geno art. My Coin focuses on powers that suppress. Why don't I just modify Coin and make it better? But I can only use Coin, or a Geno art that looks like Coin, when I'm in my dollar identity. Otherwise, people might take notice. So if I can't make something too similar to Coin, what kind of Geno art should I make? Han Sen thought about it, and he soon came up with an idea. Jade Turtle spell focused on suppressing one's speed. Once you got hit with it, you could not fly. Han Sen wanted to use that aspect as a focus for his new Geno art creation. He wanted to merge elements of Sky Palace and Coin. As for modifying Coin, that was something he could do later. Han Sen kept testing his ideas in the room, and learned a lot. Combining them wasn't proving too difficult. He created his new Geno art through repeated testing. After pulling an all-nighter, he formulated a prototype of his new Geno art. It was something he had no difficulty casting. All he had to do was improve the minor details of its design. Let's call this Geno art Turtle, Han Sen decided. Because he could not find a target to use it on, Han Sen didn't know exactly how effective Turtle would be. Han Sen took a break to rest, and when it was daytime, he walked out the door. The legless crane was resting beneath a tree. Han Sen fed it again, then rode it to where he was supposed to meet with Thousand Feather Crane. Outside of Xianyuan Cave, Han Sen saw Thousand Feather Crane, First Day, and the Yun sisters. Yun Suzhang immediately apologized for her sister's presence. Suyi wants to follow us in our exploration. I will be in charge of her safety, so if something happens, do not worry. Do whatever you need to. Since she had said that, no one objected. They left their mounts outside and headed into Xianyuan Cave. Xianyuan Island looked like a small volcano. The volcano's entrance led them into a gigantic volcano cave world. The cave led off in a number of different directions, and there were swathes of xenogeneics inside. Xianyuan Cave xenogeneics were very special. The most special ones among them were called Xian Jade Spirits. Xian Jade Spirits could travel through walls and appear in any comber they chose. They were difficult to avoid, so once people entered the cave system, they had to be careful. They could be attacked by Xian Jade Spirits at any time. At any moment, a mouth or claw could come shooting out of the rock. Brother Han, this is your first time in Xianyuan Cave. Be careful. Xian Jade Spirits can appear without any warning. We might not be able to help you in time. If they get you, Yun Suzhang said. Han Sen nodded, and he opened his Dongxian aura. He kept everything envisioned in his head. Any movement within a radius of 10 meters would not escape his notice. They walked a mile into the caves without spotting a single xenogeneic, but Han Sen did not let his guard down. He kept the Dongxian aura running the entire time. Suddenly, though, Han Sen saw a black jade hand come out from the ground. It tried to grab Yin Sui by her legs. The Xian Jade Spirit's nails were black like daggers. If it got hold of Yin Sui, it could rip her legs off without much trouble. Because they hadn't met Xian Jade Spirits for a long time, Yin Sui had dropped her guard. She was only a Viscount as well. She was not strong enough to react with the immediacy required. Han Sen summoned spell in front of him and fired her guns. After the popping noise of gunfire, 2 of the Xian Jade's claws were broken by the bullets. Where the bullets hit, symbols were left behind. The Xian Jade jerked its injured hands away and retreated into the stone. It left no sign of its passing. The surface of the stone was perfect, as if the creature had never been there in the first place. Han Sen noticed he was able to feel where the Xian Jade hands would come from. There was thick stone and rock all about, but he felt as if he received a signal from beyond it. Han Sen could feel exactly where they were. Is this a power that spell possesses? Han Sen was shocked. When spell hit something, it was like she was placing a tracker. The tracker didn't deal damage, but it was very useful. T. Sui, say thank you to Han Sr. Yun Suzhang nudged Yun Sui with a hand. Yun Sui was still a bit rattled, but she stepped forward and said to Han Sun, "Thank you for saving me. It's okay. Even if I hadn't struck, it couldn't have hurt you. I just wanted to find out the power of the Xian Jade spirit." Han Sun smiled. He wasn't suggesting that Suyi was strong, but acknowledging that Su Hang was right beside her. There was no way the creature would have been permitted to hurt her. But Su Hang was surprised that Han Sun had reacted before she had. Han Sun had just become an earl, and if his reaction speeds were superior to theirs already, that was most certainly not normal. Yun Suyi looked at Spell with curiosity. "Han Sun, is that your Geno armament? It is special. I have never seen one like that before." Thousand Feather Crane was just as curious. Prior to this, they had only seen Spell's armor mode. Her second mode looked like a person, and this was something they hadn't seen before. Han Sun smiled, but he did not answer the question. He asked, "That Xian Jade spirit was not strong. Aside from being able to travel through stone, what else can they do?" Thousand Feather Crane said, "That one was an Earl-class ghost claw beast. They aren't the strongest of Earls, but they are very fast. They can appear through the rock, so they are very dangerous if you are careless. Even cutting off the creature's claws won't kill it. They can regenerate. It's very annoying. If you want to kill it for good, you need to damage the stone it resides in, once it has revealed itself with the claws." Yin Suzhang said, "Ghost claw beasts are too fast. Most of the time, we can't detect their presence until it is too late. And if they miss or break their claws, they'll run away. Second chances are rare. So when you want to kill one, you need two earls. One can cut the claws while the other pummels the body inside the stone." After that, Yin Suzhang struck a rock with her knuckles and said, "The Xianyuan rock is very hard. With our powers, we can only cut through an inch of the stone at a time. The ghost claw beasts raise their claws around 1 foot out of the rock. Then they attack." "Thank you for teaching me," Han Sun said gratefully. They kept walking, and Han Sun felt as if the ghost claw beasts were right next to them. One was getting ready to attack again. It was the same ghost claw beast, and it wanted revenge. It kept following them, ready to perform a ghost claw slash upon them. But it had been hurt by Spell once already, so it was exercising great caution. It didn't come too close yet, and it watched and waited for an opportunity from beneath the stone. "Be careful. There are xenogeniacs up ahead," Thousand Feather Crane told them. He was up front. Han Sun looked forward, and he saw a blurry shadow. Without Thousand Feather Crane's warning, he would not have known that it was a xenogeniac. The group soon got close enough to see it clearly, however. It was a bug that was native to the cave, and it looked like a centipede. Its shell was of a bluish hue, and there was a face emblazed upon its back. It looked creepy. Earl-class face centipede. Be careful. Face centipedes appear in a group mostly. They don't travel alone. Yun Suyi explained this for Han Sen's benefit. As the others, there were no strangers to the cave. Face centipedes were quite common, and the Sky were familiar with how they behaved. The face centipede soon saw Han Sun, and it came scurrying over. It let out a wretched sound that drew the attention and ire of more in the vicinity. "Get ready to fight!" Thousand Feather Crane shouted and drew his sword. Yin Suzhang and Yin Suyi wielded swords as well. First Day didn't draw a weapon though. His hands gleamed with white light. He slapped the ground, leaving white marks on the dirt. His spirit covered an area that was 3 meters wide and brightened up the entire place. First Day slapped the ground another 5 times, and then he said something. Then, 6 spirits rose toward the feet of Han Sun and the others. Power entered their bodies. What a strong spirit! It increases power and speed by a lot. Han Sun was in shock. He looked at First Day, and he was really surprised that the shy Buddha could pull something like this off. Seeing Han Sun look at him, the Buddha man awkwardly glanced away. He said, "I was sent here to study when I was young. I practiced the truth spell of Sky Palace." "Very nice," Han Sun said. Ever since Han Sun had been forced to leave Disloyal Night behind, he hadn't seen much in the way of buffs and boons. Yin Suzhang and Thousand Feather Crane stood inside the radius of the spell to fight with the face centipedes. Their sword airs looked like clouds, and they moved like silk in the sky. It was very light and strange. The face centipedes were getting killed by the silk sword air. Their shells cracked under the force, and a few died immediately on contact. The path was very narrow, and since Yin Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane had a handle on the situation, Han Sun didn't bother helping. Yin Sui wanted to fight, but she couldn't. She started to say something to Han Sun, and so she turned around. But she looked at Spell, who was standing next to Han Sun. Spell was transforming her pistols into a sniper rifle. The long weapon dropped into Spell's hands, and she pointed it toward Yin Sui and pulled the trigger. Yin Sui was frozen. Spell had moved too quickly for her to react. She saw a shining bullet fly out of Spell's rifle and was right past her face. Pang! The bullet hit the stone wall behind her, and the cracking sound hurt her ears. Yin Sui turned around to take a look. A hand bearing jade claws hovered behind her, inches from her neck. It was frozen in place. There was a bullet hole in the stone wall, and black blood seeped out of it. Xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast. Xenogenic Gene found. An announcement played in Han Sen's head, but it was a shame he did not receive a beast soul. Thank you. Yin Sui looked at Han Sun with a complex expression. This was the second time Han Sun had saved her, and this time, he had managed to one-hit kill a ghost claw beast by himself. Such reaction speed and powers were difficult to find amongst earls. Han Sun was surprised. He was not surprised that Spell could kill the ghost claw beast, but that her pistols could turn into a sniper rifle. He knew that Spell herself could transform, but he hadn't known she could change her weapons. So, that means Spell can use any type of weapon? It might not have to be a weapon all the time either, Han Sun thought. He had simply commanded Spell to slay the ghost claw beast, and Spell had used her own judgment to select the sniper. It had greater power and bullet penetration. She now had 3 different weapons. There were the pistols for short-range quickfire. The power was mild, but she could take a lot of shots in little time. The sniper had the longest range of attack, and its damage was quite devastating. It could penetrate through materials, but bullets took a long time to regenerate. The rocket launcher did not have the range of the sniper rifle, but it dealt AoE damage across a wide area. This took even longer to regenerate a round though. The 3 of them had different functions and benefits. It was difficult to determine if one was outright better than the another. Depending on the situation, any of the weapons might prove more beneficial than the others. That was Spell's greatest strength. She could adapt to almost any scenario. Not long after Han Sun killed the ghost claw beast, Yin Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane finished off the 5 face centipedes. Han Sun went ahead and started digging into the stone. There was a monkey-looking jade monster inside, with its head blown wide open. It was the ghost claw beast. When Yin Sui saw that Spell had targeted the creature's forehead, the sight shocked her. She hadn't expected Spell to possess that level of accuracy, allowing her to take aim at the felon's head while it was still inside a wall. They dug up the xenogenic genes and kept going. The ghost claw beast's xenogenic gene was a black skull. A piece of shell was the xenogenic gene of the face centipedes. We have only just entered Xianyuan Cave, and already we have received rewards like this. We are quite lucky. We could go back now if we wanted to. Yin Susheng smiled. Finding a xenogenic during the next part of their trip wasn't so easy. They walked for another 2 hours and found nothing. Han Sun, your Geno armament is amazing. It looks like a person, and it can change weapons. What is her name? Yin Sui asked Han Senior Spell. Han Sun said, good name. Maybe it was because Han Sun had saved her twice, but she was being much nicer to him now. She seemed quite keen on chatting with him. SSSHHH. Thousand Feather Crane hushed them. Everyone went quiet. Thousand Feather Crane put his ear next to the wall, which made the others catch their breath. If there was a Xian Jade spirit residing right there, Thousand Feather Crane was a dead man. Fortunately, that did not happen. He had been confident that no creatures lurked within the wall, and he was correct. After a while, he raised his head again and said with a look of importance, I heard a Xianyuan dragon. Hearing that name, everyone's faces changed. Yin Susheng frowned. How far? Is it coming for us? I think it is headed our way. Thousand Feather Crane looked serious. If it is us 5 versus a Xianyuan dragon, we won't win. Let's go back, First Day said. Yeah. Thousand Feather Crane and Yin Susheng agreed. Han Sun did not know what this new threat was, but he was fine with the idea of leaving, if that was the general consensus. When they started to retreat, First Day said, Xianyuan dragons are the strongest xenogeneics to be found in Xianyuan Cave. Those things are born marquis. We cannot fight them. Han Sun nodded, then he glanced down. Spell fired her pistols at Han Sen's feet. A ghost claw had just come out of there, grabbing toward Han Sen's feet. The bullets pierced through the enemy, prompting it to return to the rock. But there were more and more of the things emerging all around them. They were all thrust into danger. Yin Susheng wielded her sword quickly to protect Yin Suyi. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day used their powers to stop the claws that kept coming out. But the creatures seemed to be countless. Han Sun and the others were earls, but Yin Suyi was a mere viscount. She wouldn't be able to protect herself. Yin Susheng, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day diligently did their best to protect her. This isn't right. Why are there so many ghost claws all of a sudden? Yin Susheng said as she fought back the ghost claw beasts. The ghost claw beasts must know that the Xianyuan dragon is coming. They want to stop us from leaving, Thousand Feather Crane said. First Day said, not bad. These guys are just here to hinder and annoy us. We cannot get close enough to the walls to attack them though. Slashing their claws off won't work, as they can quickly generate replacements. Pang! Spell used her sniper rifle to attack. The bullet penetrated the rock, and the hole sent blood squirting out everywhere. You guys protect Suyi. Draw them out, and I will have Spell kill them, Han Sun said as he ran. Spell had used her pistol to fire at many claws earlier, leaving spells attached to them. Now that made them easier to detect. When they rose to the surface of the rock, Spell would shoot them before they could extend their claws fully. The sniper rifle's piercing power was wickedly strong, but it still took some time to generate each new bullet. 1 second passed between each shot, which made it difficult to keep up with the onslaught of creatures. Even so, watching her work was pretty awesome. Thousand Feather Crane protected Suyi as they ran. Spell fired a shot every second. With each squeeze of the trigger, a ghost claw beast died. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Jade Ghost Claw Beast. Xenogeneic Gene found. Obtain Jade Ghost Claw Beast Soul. When Spell killed her 8th Ghost Claw Beast, Han Sun finally heard the announcement he'd been hoping for. He didn't have time to check out the beast's soul right now though. And neither could he dig up the bodies residing in the stone. They were all busy trying to run outside. Yin Susheng and Thousand Feather Crane looked behind them, and they saw Spell shooting the ghost claw beasts. She dropped each one with a single shot before their claws were even revealed. They had no clue how such a thing was possible, but they did not have time to ponder that. Spell killed many ghost claw beasts along the way, but there were still too many of them. The group was not escaping quickly. The Xianyuan dragon is here. Thousand Feather Crane screamed, his face going pale. As his scream echoed off the walls, a strange noise came from deeper in the cave. A black shadow stretched toward them, filling the air with the smell of blood. The creature's scales were as black as ink. Its head had no horns, but the ears were fixed with black wings. Its belly had talons like those of an eagle. It was coming his way, and black smoke billowed around it. It looked very creepy. The Xianyuan dragon was too fast, and there were still the ghost claw beasts to fend off. Even if the ghost claw beasts hadn't been there, Han Sen's group still wouldn't have been able to outrun the dragon. In a second, the Xianyuan dragon was a mere 20 meters away from them. It opened its maw and fired a plume of black smoke in their direction. The smoke blackened the passage as it came toward them. The Xianyuan dragon's breath is toxic. Do not breathe it in. Thousand Feather Crane shouted, and then a cloud exploded from his body. The eye on his forehead opened up and shone. The shining light made him stronger. The sky and the clouds are invincible. The sword can kill the sky. Thousand Feather Crane shouted. A white sword air surrounded his ancient sword, and he swung it forward. The white sword air sliced open the black toxic smoke. The sword air continued on until it struck the dragon's head. Then it was gone. You guys leave now. Thousand Feather Crane clutched his sword tight and ran for the dragon. His body was emitting clouds, and he flew forward like a fairy. Take Suyi. Yun Suzheng pushed Yun Suyi to first day. Then the eye on her forehead opened. A new sword air surrounded her ancient sword as well, and she went to fight beside Thousand Feather Crane. They lifted their swords and attacked together, breaking the Xianyuan dragon's breath. They stopped the advance of the Xianyuan dragon and fought it hard. The dragon could not do anything. So this is the power of the sky. When their third eyes are opened, they are far stronger. Han Sen watched in awe. Thousand Feather Crane and Yin Sushang's power could go up against a marquise creature, and it seemed likely that they could actually kill one. But the Xianyuan dragon was no ordinary marquise. Its scales were incredibly strong, and its power was just as impressive. Thousand Feather Crane and Yin Suzheng broke through the breath, but they could not break the scales. The snow-white sword air swung down across the black scales, but it could only leave behind a white scratch mark. Han Sen let Spell fire a few bullets at the Xianyuan dragon, but when the bullets hit the target, they shattered into dust. So strong! Han Sen shouted in his heart. Mr. Han, please take Suyi and leave this place, First Day said, as he proceeded to cast Truth Spell. The spells landed on the ground of the area, then surged forward to land on Yin Suzheng and Thousand Feather Crane. It helped buff their power and speed. Some of his spells hit the Xianyuan dragon, but those appeared to be futile. 3 elites were now in battle against the Xianyuan dragon, but that only seemed to make it angrier. A black light grew in the center of its black. The black light became dragon wings, and they gave it speed. The Xianyuan dragon flapped its wings, and its 10-meter-long body performed a loop in the air. Catcha! Yin Suzheng could not dodge it. The dragon bit down on her sword, and then the sword broke. At the same time, the tail of the dragon was swinging towards First Day. First Day's body was glowing with white light. Truth's spell gave him a bubble shield, but the tail obliterated it with a single strike. It sent his body flying against the cavern walls like a meteor. He screamed as its body slammed into the wall and cracked it. Then he coughed up blood. Oh no! It is a mutant xenogeniac. It has reinforced scales and a faster flying speed. Thousand Feather Crane moved like a cloud. He picked up Yin Suzheng, waved a sword air, and broke the black smoke the dragon was exhaling. Spell, protect her. Han Sen told Spell, then pulled out Ghost Teeth Knife. The rabbit shoes appeared on his feet, and he gripped his knife with the red mink gloves. Han Sen moved like a shadow, moving right behind the Xianyuan dragon. Using Tusk, he swung at the back of the Xianyuan dragon's neck. His attack only produced a dong noise. Not even the Ghost Teeth Knife's teeth power could break through the Xianyuan dragon's scales. It could only leave a scratch mark on the scales. And although his knife possessed teeth power and emitted a dangerous purple smoke, it still seemed useless. That hard. Han Sen was shocked. Don't fight it. Run. It is a mutant xenogeniac, and its body far exceeds its actual level. Thousand Feather Crane slashed to draw the Xianyuan dragon's attention while he shouted. But the Xianyuan dragon was too fast. It flapped its wings and became a black horse directly in front of Thousand Feather Crane. Thousand Feather Crane's sword air collided with the horse, and the sword air shattered. Still he could not hurt it. Seeing that the black horse was about to grab Thousand Feather Crane, he shouted. He held Yin Suzheng tighter and took off in flight. He moved so fast that it looked like he teleported away from the attack. But Thousand Feather Crane's face turned pale. His hands trembled as he gave Yin Suzheng to Yin Suyi. Suzheng and Suyi, you guys leave with First Day. Han Sen and I have got this. Roar! The Xianyuan dragon's attack had missed. It turned around and went after First Day, who had just stood up from the rubble. First Day gritted his teeth. His legs shone, like he was stepping on a lotus. And he cast a spell, which left a glowing symbol behind with every step he took. Every symbol caused him to accelerate, but he still could not dodge the Xianyuan dragon's attacks. And the talons were in front of him. First Day held out his palm, and a true light came out of it to counter the talon. The gold light and the black light collided against each other. First Day was sent flying, though, all the way back into the stone. The true light was broken. The dragon was cruel, and it went for First Day once again. Thousand Feather Crane's sky eye shone. He was bleeding, but he summoned a cloud air. The sword air became a white dragon, and it roared. It went for Xianyuan dragon. A black dragon and a white dragon surged toward each other. Then the Xianyuan dragon flapped its wings to become a black horse and avoid the engagement. It was going for Yin Sushang and Yin Suyi. Careful, sister. Thousand Feather Crane's face went gray. This strike had cost all his power, and there was nothing he could do to save them. Yin Sushang knew that they weren't fast enough to dodge the attack. She summoned an ancient sword and her sky eye shone. She slashed a sword air up at the dragon. Han Sun was currently sprinting, and the rabbit shoes gave him the speed of a dragon. He went behind the dragon and slashed it on the side. Dong! Two noises sounded at the same time. Yin Sushang heaved blood as she was sent careening away. Han Sun slashed the dragon's stomach again. He left a mark, but he didn't see flesh. Chapter 1976 Slap Your Turtle. Sun. The Xianyuan dragon turned to Han Sun and breathed out smoke. Han Sun fell back and swung the ghost teeth knife, breaking the black smoke. Xianyuan dragon spun around and put its attention back on Yin Sushang. Thousand Feather Crane was coming, but he was not as fast as the dragon. First Day cast True Light, but his attack didn't reach the dragon. He screamed, "He's too fast." What First Day said gave Han Sun inspiration. He had just created Turtle, and he had almost forgotten that it specialized in bringing down a creature's speed. Xianyuan dragon was almost in front of Yin Sushang, and Han Sen's legs sent him leaping forward at incredible speed. He gathered up power in his hand and brought a slap towards the black horse. The rabbit shoe's speed was equal to that of the dragon, and in no time at all, a jade white palm came pressing against the dragon's head. Thousand Feather Crane and the others did not think Han Sen's palm would achieve much. They knew Han Sun was wielding a king-class knife, and they knew he had practiced teeth knife. If those skills could not damage the dragon, what could a palm do? Thousand Feather Crane and First Day were out of range, and Spell kept firing her pistols ineffectually at the dragon. Yin Sushang obviously thought that she was about to die, so she pushed Yin Suyi away. Then her body exploded with a cloud. She was going to fight the dragon with everything she had remaining. Pang! Han Sun slapped the Xianyuan dragon's head. Then, the horse-looking dragon fell out of the air. It was like Han Sun had knocked him down to the floor. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were all in shock. They looked at the Xianyuan dragon that was now lying on the ground. And there, where Han Sun had delivered his strike, was the image of Turtle's spell. The Xianyuan dragon slammed into the ground and roared in rage. It flapped its wings as it tried to get back into the air. And that was what surprised Yin Sushang the most. No matter how much it flapped its wings, the Xianyuan dragon could not get airborne again. It was like a duck attempting to take off. Ultimately, despite all its frantic flapping, it couldn't get off the ground. Yin Sushang's mouth dropped wide open as she stared at the dragon. This was too powerful, and they were all gobsmacked. What are you gawking at? Run! Han Sun yelled at them, snapping them out of their daze. Yin Sushang pulled Yin Suyi away. First Day followed from behind, casting True Spell on the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane was attacking too, but they were all drained by now, and their attacks lacked the vigor they'd possessed earlier. The dragon was really angry at Han Senator. It completely ignored First Day and Thousand Feather Crane's attacks. It tried coming for Han Senator. It did not fly to him, and instead it wriggled and crawled. It moved forward steadily if much more slowly. Han Sun, seeing the Xianyuan dragon's speed, became very happy with how slowly the dragon was now moving, and there was no need for Han Sun to feel threatened. There was another pang noise as the Xianyuan dragon broke Thousand Feather Crane's sword air and First Day's True Spell. It continued coming for Han Sun, venting smoke from its mouth. Han Sun moved. He dodged the thickest section of the smoke. He slashed with his knife and cut through the smoke. Then, he moved to the dragon's side and slapped the dragon's face. Another turtle spell manifested on the dragon's face, dropping its speed yet again. Han Sun moved like a shadow. He put away his ghost teeth knife, opened his hands, and repeatedly slapped the dragon in the face. The Xianyuan dragon was so slow. It couldn't catch up with Han Sen and his rabbit shoes, so there was nothing to keep Han Sen from continuing to bitch slap it in the face. Images of the turtle's spell covered its face. Thousand Feather Crane and First Day watched Han Sen beating on the creature. The fleeing sisters stopped running, their mouths open wide, unable to quite fathom what they were seeing. The Xianyuan dragon was acting as if it was stupid. It stood where it was, allowing Han Sen to slap it non-stop. It was getting slower and slower, and the scene played out as if it was in slow motion. Han Sen felt very good hitting it, and as he did so he thought to himself, "Slap your turtle, son. Fly. Slap your turtle, son. Run." First Day and the others could guess that Han Sen's slapping was some sort of Geno art that slowed down the speed of an opponent. First Day had a Geno art like that, but it hadn't worked on the Xianyuan dragon when he tried it. They were both earls, yet Han Sen's Geno art was far more effective on the Xianyuan dragon. It confused First Day. Han Sen did not think his turtle would be that great. It could stop a foe from flying, and it could slow an enemy down. Surprisingly, it worked on a dragon that was a Marquise and a mutant. But the strangeness soon wore off. Turtle came from the Jade Turtle spell. The Jade Turtle was created from the remains of an old deified turtle shell. The power was deified. Han Sen also included his experience under the suppression of the deified Sky Palace leader, then threw in coin for good measure. With Han Sen's current power, Turtle might not have been able to subdue a king-class enemy, but it worked just fine on marquises or dukes. And Turtle could stack. Han Sen continued to slap the Xianyuan dragon, and in the end, the dragon was as slow as a snail. It was like a slow-motion scene on TV. The Xianyuan dragon was so angry that its eyes almost popped from their sockets. Its gaze was burning with hatred. If stairs could kill, it would have murdered Han Sen a long time ago. The dragon might only have the speed of a turtle now, but its power had not been affected. It could still exhale toxic air, but it could not move, and it could not hit the nimble Han Sen with the smoke. Han Sen kept using teeth knife to slash at the dragon's neck. He struck the beast hundreds of times, and knife lights were everywhere. Not long after, the dragon's neck started to bleed. The blood gleamed visibly in the knife light. Thousand Feather Crane and the others could tell the dragon was going to perish, so they didn't help out. They didn't want to steal the kill. They did, however, commit to clearing the ghost claw beasts that were still nearby. Yun Sui saw the knife light reflecting off the blood and stared, deep in thought. Padong! The screams of the Xianyuan dragon suddenly cut off as Ghost Teeth Knife severed the dragon's head. Xenogeniac Marquise Mutant hunted. Xianyuan dragon. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtain mutant Xianyuan dragon beast soul. Chapter 1977 Mutant Gene. After killing the Xianyuan dragon, the crew left Xianyuan cave. Han Sen didn't feel very well, and First Day and Yin Susang were injured. They couldn't keep going. They also had to carry out the dead bodies of the Xianyuan dragon and ghost claw beasts. The Xianyuan dragon's body was very useful, and it also had xenogeniac genes. They didn't want to waste it. Han Sen cut open the Xianyuan dragon's head under Thousand Feather Crane's supervision. He took out a brain orb, which was the xenogeniac gene of this creature. The brain orb was around the size of a fist. It looked like a black crystal. The strangest thing was that there was a Xianyuan dragon with wings inside it. When Han Sen obtained the brain orb, an announcement played. Obtain Marquise mutant xenogeniac gene. Insufficient Marquise genes. Cannot refine. Han Sen was surprised and he thought, what does that mean? Will absorbing that mutant gene require other genes as some sort of base? Han Sen put away the brain orb for the moment. He gathered up the other spoils and left the cave alongside the others. Han Sen, which Geno art did you use on the Xianyuan dragon? You made it unable to move. That is something extremely powerful. Yun Sui said to Han Sen as they walked. It is a Geno art that is used to reduce the speed of enemies. It is called Turtle, Han Sen answered. Hearing that name, Yun Sui and the others looked surprised. Yun Sui smiled and said, this name is good, and you really did turn the Xianyuan dragon into a turtle. Thousand Feather Crane and the others were shocked. They didn't expect a skill used to reduce speed could be that effective. It wasn't an ordinary Geno art, that was for sure. After a short discussion, Han Sun sold the Xianyuan dragon to Yun Susang. Yun Susang called her people over from the shop to come and claim it. Han Sun was only going to take the xenogeneic genes of the dragon and a few of the ghost claw beasts with him. Then, he rode his legless bird back to his island. On his way home, Han Sun looked at his new beast soul. Ghost claw beast. Weapon. Han Sun summoned the ghost claw beast soul. It was indeed a weapon, and it looked very similar to the ghost claws. Ghost claw had a 3-foot-long handle with a claw-like blade on the end. He wasn't quite sure what kind of weapon it was. He put away the ghost claw blade and summoned the mutant Xianyuan beast soul. Mutant Xianyuan dragon. Flying type. After Han Sun summoned it, he felt rather depressed. He had thought he would grow awesome wings behind him, but that wasn't the case. When he summoned it, it wasn't as intimidating as the black wings that had grown from the dragon's back. Instead, a small pair of Xianyuan wings spawned near Han Sun's ears. They weren't broad wings. They were just a pair of small ear wings. They looked beautiful, but Han Sun did not think they would be very useful at all. Han Sun tried flying with the wings, and it worked. They were very fast. They were almost as good as the rabbit shoes. The rabbit shoes only increased his movement speed on the ground. They did not improve his flying speed. The dragon wings would improve his speed in the air, so they were very suitable for Sky Palace. This beast soul could turn out to be very useful. There might be times he would have to fight while in the air. He couldn't just use rabbit shoes to fight then, and so having the dragon wings would make things easier. But when he used the dragon wings, he did look rather funny. Han Sun melted the ghost claw beast genes, and then he drank the broth. He felt the power spread through his body. He felt cold, as if he was being washed in a rush of cold water. Earl xenogeneic genes +1. Han Sun had 9 xenogeneic materials in total, from the ghost claw beasts. After he ate them, he ended up with 9 xenogeneic gene points. Mutant Xianyuan dragon's xenogeneic gene, however, could not be melted. Thus Han Sun couldn't eat it. It was just as the announcement had said. Han Sun did not have enough Marquis genes, so he couldn't refine the mutant xenogeneic gene. Han Sun rested for the night, and then there was nothing to do the next day, either. White Jade Jing had not opened yet, so there was no need to go there. As a result, he had nothing to do, so he planned to go and kill xenogeneics inside Xianyuan Cave again. This time alone. He wanted to fill up his Earl gene tallies, so that his Geno arts would have an easier time breaking through. Han Sun rode the legless crane to Xianyuan Cave. He left it outside and entered the cave alone. Thousand Feather Crane and the others hadn't come, so Han Sun only had to worry about himself. He used his rabbit shoes to run deep into the cave at a speedy pace. Perhaps it was because the rabbit shoes were too fast, but the Xian Jade spirits did not make an appearance. He ran for 3 hours. He ran past where they killed the Xianyuan dragon, and there was still no sign of any xenogeneics. Han Sun didn't dare slow down, as he wanted to draw out whatever creatures he could. He met some people hunting xenogeneics, people from Sky Palace. They were in a group, and only Han Sun had entered alone. When the Sky Palace students saw Han Sun running around by himself, they were shocked. Xian Jade spirits could appear at random, so it was dangerous to venture inside alone. When students came there to hunt, they would always bring a partner. It was rare to see something like Han Sun venturing inside all alone. As Han Sun walked forward, he didn't see any Xian Jade spirits, but he heard a voice calling for help from deeper inside the cave. Han Sun looked in that direction, and saw a sky man running toward him. There was an ant behind him with a head as big as a cat. Han Sun summoned spell. She lifted her sniper rifle and fired a bullet, blowing the xenogeneic's head off from a few hundred meters away. Xenogeneic Viscount hunted. Jade ant, xenogeneic gene found. Run! The sky man came running, shouting at Han Sun as he came. Why run? It's dead, Han Sun said. The sky man continued running, and he cried out. It's not just one. There are many. How many? Han Sun asked. Many. Many. Run. The sky man ran past Han. Senator Han Sun did not ask anything further. as he saw jade ants pouring out of the cavern behind the Sky Man. There were too many to count. That is a lot. Han Sen was not scared. Instead, he was happy. His eyes turned bright. Without Han Sen even needing to issue a command, Spell swapped her sniper rifle for an RPG. She placed the rocket launcher on her shoulder, put herself into position, and pulled the trigger. A rocket shot out and slammed into the center of the horde of ants. Chapter 1978 Ant Nest Boom. A white light exploded amidst the horde of ants. A mushroom cloud was generated, and it rocked the entire cavern. Announcements played in Han Sen's head, over and over countless times. Han Sen heard himself receive 2 jade ant beast souls. They slid into his sea of soul. Awesome! Han Sen felt great. He hadn't felt like this in a long time. The Sky Fellow stopped and stared in shock. He was frozen by what he had just witnessed. Spell fired another rocket, and it landed amidst the jade ants. Countless more died, and roasted corpses were scattered all about. Damn! Your gear is powerful. The man came running back. He looked at Spell as he spoke. It's all right. It's strong, but I'm also just lucky, Han Sen said smarmily. Spell required 3 seconds to generate a rocket after each use, but after firing 3 or 4 of them consecutively, the jade ants that were still alive retreated back into the tunnel and did not return. The guy didn't object to what Han Sen said. He thought it made fine sense. But he still looked at Spell with hefty interest and said, My name is Yu Jing. What is yours? Han Sen said. You are the Han Sen that was carried into Sky Palace by Uncle Crane? Yu Jing asked in surprise. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. What could he say? You look different from the stories I've heard, and your Geno armament is strong, Yu Jing said. I see you are an Earl, so why are you calling Thousand Feather Crane an uncle? Han Sen asked. Yu Jing smiled. Uncle Crane is a student of the 10th leader. I am the 6th elder student. I'm more like a grandson, to be honest. At the very least, I should call him uncle. After that, Yu Jing went on to say, Han Sen, are you interested in cooperating with me? No, Han Sen said immediately. Yu Jing was disappointed. After a while he said, Don't you at least want to hear my proposal? No thanks, Han Sen said. Then he walked towards the jade ants that were killed. He was going to collect their xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing understood, but his face turned red. He couldn't keep himself from explaining, so he said, Brother Han, it isn't like that. I can deal with Viscount jade ants. The reason I ran was because there is an Earl inside there, and it is a mutant ant queen. So I had to run. A mutant ant queen? When Han Sen heard this, his eyes opened wide. Han Sen had received Xianyuan Dragon's xenogeneic gene, but he had been unable to absorb it. He wanted to understand what the difference between ordinary genes and mutated genes were. If he could get his hands on an Earl mutant gene, he might just be able to figure it out. Yeah, I was unlucky. I found a jade fruit tree, and just as I was about to claim some jade fruit for myself, I was started to see a jade ant nest right next to it. I was unable to collect the fruit, and I almost died. I used everything I had, every item I owned, to keep myself alive. I lost everything on this excursion. Yu Jing sighed. And then, Yu Jing suddenly smiled at Han's senior brother. I think you are so strong. You must be a hero. Why don't you and I go collect the jade fruit, and split the haul between us? No offense, but why can't I just go there by myself right now? Han Sen smiled at Yu Jing. Yu Jing smiled, but it quivered with a touch of nervousness. He responded, Brother Han, you have only been in Sky Palace for a few days. You don't know much about Xianyuan Cave, do you? Although Xianyuan Island does not look big from the outside, it is very large on the inside. Even if you were down here for a whole year, you wouldn't be able to explore every nook and cranny of this realm. The cave system is complex too, so you'd likely find yourself lost. Without me, it is highly unlikely that you'll find the fruit within the next few months of searching. Do you really want to waste your time in such a fashion? That makes sense. Okay, we'll split the haul of fruit in half, Han Sen said as he dug through the corpses of the jade ants. The rocket had been too powerful, and the jade ants were only viscounts. Most had been blown to smithereens, to such an extent that the xenogenic genes were utterly annihilated. When he was done, Han's son had only been able to collect a dozen xenogenic genes. Yu Jing was so happy to hear this, and he said, "Brother Han, you won't regret cooperating with me. Can your geno armament destroy an Earl Jade ant?" Han's son searched around for a few more jade ants that had not been destroyed, and then went in search for the jade fruit tree with Yu Jing. Truthfully, Han Sen's goal in this venture was not anything that rested on the boughs of the tree. Any fruit he collected would be a decent bonus. What he wanted to do the most was kill that jade ant queen. Yu Jing was not lying. The jade fruit tree's location was well hidden. They traversed a number of complex tunnels for over an hour before finding it. The tree was behind a hidden alcove and cave. "Brother Han, do you see the rock beside the tree? That is the exit of the ant nest. If we get too close, the ants will come pouring out. I examined it earlier, and there were at least 8 Earl Jade ants. There was also an ant queen. What are you going to do?" Yu Jing looked worried. He was afraid Han's son would back out. "We have a deal, don't we? We split the Hall of Fruit in half. And the jade ant xenogenic genes are for me," Han's son said. Yu Jing immediately said, "Yes. It does not matter who kills it. You can have the xenogenic genes." Yu Jing said that, but inside he thought, "The mutant jade ant queen? That thing is as strong as a marquise, with 7 or 8 earls alongside it. And the other ants too. I think you'll end up running off without laying claim to a single xenogenic gene." "Okay, that's the deal then. You go over there," Han's son said coldly. "I go. How?" Yu Jing asked with shock. "Walk there. You can fly or crawl, if you so prefer. Just go over and draw those ants out." Han's son smiled. "Draw them out? Your plan is to draw them out, kill them, and collect the fruit?" Yu Jing looked at Han's son queerly. "Do you have a better idea?" Han's son smiled at Yu Jing. It was easy for Han's son to collect jade fruit. With Han Sen's rabbit shoes, he could pick the tree clean before the ants even emerged. But Han's son wasn't there for just the fruit. Picking it, and then leaving was not on the agenda. Chapter 1979 Crazy Killing. "Brother Han, are you really confident in this?" Yu Jing asked, staring at Han Sr. "Yes." Han's son answered with certainty. Yu Jing hesitated. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Han Sen's hands and said, "Brother Han, I place my life in these hands of yours. You have to be careful and see my safety is secured. Go. I will have spellfire when the time is right." Han's son patted Yu Jing on the shoulder and smiled. Yu Jing ran towards the jade fruit tree. Before he could get close, ants began to pour out from under the rock. It was like a black river headed for him. Yu Jing quickly came running back as Han's son commanded Spell to ready a rocket. Then, she fired behind the man. Boom! The white light exploded behind Yu Jing. It killed a lot of jade ants. Announcements kept running in Han Sen's head, declaring he had killed a Viscount Jade ant. He also heard himself receive a bunch of beast souls. Han's son had battled ants before, and he had always received armor beast souls. But these jade ants only gave him pet-type beast souls. That disappointed him quite a bit. That was because pet-type beast souls were annoying. If you wanted to use them effectively, you'd have to get them to combat mode. He had found himself in possession of many low-tier pets in the past. Jade ants could spit corrosive gas, but the range was short, and the gas was slow. Before the ants could get to Han's son, Spell had fired 2 rockets and laid waste to them. Suddenly, a few gold shadows emerged from the stone nest. These ants were twice as big as the ordinary ones. They had wings, and they glimmered with a golden light. They flew straight at Yu Jing like shadows. "Brother Han, help me!" Yu Jing shouted at Han's son as he ran. Seeing that 7 or 8 Earl-class jade ants were about to catch up with Yu Jing, Han's son realized that Spell's rockets were going to be too slow. She had killed many Viscount ants, but more and more of them were approaching. Spell! Han's son took control of her, ditching the rocket launcher, and pulling out the sniper rifle. Spell lifted the sniper, aimed it above Yu Jing's head, and pulled the trigger. A bullet of light was fired, and it struck one of the Earl ants. That power tore through the ant's wing and perforated its shell. It fell from the air. Xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade Ant, xenogenic gene found. The announcement played in Han Sen's head. Yu Jing was approaching excitedly saying, "Shit, Brother Han. Your geno armament is strong. Hurry, fire a few more shots and finish them all off." 1 second later, Spell raised the rifle again and fired. Unfortunately, she missed this time. She failed to hit the Earl Jade Ant that was flying quickly towards her. Yu Jing's excited voice turned to one of crying. "Brother, can you aim better?" Seeing Yu Jing draw even closer, Spell swapped her sniper for a pair of pistols. Then she fired them into the sky. A series of shots were heard. She missed a few times, but she still managed to hit 2 Earl Jade Ants. The pistols were not as powerful as the sniper, though, and the bullets only punched holes in the shells of the creatures. They didn't kill the ants. "Spell!" Han Sen shouted. Spell ran towards Han Sen and turned into a pair of pistols that flew into Han Sen's own hands. Han Sen's left and right hands clutched the spell pistols. He fired them into the sky simultaneously. Each bullet came launching out with a stunning muzzle flash. And again there was a pang-pang noise. Han Sen fired 7 bullets, and all 7 hit their desired target. 7 Earl Ants were hit. Han Sen's bullets were as strong as Spell's. The only difference was that Spell's bullets were fueled by the raw power of the story of genes, while Han Sen could create bullets from any geno art he possessed. After the 7th shot, the 7 Earl Jade Ants each had a bullet hole inside them. The wounds were not deadly though, and the ants could still fight. But they spiraled like planes losing control. They crashed into the ground and could not get airborne again. Small turtle symbols were glazed across each of them. Han Sen's bullets were now powered by turtle. It stopped the ants from flying, and it reduced their speed. Han Sen kept firing his guns at the Earl Ants on the floor. Their shells splintered and broke as their bodies oozed blood. Han Sen killed 1 ant immediately. Xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade Ant, xenogenic gene found. "Shoot them! Shoot them!" Yu Jing shouted with excitement. The Earl Jade Ants had been robbed of their ability to fly, and they were slowed dramatically. They were no longer a threat to Yu Jing. Han Sen fell back, repeatedly squeezing the triggers. The joy of firing a gun was incomparable to the wielding of a knife. Han Sen killed another Earl Jade Ant, and then there was a noise. A pure black ant flew out from under the stone, with a shell that was wreathed in golden symbols. This ant was smaller than the Earls, but its presence was far scarier. It flapped its wings and flew towards Han Senator. Its claws were like blades, and they came swinging towards him. The gold light came past Han Sen like a knife light. Han Sen moved and evaded the gold lights. Han Sen then fired his guns, but the Jade Ant Queen was too fast. It was able to dodge every bullet. The Ant Queen rose into the air, shrieking. The gold symbols on the shell and wings glowed. Its speed and power were increasing, and it was going to attack Han Sen again. "Run! This mutant Ant Queen is as strong as a marquise. We cannot fight it." Before Yu Jing could finish his warning, Han Sen had drawn another weapon and gone running towards the Ant Queen. The bullets could not catch up with the Ant Queen, but the rabbit shoes could. Han Sen rushed by the gold lights and used the ghost teeth knife on the Ant Queen, breaking its shell and leaving a big mark on it. Blood came out, as did a plume of purple smoke. Chapter 1980. Killing Ant Queen. There was no need for Han Sen to fight anymore. The purple smoke was spreading quickly across the Ant Queen, ripping its wounds apart and sending blood spewing out of it like a burst dam. Han Sen was too lazy to wait though. He slashed again and cut the heavily injured Ant Queen's head clean off. Mutant xenogenic Earl hunted. Jade Ant Queen, xenogenic gene found. There was an announcement, and it made Han Sen very happy. It really is a mutant xenogenic. The Jade Ants did not back off just because the Ant Queen was killed. They all came rushing at Han Sen like kamikazes. Han Sen gave Spell back her body, and she quickly got to firing rockets at the droves. Meanwhile, Han Sen went on to finish off the rest of the Earls himself. After many more ants were killed, the rest decided to return to their abode below the stone. Han Sen did not seek to pursue the fight. He harvested the bodies of the Ant Queen and the 8 Earls. He also collected many Viscount xenogeneic genes. Yu Jing saw Han Sun picking up all those xenogeneic genes and felt depressed. He had to comfort himself by saying, "It is lucky I can at least get half of those jade fruits. This guy is scary, and he is nothing like the stories people tell about him. He doesn't seem like the sort of fellow who would need to be carried into Sky Palace. I should have totally fought for a greater share of this haul." There were 14 jade fruits on the tree. Han Sun and Yu Jing each took half. Han Sun received 7, and then he asked Yu Jing what benefit they could provide. "Brother Han, how about we cooperate in Xianyuan Cave and kill more xenogeneics together? We can split the gatherings in your favor 60-40. I guess I could settle for 70-30. 80-20 is a possibility too. You should think about it." Han Sun did not continue his hunt in Xianyuan Cave. He took his spoils and left. He flew the legless crane back to his island. Right then he wanted to find out the purpose of mutant xenogeneic genes. He did not need to do any more hunting at this point. He gave a few Viscount jade ant bodies to the legless crane. He didn't collect the xenogeneic genes inside the bodies either. The crane was able to gobble them all up. The legless crane happily swallowed the first, and it made a grateful noise to Han Sun as it ate. Han Sun went to the stone house and pulled the bodies out. He cut open the ant queen's body and picked up a piece of flesh that looked like jade. That meat was transparent and not unlike shrimp. Something gold shone from it, and looking into the gold light, you could see it was the face of the ant queen. Earl genes insufficient. Cannot refine mutant xenogeneic genes. As Han Sun held the ant queen's xenogeneic gene, he received the same announcement. "I have 9 Earl genes. And here there are 8 Earl-class jade ants. I don't know if that'll be enough." Han Sun cut open the 8 Earl ants and picked up the xenogeneic genes within. Han Sun gave the ant queen's body and the bodies of the others to the legless crane for food. Bubble was Han Sun's only other companion right now, so there was nothing else he could feed. Han Sun had an Earl pet beast soul and 7 Viscount beast souls, but he did not fancy feeding them at all. Having a pet in Sky Palace would not be something you could easily hide. If others discovered that he possessed one, explaining that might be difficult. Jade ant xenogeneic genes were like a fist-sized cut of meat. After Han Sun melted them down, it was like a barbecue. The oil sizzled, and he sprinkled it with salt and pepper. It tasted better than barbecued lamb. Earl genes +1. After eating a piece of the ant meat, Han Sun felt very alive. He was energized, and he felt as if he could have sex 10 times in one night. After eating 4 pieces of that meat, his belly was bloated. The meal was very filling. Han Sun did not want to wait before eating the rest, though, so he switched on consume and quickly digested the ants that were in his stomach. By the time he was done, he had finished all 8 slabs of ant meat. In total, Han Sun now had 17 Earl genes. But when he picked up the ant queen's mutant genes, it still said he did not have enough Earl genes. How many Earl genes do I need? I can't figure out the number. Han Sun felt depressed. But it was almost time for White Jade Jing to open again. He did not have time to venture into the cave just yet, so he'd think about what to do once he returned from White Jade Jing. Practicing in White Jade Jing was the most important thing he could do right now. He had 3 Geno arts that needed to play catch-up and reach Earl status, so White Jade Jing was very important. It was why Isha had sent him here after all. Of course, Isha had sent him there only intending for him to level up the story of genes to Earl status. And that was something he had already accomplished. Han Sun, are you here? The day White Jade Jing opened, someone was calling for Han Sun before he had woken up. The voice was Yun Suyi's. Han Sun went to brush his teeth, then opened the door. Yun Suyi was wearing a white dress, and she was standing just outside the door. The cut of the dress showed off her attractive legs. White Jade Jing is opening today. Let's go. Yun Suyi blinked at Han Senator. Yeah, Han Sun answered. He turned to wake up the legless crane that was snoozing beneath the tree. Let's take my jade wing tiger. It is faster, Yun Suyi said. Sure. Han Sun nodded, letting the legless crane continue to sleep. Han Sun sat behind her, and the jade wing tiger flew towards White Jade Jing. Han Sun, you are a student of Knife Queen. You must surely know many knife skills. I've learned a few, but I fear there is something amiss. If you ever have the time, could you teach me a thing or two? Yun Sui turned around and smiled at Han Sr. I can't teach you, but we can practice together, Han Sun said. Okay then. After White Jade Jing closes, I will take you over to my place. Yun Sui smiled in a flirty way. Han Sun and Yun Sui went to the White Jade building, and they split up when they reached the 4th floor. Yun Sui said she'd wait for Han Senator this time. Han Sun stopped on the 6th floor. He had decided to practice there this time. He had to practice his other Geno arts, and he did not know if his body could withstand the jade air of the 7th floor without using petrify. But the 6th floor was full of students. It filled up soon after, and people were everywhere. Brother Han, you are here. Yu Jing walked in and saw Han Sun, then went over to sit down beside him. Chapter 1981. Jade Building. Strange scene. Han Sun wanted to sit by himself, but he didn't seem to have that option. People were everywhere on the 6th floor. Fortunately, Yu Jing did not mention anything about them killing xenogenics together. He quietly asked, Brother Han, will you participate in Sky Palace's exam? What exam? Han Sun asked. This wasn't high school, so what exam could there be? The exam is annual. There are no penalties to failing. But if you do well, the elders and the leaders might take notice of you. If you reach the top 3, you also earn a prize. If you receive a good score, the elder might take you as a student, even though you are an outsider. But of course, you are already Knife Queen's student, but the top 3 rewards are still great. What are the rewards? Han Sun asked. Treasure is granted to the top 3. If you are number 1, you will also have permission to enter the Holy House. There, you may select a Geno art. Such a thing would be of great benefit, Yu Jing said. Han Sun, hearing that, was quickly disinterested. He still had his own Geno arts to practice with. Even if the Sky Palace Geno arts were powerful, he doubted he'd find the time to learn one of them. Yu Jing noticed Han Sun was not interested, and so he looked around and whispered to Han Sun, Brother Han, if you have time, I would like to talk to you about the exam. Alone. Perhaps we can cooperate there. Han Sun looked at Yu Jing, and Yu Jing performed a gesture to be quiet. Han Sun realized that Yu Jing must be asking him to cheat in some way. Of course, no one else could hear that. And then Yu Jing spoke to Han Sun again. This time, he did not want to discuss the exam. White Jade Jing opened and jade air came out of the jade wall. When it did, everyone focused on refining it. Han Sun used jade skin to absorb the jade air. They both possessed the same jade word, so perhaps they might have some compatibility. When Han Sun used jade skin, the jade air moved quickly throughout his body. Jade skin absorbed the air quickly, much faster than the story of genes. Damn, they really are connected. Han Sun thought. Han Sun changed to the Dongxian Sutra, then the Blood Pulse Sutra, and he noticed that they refined the jade air much more slowly than the story of genes did. And they were far inferior to jade skin. It looks like I need to practice jade skin first. Han Sun stopped wasting time and focused on practicing with jade skin. He wanted to evolve with that first and foremost. Jade air was everywhere, but it wasn't dense enough. Han Sun's absorption speed was fast, but jade skin's evolution was not going great. He realized that the galaxy sand had been far superior. Before the second jade air erupted, Han Sun went up to the 7th floor. His jade skin was compatible with the jade air, so he knew he could survive on the 7th floor with it. But when he reached the 7th floor, he did not see Thousand Feather Crane or Yin Su's hang. Not even First Day was there. There was a young lonely guy there on the 7th floor though. A jade sword rested on his knees. The man did not look at Han Senator, he just sat where he was, eyes closed, uncaring for the world around him. Han Sun was not a fan of talking, either, so he found a corner to sit in and waited for the second wave. The jade air on the 7th floor was far purer than the jade air on the 6th floor. It was better for his jade skin. No others had come to the 7th floor, so the environment satisfied Han Sun a great deal. It was far better than the overcrowded 6th floor. He thought to himself, if I had known I could survive it, I would have come here the first time it erupted. Han Sun waited for the second eruption, and when it came, he cast jade skin and absorbed the jade air. The jade air on the 7th floor was far denser than the lower floors. Han Sun felt the jade air flow inside him, and it helped refine his jade skin and infuse it with his bones. It made Han Sun feel like jade himself. There were some amazing feelings going on in Han Sun's skeleton. Rather than giving him the chills, the scary jade air actually made him feel hot. It felt like he was inside an oven, and his bones were being baked. Han Sun knew that this was just an illusion though, and that was because the jade air did not suppress him. It made him feel more alive. Han Sun practiced jade skin, and not long after, his jade skin began to feel strange. It became purer. This was exactly what Han Sun had hoped for. Without thinking, Han Sun cast jade skin. But on the 7th floor, an odd image appeared on the smooth jade wall. The sun and the moon appeared in the image, and white bones as well. Sword air cut through them. It was like a god appearing in the sky. Buildings rose up, like steps into the sky. Between the clouds was a mysterious city. It was very well hidden, and you could not see much. All those images appeared across the jade walls, and they made the jade air purer. The arrogant young sky man opened his eyes. His eyes shone as he looked upon the jade wall. He looked shocked. The jade wall's image started to change, and the city there grew closer. There was a king obeying the city. He took a step, then knelt. 10 steps, then he prostrated himself. It was like a believer, walking to a holy place. When the arrogant young man saw that the jade wall was showing the city, and the city was revealed from behind the clouds, his face changed. 5 cities. The arrogant young man's eyes looked bright. He stared at the 5 cities the wall displayed. Many kings bowed before the cities, but none dared to step in. It was not clear what happened after that though. The kings that were nearest to the city were dying, and they soon disappeared. The gates of the 5 mysterious cities remained closed. It was like they had been closed since ancient times. Chapter 1982. Under the sky, Han Sun felt that the jade air had become very pure. It allowed his jade skin to ascend in level very quickly, but the jade air's time of eruption was far too short for satisfaction. When the jade air dispersed, Han Sun wanted more. "What is your name?" Han Sun opened his eyes and saw the arrogant man looking at him. His voice sounded cold. "Han Senator, what is your name? And do you want something?" Han Sun asked. "Are you taking part in the exam this year?" The man did not answer Han Sun's question, and just asked his own again. Han Sun thought the man was quite strange, so he willingly answered. "I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not." "Oh." The man looked at Han Sun, and then left, headed downstairs. "Is he crazy?" Han Sun shrugged his shoulders, then went downstairs as well. When Han Sun reached the 6th floor, the man had vanished. He saw Yu Jing looking around, however. Yu Jing approached Han Sun as soon as his eyes found him. "Han Sun, are you free? Can we talk?" Yu Jing said. "I don't think so. I have something to do. Come over to my place tonight," Han Sun said, recalling that he was supposed to meet up with Yin Suyi. "Okay," Yu Jing agreed, then walked downstairs with Han Senator. When they reached the 4th floor, Yin Suyi was waiting there for Han Senator. She smiled at him. "Brother Han is meeting up with a woman? It is best that I leave." Yu Jing saw Yin Suyi, smiled back, and then said goodbye. "Why are you with him?" Yin Suyi asked, frowning. "Why? Is there a problem?" Han Sun asked with confusion. She looked as if matters with Yu Jing weren't so simple. "That guy is greedy. He plays tricks and he cheats. He does not have a very good reputation in Sky Palace. I recommend staying away from him if you can." Yin Suyi told Han Sun some stories about things he had done. Yin Suyi then brought Han Sun over to her island. Her island was far bigger than his. She had a pavilion, and even a garden with a fountain. It was quite a comfy place, really. "Here then. Help me examine this skill. Which part of it is incorrect? I always feel as if there is something amiss with it." Yin Suyi brought Han Sun into a pavilion in the garden. She invited Han Sun to sit down and drink some tea. Han Sun answered, "Show me the knife skill, and I'll see if I can identify the issue." Yin Suyi nodded. Her beautiful body walked to the fields. She pulled out a knife and began her performance. Han-sun watched her and frowned. Yun Sui hadn't been practicing the skill for very long, so she wasn't experienced at all. If there was a problem, it would be because of her lack of practice. She could not even be considered a beginner with the skill. Han-sun realized that she had not used a knife before, so she did not have much in the way of knife skills. It was clear to him that she had only started practicing this as a way to talk to Han Senator. It was an excuse. Yun Sui had not just selected a random skill to trick Han-sun though. It'd have been too obvious if she had done that. The knife skill she had selected was called Under the Sky. It was created by a Sky Palace swordsman. He wanted to create a knife skill for Sky Palace, but in the end, there were 7 problems he was unable to solve. That was why he called the knife skill Under the Sky, because it was not on the level expected of the sky. Many people wanted to modify Under the Sky. The 7 little issues have been fixed over the years by a series of genius students, but there was still one problem no one could overcome. Because of that, they were unable to make it a Sky Palace skill. Yun Sui selected this skill in the hope that Han-sun could identify the issue that was thus far unfixable. If she did that, it'd work as an icebreaker, allowing her to get closer to him. If she had to keep looking him up all the time, with no real reason, her feelings would be revealed. Han-sun could tell Sui had just started practicing with a knife, but he was still fascinated by the knife skill. It was amazing in its own right, and it was vastly different from teeth knife. Han-sun thought the knife skill had the same potential as teeth knife, but when Sui performed it, there was clearly a problem with it. And also the power in the example was quite weak. It was just one little problem, but it detracted so much from the technique. The resolution of a battle between 2 elites rested on the smallest details, so the slightest edge could make the difference between life and death. Han-sun, can you tell that there is a problem with this skill? I feel as if something is wrong. After Yun Sui practiced, she returned to the pavilion and consulted Han Senator, because Under the Sky was still not perfect. Sky Palace did not really allow its students to practice it. Only a select few had knowledge of the skill's existence. She knew Han-sun had never seen the skill before, and so that was why she chose to use it. But even if the skill was perfected, it wouldn't be made available to all students. Most people would only hear the name. Han-sun didn't think much about it. He just believed Yun Sui had yet to practice it right, and that was why there was an issue. He didn't think there was an issue with the knife skill itself. This technique is very complicated, so I don't understand it yet. Could you perform it again for me? Han-sun did not ask to see the scroll. The skill was teeth knife's equal, so it was unlikely many students had what it took to practice with it. He was just an outsider, so asking to read the actual Geno art could have been very rude. Yun Sui merely agreed to perform Under the Sky again. There are some problems certainly, but I don't really understand them. I'll think it over when I head back. Han-sun did not focus on the use of knives, so he wasn't a knife master. He could not promise that he would fix the problem, but there were some common aspects threading every skill, and Han-sun had a great deal of knowledge and experience, so he planned on trying to solve it. Tackling the problem would be good for his own knife practice, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed. After all, Han-sun used knives more than any other weapon these days, and he had Ghost Teeth Knife, which was a king weapon. He wanted more knife skills. Yes, please. Yun Sui smiled and took Han-sun back. She planned to use this excuse to talk to Han-sun about knife skills again. She wanted to get closer to him. When Yun Sui returned home from taking Han-sun back to his island, Yun Sushang appeared in her garden. Sui, what have you done? Nothing. I had a problem with a skill, so I asked Han-sun for help. I took him home right after. Yun Sui acted as if she did not care. Yun Sushang looked at Yun Sui and said, the problem with Under the Sky cannot be fixed through simple observation. If he can do that, then the elders wasted their lives in what they have done. Yun Sui blushed and she said, Sister, why are you spying on our conversations? Sui, do not forget your identity. You should know what you can do and what you cannot. There is a line. Han-sun is not of the sky. Wanting something impossible will just get someone hurt. Yun Susang sighed. Chapter 1983 Misunderstanding. After Han's son returned to the island, he saw his legless crane resting beneath the tree. He put some meat in its bowl, then went into the house to practice under the sky. Under the sky was very delicate. The technique did not have much flair, and it wasn't overbearing like teeth knife. But when you used the skill, it was like a rippling ribbon that could not be cut. The knife skills looked random, but they were all connected. It could trap an enemy without them noticing. With it, Han's son might even be able to control the enemy, as if they were a puppet. Under the Sky was not too dissimilar to Heavenly Go or the Dongxian Sutra. It was still quite unique, of course. Heavenly Go focused on one's formation. The Dongxian Sutra was excellent when it came to prediction. Under the Sky focused on direct control. Under the Sky made one a queen amongst ants, allowing the user to rule the battlefield. Whoever made that knife skill, to have given it a name like that, must have been thinking of this. But there was a problem with the knife skill, which reduced its effectiveness significantly. In order to properly control the enemy, the skill had to view them as nothing. And that was where the problem began. When Han's son watched Yun Suyi make use of it, he could tell where the technique had originated. It had to have stemmed from Sky Palace. Han's son had guessed correctly. Sky Palace had outer sky powers, and it came from the textless book. The person that created Under the Sky had practiced with the textless book. He used that as a basis, and with his knowledge and talent, he formulated the rest of the knife skill. Understanding the textless book wasn't necessary to practice Under the Sky, though. If it was, then what was the point? Very few could actually practice with the textless book, after all. Because of this, the skill lacked the textless book's power as a base, and the control power was quite weak. It wasn't the best. It created a dual-sided problem. People who couldn't practice the textless book also couldn't learn this knife skill to its true potential. But people who could practice the textless book didn't need to learn this skill. It was a bit of a shame. Under the Sky had been abandoned because no one had found a way to overcome this problem. The modifications of a number of geniuses weren't even enough. Han's son wasn't very good at knife skills, but it just so happened that Under the Sky's problem was something Han's son was very familiar with. He had allowed the outer sky powers to enter his body on the road to the sky. The forces that he felt impressed him greatly. Added to that, he was proficient with the Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Thus, fixing the issue would not be too difficult for him. But Han's son had only observed the knife skill. He didn't have the scroll, so he couldn't learn it properly and apply his solution to the matter. After thinking it through, Han's son decided to give Yun Suyi a call. He asked if outsiders were allowed to learn Under the Sky, but she said no. It was a flawed knife skill, but it was connected to the textless book. Therefore, not just anyone could come and learn it. Yun Suyi was allowed to learn it, because the skill was originally created by the Yun family. She could study it herself, but she could not pass it on to others. Han's son was disappointed. He had agreed to help her because he thought the skill would suit him. He wanted to learn it himself. Han's son was disappointed he was not able to learn the skill. He apologized to Yun Suyi and told her he could not fix it by merely watching. That night, Yu Jing came to meet with Han Sr. Brother, you speak your mind. Han's son had learned quite a bit about Yu Jing from Yun Suyi. He did not harbor any prejudice against the man, though, so he treated him like a normal person. Yu Jing checked to see if they were truly alone, and he said, "Brother Han, if you do not care for the rewards of the exam, how about you help me out? With your power, you can surely win first place. If you can help me, I can provide you a reward that is worth even more." "Are you saying you want me to cheat?" Han's son understood what he was getting at. "Haha, I'm only talking about helping each other get what we both want." Yu Jing laughed. Han's son suddenly thought of something, and so he told Yu Jing, "I am afraid I am unable to help you. I will be taking part in the exam." "That's okay, but if you change your mind, you can always call me." Yu Jing was visibly disappointed, but he did not say anything about it. After he left, Han's son called Yun Suyi and asked, "Suyi, is Under the Sky in the holy house?" There is a copy in there, yes. Why? What do you want? Yin Sui asked with surprise. If I get first place in the exam, I can ask for Under the Sky as a reward, yes? Han Sen asked. That is correct. After saying that, Yin Sui thought of something and blushed. I see. Okay then. Han Sen hung up. Yin Sui had confirmed his guess, so he was going to join the exam and see if he could nab first place. If he was able to, he'd pick Under the Sky. Yin Sui was still holding the phone, deep in thought. Her cheeks were red, and she smiled and thought to herself, is he going to the exam because of me? All to get Under the Sky. There were still 2 weeks to go before the exam. White Jade Jing opened again the following week, and Han Sun had plans to slay a few more Earl Xenogeneics to level up his gene tally. He still wanted to learn the truth about mutant genes. Han Sun did not plan to go to Xianyuan Cave this time, as that place was far too complicated. There were too many Xian Jade spirits around, and they were tough to kill. Han Sun got his hands on a Sky Palace map, and he looked over places he could go to hunt Xenogeneics. After a time of deliberation, he decided on going to Old Night Island. Old Night Island's Xenogeneics were fast, and most of them could fly. Earls did not like going there, as it was difficult to slay the inhabitants of that island. Han Sun, however, was not afraid. No matter what happened, his rabbit shoes and his dragon wings could give him the speed he needed. Catching an Earl would not be difficult either. After Yu Jing confirmed Han Sen's participation in the exam, a new thought came to him. There aren't many special people in this year's exam. With Han Sen's power, he can get into the top 5 with ease. I can take advantage of that. His reputation is weak, and so people don't know his true strength. I can earn money through this. Yu Jing concocted a long scheme. Chapter 1984 Xenogeneic Genoar Old Night Island was very big. There were mountains, forests, and even oceans. Han Sun went there and chased a flying bird. He caught up with it and cut its head off. Xenogeneic Earl hunted. Forest bird, Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sun collected the Xenogeneic gene from the corpse, then started a fire. He immediately got to eating. The legless crane flapped its wings, having brought over a few branches. Bubble was hopping all over Han's senator. It was weak, so it couldn't help much. With this forest bird, that marks the 8th Earl in 4 days. This is no faster than going into the Xianyuan Cave. Han Sun felt terrible. Old Night Island was not as good as Han Sun thought it would be, and the Xenogeneics he managed to find were fast. The place was so large that it took a long time just to find a single Earl. Han Sun felt as if his plan had completely failed. Han Sun gave the bird's body to the legless crane, and he cooked the Xenogeneic gene. It was a liver this time. It tasted lovely, and it had a pleasant aroma too. Earl gene +1. After eating the whole liver, Han Sen's Earl gene tally reached 25. Han Sun brought out the Ant Queen's mutant gene. He was used to hearing the announcement saying he did not have enough genes yet. But this time, Han Sun did not hear that wretched announcement. Do I have enough Earl genes now? Han Sun grinned widely. He quickly started trying to cook the Ant Queen's gene in the pot. Han Sun hadn't been able to cook the Ant Queen's meat before, but now it was boiling. It made Han Sun very happy. After a while, the Ant Queen's meat was cooked. Han Sun ate it, and he felt a power course through him. After Han Sun ate all the meat, he did not hear any of his genes increase. He looked at his stats, and it still said he had 25 Earl genes in total. Eating the Ant Queen did not seem to have increased anything. But the power of the Ant Queen's meat was now inside Han's senator. It wasn't refined, and it was coursing through Han Sen's vessels. The power kept traveling through him, until eventually it waned and disappeared. In Han Sen's head, a shocking announcement played. Earl-class Xenogeneic Geno art obtained. Ant Queen mark. Mutant genes don't actually increase genes? They give Geno arts instead? Han Sen thought to himself. And then, he followed the path the powers had taken through his body. It was then that he discovered a gold symbol on his body. Han Sun had seen this gold shape on the Ant Queen's body. When this spell began to glow, the creature's power increased. Han Sun tested it out. Lo and behold, the Ant Queen's mark was very effective. It made Earls as strong as Marquises. That meant the Ant Queen's Geno art did not need to be practiced, and despite that, Han Sun could be as strong as the creature had been. Han Sun was so happy. If he found any more mutant genes, he could get the Geno arts from the mutant xenogeneics he defeated in battle. He wouldn't even have to practice with them to become as proficient as possible. The strongest thing about this new option was that the Geno arts came from creatures of a different species. Ordinary people could not learn xenogeneic Geno arts. That was what was so special about them. Even though Han Sun could simulate power with his Dongxian Sutra, he could only replicate a fraction of their abilities. That was because their bodies were different, so fully accurate simulation was impossible. It was just like consume. If Han Sun hadn't turned into an ant, he wouldn't have been able to learn the ability. And Han Sun had still needed to practice consume. Now he only needed a mutant gene to learn the Geno art of a xenogeneic. And because he did not need to practice with it, that made things even better. If I can kill a king class or deified mutant xenogeneic, does that mean I can learn the skills right away? Han Sun thought this could be tremendously powerful. But the Xianyuan mutant dragon's xenogeneic genes were Marquis' class. He needed to refine Marquis' genes before he could do anything with that one. For the time being, he could not make use of it. There was still a while to go before White Jade Jing opened. Han Sun planned to keep killing xenogeneics to earn Earl genes. If he met a mutant xenogeneic, he might learn another xenogeneic Geno art. Yu Jing, you really won't regret this? A group of sky men surrounded him, and they looked surprised. I won't, Yu Jing said with certainty. Good. If you wish to give us your money, we won't refuse. According to our struck deal just now, if Han Sun can win 10 times in a row in the exam, we lose. If he loses just once, then we get all your money. A sky man laughed. Many students of Sky Palace struck this deal with Yu Jing. One of them laughed and said, Yu Jing, you are bringing this upon yourself. Do not take it out on us if you lose everything. That Han Sun had to be carried up the road to the sky. If he can win 10 times, that means all our Earl brothers are rubbish. Someone patted Yu Jing on the shoulder and smiled. Thanks. If you have any more great deals to strike, you should seek me out. Yu Jing coldly laughed in his heart. It's only 10 rounds. Unless Han Sun is unlucky enough to face off against a strong enemy in the beginning, he should be able to reach the top 5 with ease. Especially with his power. Getting into the top 100 will be nothing. But Yu Jing still felt nervous in his heart. This was a very big bet to make. While it was a high risk, there was also a high reward. Winning the gambit meant he would end up with 10 times his total wealth. If he lost though, he'd go bankrupt. Yu Jing knew Han Sun was strong, but he was still nervous. When the exam matchups were settled, he took a look at Han Sun's schedule to see who he'd go up against. When he looked at the schedule, Yu Jing froze. His face grew pale. There was no color in him at all, and he almost passed out. The few sky that had made a bet with him approached. They looked rather cocky. The leader smiled, touched him on the shoulder and said, Yu Jing, you are unlucky. That monster bamboo is taking part in the exam, and he is Han Sun's 6th enemy. You are very unlucky. I don't think God can save you now. Pack up your stuff. We'll be repoing everything you own soon enough. The group of skies smiled before taking their leave. Yu Jing was still standing there, pale as AG. He wanted to die. Chapter 1985 Lone Bamboo. Why would this happen? Why would Lone Bamboo take part in the exam? He doesn't need to. Yu Jing did not understand how he could be so unlucky. If it was any other Earl student, he believed Han Sun stood a firm chance. He would have had a high probability of winning. But Lone Bamboo made Yu Jing feel powerless and hopeless. Lone Bamboo was a student of the 7th Elder, but he had broken a rule. It was a very bad one to break too. He was stripped of his title as a student and imprisoned. There he was tortured. His imprisonment was not a death sentence, but it might as well have been on one. Lone Bamboo was put in a sad dream. That dream kept repeating his sad life for 10,000 years. Once that time passed, he was allowed to wake up. Ordinary creatures wouldn't live long enough to wake up and have the dreams end. Even if they did, Having the same heartbreaking dream repeat for 10 millennia would be too much. They'd be driven insane by the repetition. Lone Bamboo slept in jail for 10 years before waking up. After he woke up, he went up to Sky Palace and knelt before it. Then the doors opened. The leader had not accepted a student for 1,000 years, but he decided to accept Lone Bamboo. Then his cheating life started. He practiced with the textless book, and he was able to go to the 5 cities and 12 buildings. No one was as good as him. Even Thousand Feather Crane, who received the Holy Gourd's blessing, still lost against him. And he lost even after using his best sword skills. After that, no one fought against Lone Bamboo. Marquises and dukes would not underestimate him either. No one could imagine how he had managed to wake up after only 10 years. But even so, it was difficult to imagine what he might have been through. The leader of Sky Palace said Lone Bamboo could become deified. He did not express any doubt about the possibility, and so he obviously had faith in him. If the word strong was used to describe a student of Sky Palace, people would not think of the elders. Instead, they'd think of Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo still wasn't a Marquise yet, but he never took part in the exams. Even the Marquise class students could not interest him. He had no interest in fighting them. Yu Jing looked shocked and bitter. He felt unlucky. He thought he could get rich, but now he was going to be bankrupt. The students had not seen Lone Bamboo fight for the past few years, so no one had expected him to suddenly join the exam. Han Sun stayed on Old Night Island for 6 days. He killed 11 Earl Xenogeniacs. But White Jade Jing was almost ready to open, so he left the island and went there. When he arrived on the island, Han Sun took a good look at the White Jade building. After doing so, he was shocked. He thought he'd only be able to see the one White Jade building. But now, there were 12 such constructs on the island. At the end of the buildings between the clouds were cities. He could not see what resided in them, but he could most certainly see the 5 cities. Han Sun was not as clueless as he had been when he first arrived there. He understood much about the White Jade Jing now. Normal Sky Palace students could see 7 White Jade buildings, assuming they understood a bit about it all. If they could see 10, they'd be regarded as geniuses. If they could see 12, they'd be the smartest of the entire generation. If they could see all the buildings, that was something that only occurred once every 10,000 years. Sky Palace had existed for 1 billion years, and fewer than 100 had seen all 5 cities. That was how profound this was. Han Sun didn't feel anything though. He did not know how he could see 12 buildings and 5 cities. He was quite confused, but when he practiced in the White Jade building's 7th floor, he understood something when the jade air turned pure. Although he could see 12 buildings, he was still planning on going to the first building to absorb the jade air. That place was perfect for an Earl, he believed. He planned to bring Jadeskin up to Earl before exploring the buildings beyond. When Han Sun reached the 4th floor, Yin Sui came straight to him to talk. She looked worried. Han Sun, my sister and Uncle Crane are waiting for you on the 7th floor. They wanted me to tell you that if you came, you should go and see them. Even if you aren't planning on practicing on the 7th floor, go and see them. What is it? Han Sun asked with confusion. The jade air is going to start, so go to the 7th floor. When it ends, Brother Crane will tell you the details, Yin Sui said. Okay. Han Sun nodded and went straight up to the 7th floor. When Han Sun disappeared up the stairs, Yin Sui sighed and thought to herself, God is being unfair. Why would you have to meet Lone Bamboo? What is Lone Bamboo thinking? What is the point of him joining the exam? But quickly Yin Sui thought. But maybe that's okay. It's the thought that counts. It does not matter if you don't reach first place to get under the sky. I won't think any less of you. Han Sun reached the 7th floor, and there he saw Thousand Feather Crane, Yin Susang and First Day. The arrogant young man was not there on this day though. Seeing Han Sun there, Thousand Feather Crane invited him over. He asked, Are you joining the exam? Han Sun nodded and said, I signed up. I'm planning on joining. Thousand Feather Crane had a wry smile, and he said, I'm afraid you will have a tough fight ahead of you. What is it? Is someone big joining? Han Sun asked with a smile. Thousand Feather Crane told him that Lone Bamboo was taking part, and then he explained Lone Bamboo's story. He also told Han's son about the time he was beaten by Lone Bamboo. He didn't hide anything. But the way he said it was different than the way you would describe an ordinary student. Thousand Feather Crane talked about Lone Bamboo, as if his strength was already legendary. Perhaps you won't believe all this, but when I fought Lone Bamboo, I felt as if I was going to lose by just standing in front of him. When I fought him for a while, it felt as if he was teaching me something. After that fight, my sword skills improved, and I was able to achieve what I have up to this point, Thousand Feather Crane said. Chapter 1986. Red Coral. Thousand Feather Crane started to say something more, but the jade air erupted. The four of them focused on absorbing the jade air, which had become unusually strong around Han's senator. The jade air eventually turned back to normal, and there was no more pure jade air to take in. Han's son was more sure about his line of thinking now. When the first jade air ended, Yin Sui came up to the 7th floor. There, they all discussed the exam and the unexpected entrance of Lone Bamboo. On your 6th fight, you will encounter Lone Bamboo. That will be a hard fight. I am worried for you, but I will admit I am looking forward to witnessing it. If you are going to fight, I am going to watch. Thousand Feather Crane smiled. I agree with what Brother Crane says, First Day said, while clasping his hands together. Hansen curiously asked, what did Lone Bamboo do to suffer the nightmarish trial of torture? Hansen knew that torture like that was worse than being killed. It was a miracle that Lone Bamboo was able to wake up in 10 years. That was something that had never happened in Sky Palace before. Nightmare was a deified xenogenic dream beast power. Ordinary people could not resist it, especially after they had experienced the nightmares for a while. The elders do not talk about it. They avoid the subject. We can't say for sure what happened. We only know that he broke the rules, Yin Susang said. After talking for a while, Hansen only heard the words strong and very strong. He also heard the words extremely strong. But that wasn't very useful. So, Hansen did not keep any of that in mind. He did not think he was invincible, but weak or strong. He'd have to engage the man in battle if he was to find out. There was no point wasting any more time thinking about it. When the second jade air came, Yun Sui went back to the 4th floor. On the 7th floor, Han's son absorbed the second deluge of jade air. He thought his jade skin was coming along quickly. After 10 more rounds of jade air, he imagined he could bring it up to Earl class. It was a shame that the jade air only happened twice a week. It wasn't a process he could rush. After counting the time, he realized it would take 2 or 3 months. Going from Viscount to Earl that fast would be something of a miracle for most people. After leaving White Jade Jing, Han's son went to Old Night Island to resume hunting. He didn't care about anything else right now. Getting more genes and leveling up was better than anything else he could do. There was only a week left before the exam though. There was not much time, and Han's son wanted to max out his Earl genes before attending the exams. Just as Han's son was preparing to take the legless crane to the island, Yin Sui jogged over to him. Han's son, are you going back to Little Jade Island? I am going to Old Night Island to hunt xenogenics, Han's son answered. Can you take me there? It doesn't sound as dangerous as Xianyuan Cave, and I am sure I can protect myself. I won't take the loot, but I would certainly like to accompany you, Yin Sui said. Han's son agreed. Old Night Island wasn't too dangerous, and if she wasn't going to take any loot, bringing her along would do no harm. Seeing Han's son agree, she looked visibly delighted. She smiled and said, Old Night Island does not permit Earl-class mounts, so I won't be riding Jade Wing Tiger. Can I ride atop your Jade Knight Crane? He is strong. 2 people can sit on him, sure. He is just a little slow. Han's son smiled. It is okay to be slow. Yin Sui blinked. When the legless crane took off, Han's son hopped onto its back. Yin Sui followed. The legless crane had limited space atop its back. They sat together, shoulders touching shoulders. It made Yin Sui blush. 1 crane, and 2 people disappeared into the clouds. The legless crane flew a few hundred miles inland once they reached the island. And despite all the time it took, they were unable to locate an Earl xenogeniac. Han's son missed little uncle at times like this. If he was there, They wouldn't have to go out in search of the xenogeneics. The xenogeneics would come out in search of them. While they were looking for xenogeneics, something shone atop a mountain. Hansen quickly went there with Yin Suyi. The mountain was like a sword, raised 800 meters into the sky. There were some red coral plants growing across it. The light they saw was the glittering of those plants. When Yin Suyi saw the plants, she looked to be in shock. She said, "This is an Earl-class xenogeneic plant. It is called blood coral. Xenogeneics love to eat this, as it is great for their evolution. They are eaten when they grow to the size of a hand. This one on the peak is 3 meters tall, and yet it hasn't been eaten by a xenogeneic. That is strange." Hansen looked at the red coral and said, "Ah, that's why it hasn't been eaten. There is a strong xenogeneic that owns it, and so all the other xenogeneics don't dare come close. I don't see any xenogeneics around." Yin Suyi looked around to confirm, but she still saw nothing. It was so quiet around, and there were no weak xenogeneics either. Hansen pointed at the red coral and said, "Look at the red coral. It is there." Yin Suyi followed Hansen's finger. She looked, and then saw a stick. It was not really a stick though. It was a red bug that blended into the red coral. It was similar to a mantis, and it was munching on the red coral. It is an Earl-class blood god mantis. It is 1 foot long, so it isn't physically large, but it is very strong for an Earl-class foe. As she spoke, Yin Suyi's face changed. "I know. This mantis is guarding this red coral, because he wants to use its power to evolve. He doesn't want to be a marquis. He wants to be a mutant. Kill it before it eats the red coral." Hansen was very pleased to hear that, so he smiled and said, "If it wants to evolve, then let it." Yin Suyi wished to say something, but seeing Hansen's smile was comforting. She felt safe. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. If Hansen said things were okay, then she couldn't keep herself from believing him. The blood god mantis ate the red coral slowly. They waited for 1 hour, and after all that time, the mantis had only eaten a small part of the plant. But its body was glowing like a polished ruby. "Hansen, you are a crystallizer, but you are also Knife Queen's student. Will you marry a crystallizer or a rebate?" Yin Suyi asked jokingly. "I have a wife. She is the same race as me," Hansen answered lackadaisically, as he looked at the mantis. Yin Suyi's face fell. She looked extremely disappointed. "Why didn't you bring your wife?" "My kids are young. She needed to take care of them, so she stayed at home," Hansen answered. "You have kids?" Yin Suyi's eyes opened wide. "Yes. I have 2 that are biological, and others that are adopted," Hansen answered. Yin Suyi's heart was broken. She found herself struggling to breathe. She looked at Hansen and sighed. She didn't say another word for a long time. Chapter 1987 Blood God Mantis. The body of the blood god mantis was only 1/10 of the size of the plant it was munching. It ate slowly, but when it ate a bit of the coral, its belly did not swell. Its body did glow strangely, however. Before it finished eating the red coral, another aspect of its body changed. The shadow of a red reaper appeared on it. Its hands held a scythe, like a tool to harvest souls. The mist on the shadow was getting stronger, and it looked as if it was set to become solid. "It's evolving. Will it become a marquise or a mutant?" Hansen asked as he looked upon the blood god mantis. "Spirits are just substances formed of light, smoke, and air. They aren't really solid. When they become marquise, they won't grow any more solid than they were originally. They will only gain power. Look at the red god mantis. It's not becoming a marquise, it's mutating," Yin Suyi said. "It is good to be a mutant. I love mutants." Hansen smiled. The blood god mantis red smoke was getting heavier. The red smoke reaper could be seen clearly now. At this point, it was hard to distinguish from an actual creature. The next second, Hansen saw the red reaper wave its scythe towards the red coral. It broke the rest of the red coral, and then the red smoke on its body became a vortex. It sucked all the scattered pieces into it. When the red coral entered the whirl, the red reaper's smoke became thicker. That was particularly true of the scythe in its hands. Its smoke form began to solidify, and before long, it had turned into a crystal blade. The blood god mantis body was shining. The light glowed through the Red Reaper. Han Sen was staring into blood god mantis body, focusing on the blood air that swirled inside. It is going to finish mutating. Now is the best chance, Yin Sui said. There's no rush, let's keep watching. Han Sen wanted to see what the blood god mantis geno art might be. He wanted to see how strong it was. After 2 hours, the blood god mantis finished the mutation process. The Red Reaper became smoke, then drew back into its body. It vanished from sight. Blood god mantis body did not grow large from ingesting the coral. It was still 1 foot long, and its body still looked like ruby. Then all of a sudden, it flapped its wings and squealed. It suddenly came for Han Sen, fast as a red shadow. Perhaps it had noticed Han Sen and Yin Sui a while ago. It might have refrained from attacking then, due to the fact that it was undergoing the evolution process. Once it was done, it now fancied killing them. Spell, Han Sen said quietly. Then, Spell appeared before him in her ladylike form. She wielded 2 pistols, and she fired at the blood god mantis with both. Pang! Pang! 2 bullets hit the blood god mantis, but they didn't break its shell. They only left 2 spell markings on it. Blood god mantis squealed with anger. Its body turned into a red shadow, and it leaped at Spell. The arms of the mantis swung like scythes, and they were going to cut her. Spell moved quickly, evading blood god mantis' attack. She held her hands together and summoned a rocket launcher. Then, she fired a shot at the blood god mantis. Han Sen frowned. He didn't know why Spell was using a rocket launcher right now. The rocket launcher was stronger than the pistols, yes, but it was too slow. With the speed of the blood god mantis, the creature could easily dodge. And yes, blood god mantis did indeed flap its wings to dodge upwards. It got well clear of the rocket. It then resumed its approach to Spell. Spell retreated, still clutching the rocket launcher. The blood god mantis continued to advance, but the rocket that had gone by suddenly swung around like a heat-seeking missile. It hit the mantis in the back. Boom! There was an explosion, and blood god mantis' body was sent flying away. Its shell was covered in a number of small wounds. The rocket must have damaged its shell when it detonated. But those wounds were nothing to the mantis. They only made it angry. It squealed, then jumped back at Spell. Damn! The round that leaves a mark can track an enemy's movement. It alters the course of the rocket. I wonder if the bullets can have a similar function? Han Sen thought to himself. Swiftly, Han Sen's question was answered. Spell turned the rocket launcher into a pair of pistols again. Her legs were crossed as she dodged blood god mantis' attack. It was like she was performing a beautiful and elegant dance. In that elegant dance, Spell's pistols fired continuously. It did not look like she was aiming at the blood god mantis, but the bullets drew a curve in the sky, and then, they all landed on the mantis. The rounds did not miss a single mark across the mantis body. So the pistol bullets can track too, huh? Han Sen was so happy. Yin Sui looked at the scene strangely. Spell was just a Geno armament, yet she was capable of fighting a mutant Earl without any directions from her master. Normal Geno armaments were not capable of something like that. In fact, most Earl Geno armaments could not fight at all. They didn't have a will of their own. They did not have intelligence like Spell did. The pistols were a little weak. They hit the same spots on blood god mantis, but they failed to heavily damage it. Blood god mantis tried to attack Spell, but it failed. After Spell drew some distance between the two, she summoned her sniper rifle. She wanted to get rough. But before Spell could fire the sniper rifle, a strange red smoke suddenly appeared behind her back. A crystal scythe was sweeping down towards her neck. Han Sen used his mind to make Spell quickly dodge, but it was too late. The crystal scythe slashed across her back. Her white armor was cut into by an inch, and it sliced open the muscles in her back deep enough to reveal bone. Fortunately, Spell was not a living creature. She had no blood to lose. After Spell was attacked, she moved forward. The blood god mantis screamed, and it jumped forward. The Red Reaper followed her from behind, and they attacked her together. Now that the blood god mantis has mutated, it can create a spirit that works like a fellow xenogeniac? This is similar to a summon skill, Han Sen thought. Yun Suyi, seeing Spell in danger, quickly said, "What do we do now?" "Kill it," Han Sun said coldly. He had already drawn ghost teeth knife from his waist. Chapter 1988. My purpose is number 1. Yun Suyi saw Han Sun stand up, then teleport behind the blood god mantis. The purple knife light slashed, and the blood god mantis triangle head looked as if it had been chomped on by a demon. The knife light cut through it, and the body fell from the sky. The blood reaper instantly shattered and disappeared into thin air. Xenogenic Earl Mutant hunted. Blood god mantis. Xenogenic gene found. I didn't get its beast soul? Han Sun's thoughts were painted with greed. Yun Suyi looked at Han Sun strangely. He had one hit killed an Earl Mutant Xenogenic. That was a far stronger feat than Thousand Feather Crane could accomplish. But seeing Han Sun's strength, Yun Suyi felt even worse. She thought to herself, why is he taken? Han Sun dug the mutant gene out of the blood god mantis. It was a piece of its shell. There were still some wisps of smoke rising from the bloody piece of crystal. You could tell that it was the face of the Red Reaper. Earl gene's insufficient. Cannot refine mutant gene. Han Sun was shocked when hearing this. It was an Earl mutant gene. He had been able to refine the Ant Queen's gene when his total tally was a few points less. Now he had 2 more genes than before, and yet he couldn't refine the blood god mantis gene. He pondered how the requirements for Earl genes were determined. Han Sun put away blood god mantis mutant gene and passed the body to his legless crane. Bringing Yun Suyi along with him, Han Sun proceeded to hunt Xenogenics on Old Night Island. He was only planning on going back when White Jade Jing opened again. After that, the exam was set to start. Inside Buddha Kingdom, Clear Sea King bowed before Burning Lamp Alpha. Alpha, Han Sun broke the ant's body curse. He is now practicing in Sky Palace. Burning Lamp Alpha said casually, Knife Queen must have asked the leader of Sky Palace to break my looping skill. We're going to let him get off scot-free. Clear Sea King asked, looking crushed. The Buddha cannot engage in acts that disrupt Sky Palace, for the time being. If he is in Sky Palace, we will have to ignore him. Burning Lamp Alpha looked like he knew this was going to happen, as he didn't show too much concern. But Clear Sea King wished to say something more, but he was interrupted by Burning Lamp Alpha. First day is practicing in Sky Palace. How is he doing? Burning Lamp Alpha asked. He will be a marquis soon, Clear Sea King answered. Good. First day isn't as talented as Seven Spirit or Speechless, but he can match them in strength. Through his practice in Sky Palace, and a roster of talents that marry the best of 2 races, he might have a higher chance of becoming deified than Seven Spirit did. We cannot allow this opportunity to escape our grasp, Burning Lamp said. Now that Han Sun is in Sky Palace, will he? Clear Sea King was worried. Burning Lamp said coldly. Sky Palace has taken in Han Senator, they have also taken in First Day. There is no need to worry for First Day's safety. Don't do anything until Han Sun leaves Sky Palace. And don't contact First Day. Wait until he is done in Sky Palace too. Not long after, the day came again when White Jade Jing would open. Han Sun and Yun Suyi returned from Old Night Island. In that time, Han Sun had managed to hunt 11 Earl Xenogenics. But since Yun Suyi was with him, he hadn't wanted to eat the Xenogenic genes in front of her. So he brought everything back. When the Jade Heir and White Jade Jing came to an end, Han Sun brought the Xenogenic genes back to Jade Island. Yun Suyi, follow me home. Yun Sushang called to her sister. Yun Suyi glanced at Yun Sushang, looking all moody, and said, Don't worry, sis. I'm going home. Yun Sushang was shocked. She noticed there was something amiss with Yun Suyi's attitude. With worry, she asked, What's going on? Has Han Sun been mistreating you? Yun Suyi shook her head and sighed. They were not real sisters, but their relationship was just as close as 2 blood relatives. They talked about everything, so she told Yun Sushang the things she had learned about Han Sr. I see. This is good though. You are of the sky, and you are a daughter of an elder. You cannot be with an outsider. By ending it now, you're only saving yourself from greater suffering in the future. Yun Sushang felt relief when she heard what was troubling Yun Suyi. So she comforted her and said, "Han Sun is smart, but he is not the only one out there for you. There are other geniuses like him amongst the sky. I will find you someone, and you can decide." Yun Suyi wasn't in the mood for jokes, and she was feeling very sad. She forced a smile and went home. Because the next day was the exam, and Han Sun was in a rush, he didn't have the time to eat slowly. After he cooked all his stuff in one pot, he used consume to digest every xenogenic material as fast as he could. His body felt hot, cold, and sore all at the same time. He felt as if he had been electrified, and some power flowed through his body. It made him feel stronger. The gene increase announcement played in his head, over and over. He had an extra 11 Earl genes now. Counting the 2 from before, he now had 40 in total. But when Han Sun picked up the Blood God Mantis mutant gene, the announcement still declared he did not have a sufficient number of Earl genes. Blood God Mantis 1 gene has a much higher requirement than the Ant Queen gene, but now I don't have any more time to hunt xenogenics. Han Sun put away the Blood God Mantis mutant gene. He sat on his jade bed to practice jade skin. Although it was not as fast as practicing in the White Jade building, having a little was better than nothing. The next morning, when Han Sun was about to set off toward the exam location, Yu Jing came to him. He rode over on a jade knight crane. "Brother Han, there is something I seek to discuss with you." Yu Jing spoke quickly, upon his arrival on the island. "What is it?" Han Sun looked at Yu Jing. Yu Jing lowered his voice and said, "The first opponent you face today. He hopes he can proceed through the exam. So he paid a high price, hoping you might let him go on." Yu Jing didn't say it directly, but he meant that the opponent had paid money for Han Sun to throw the fight. "Sorry, I can't help him," Han Sun said simply. Yu Jing quickly said, "Brother Han, you do know that your 6th enemy is Lone Bamboo, yes? It is difficult to determine whether or not you'll win. It would be better to take this benefit now while you can." When Yu Jing said that it was difficult to determine who would win, he really meant that Han Sun would most likely lose. And if Han Sun lost, all Yu Jing's money would be lost. Right now, he was only concerned with losing as little as possible. "My purpose is to get to first place. I don't care about anything else." After Han Sun said that, he mounted the legless crane. He flew straight toward Skypath Island, where the exams would be held. Yu Jing was shocked. He was frozen in place for a while. After a while, he snapped out of his daze. He spoke to himself miserably, saying, "I hope you can reach first place too. But how are you going to beat Lone Bamboo?" Chapter 1989. Who he came here for? On Skypath Island, 4 different classes of people awaited their exam: barons, viscounts, earls, and marquises. The most popular section today would be the Earl examination. Many kings and nobles had gone there, and the stands were very full. It made the other 3 look so quiet. Many barons and viscount students went there to watch the exam too. They went there for Lone Bamboo. Han Sun was not afraid, because no one took him seriously anyway. Aside from Yu Jing and the people that had made a bet with him, no one would be anticipating the fight between Han Sun and Lone Bamboo. When Lone Bamboo arrived, he was given the spotlight. People kept talking about him, trying to guess why he wished to participate in the exam. No one could guess the true reason why. Many people looked in Lone Bamboo's direction, which made it easy for Han Sun to get a glimpse of him too. When he saw the man's face, he looked surprised. He said, "That guy is Lone Bamboo?" It was the arrogant man Han Sun had seen on the 7th floor of the White Jade building. Seeing the match roster, Han Sun found that he was 1 round behind Lone Bamboo. So, he sat on the sidelines to see what sort of power Lone Bamboo wielded. Sky Palace students were strong, so it was no wonder that they were a famous high race. There were many strong representatives of the race there, and they all had amazing geno arts. Han Sun had fun spectating, but not long after, he saw Lone Bamboo approach the arena. It was not just Han Sun turning to take a look at Lone Bamboo. Everyone else was as well. One corner of the arena became the center of attention for the entire place. After a while, an Earl student from Sky Palace came to the arena. He went straight up to Lone Bamboo. Everyone thought they could watch Lone Bamboo fight. But that Earl's student came before the man and just grabbed his hand. With much excitement he said, "Brother Lone Bamboo, I can finally see you. I have been a fan ever since I was small." The supposed fight turned into a meet between a fan and their greatest idol. After the Earl finished speaking, he forfeited the fight and left. Damn, he can do that. Han Sun felt depressed. The people next to Han Sun were even more depressed. Many of them were angry even. That guy is too obscene. He knew he couldn't compete against Lone Bamboo. He did this just so he didn't have to embarrass himself. It won't go on like this, will it? With no one daring to fight him? It is hard to say. Everyone knows Lone Bamboo's strength. It does not matter if they fight or not. But perhaps someone arrogant enough will think they have the chops to challenge him. Brother Lone Bamboo is so smart. He does not have to fight, and yet he can still win. Not much later, it was Han Sun's turn for a reveal. He went towards the arena, but he did not draw much attention. Only a few people who knew Han Sun, or those that knew he got carried to Sky Palace, bothered to take a look. Han Sun's opponent was called Cool Jade. He was quite good amongst the earls, but there were many good ones like that all across Sky Palace. Being decidedly average, he wasn't very well-renowned. Yun Sui could not help but watch Han Sun's fight. Yu Jing had not dared show himself, as he was afraid he'd bump into the guys he had made the gambit with. If he went, he believed he'd be laughed at. Yun Sui just sat down, and she heard a few men talking. Since I'm so bored, I might as well see how strong this Han Sun is. Yu Jing sure compliments him enough. It does not matter how strong he is. He's going to lose to Lone Bamboo anyway. Don't say that just yet. Maybe he will be killed before he even meets Lone Bamboo. That's right, haha. The few were chatting amongst each other, and it made Yun Sui frown. When she was about to confront those voices, someone suddenly approached and sat down next to her. Brother Lone Bamboo? After Yun Sui saw who the person was, she was shocked. Everyone looked at Lone Bamboo, and they were all shocked too. Many women looked at him with the most charming faces. Why is Lone Bamboo here? Who is he watching? There is nothing worthy of his focus here, right? Of course there isn't. None of the earls here are worthy of his spectating. Maybe he is here to watch a friend. That is possible. Would it be for Yun Sui? That is possible too. Yun Sui's prettiness and talent are unequaled across all of Sky Palace. She wouldn't be an embarrassment for Lone Bamboo. Yun Sui, hearing that, frowned again. She looked at Lone Bamboo, and he looked down at the arena without any emotion. Yun Sui's heart jumped, and she thought to herself, is Lone Bamboo here for Han Sun? There were many fights going on in the arena, and they were all going on at the same time. It was difficult to determine who he was watching. Han Sun felt the stare coming from Lone Bamboo though. Han Sun turned to take a look, and he saw Lone Bamboo looking at him. He thought to himself, why is he watching me? Cool Jade pulled out his long sword and swung it at Han Senator. The sword light possessed a purple mist, and it seemed strong enough to sunder the ceiling. Han Sun summoned spell next to him, and he fired his pistols at Cool Jade. Dong, dong, dong. The munitions were continuously expelled, and Cool Jade's longsword kept swinging around with its purple mist. It blocked a few bullets, but more hit his body and armor. He flew out of the ring and conceded defeat. Damn, what is that thing? Is that a Geno armament? It looks very strong. A Geno armament like that is better to watch than the fight itself. Han Sun's victory didn't draw much attention ultimately. Some students were interested in spell, more than Han Sun himself. Han Sun put spell away and left the arena. Everyone looked back to where Lone Bamboo had been, and they noticed he had vanished. Yun Sui, who had been next to him, was gone too. Now people knew they had guessed it right. He had gone there for Yun Sui. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.